Welcome, 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 one and all. Good morning. And I'm a few seconds early this morning, but I just thought, hey, why not? Hey, why not? Hey, why not? Thought I'd just come a little bit early. I've got my cameras all set up wrong. Let me just tweak this camera just while we're all just getting our morning together, because that looks, I'm having to breathe in all the time. Just not good. Just not good. Oh, not that much. Definitely don't want to see me in close up that much. There we go. And let's just raise it up a little. You raise me up. And set that to update PZ. So we should now have desk, and we should now have. That's better. Good morning. Good morning. Where did I put my drink? Good morning, all. Oh, sorry, guys. Just let me answer this telephone. Hello. Hello. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it was more for a record. That was all. All right. See you later. Bye. Sorry, guys. I will explain to you what that call was in a second. I'll just say some hellos. You will not. Yeah. Well, you might believe it when I tell you, but you might not. I don't know. It's just, do you know when you just think, why is my life so weird and bizarre sometimes? And yeah. Let me update that. Now we're on to the right one. Now we're on to the right one. And stick that over. Oh, go away, you silly. Let me say some hellos, and once I've said some hellos, I'll explain to you what that is, because it's just been a bizarre morning. Been a bizarre morning. So we have morning San 452222. Morning James. EDM, thank you very much, guys. I might unsub now, I saw that. Morning Joseph and Psychic. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Katho! Woohoo! Oh, I live chat. I'm on top chat. I need to change the live chat. There we go. Manga UK 99. Good morning, one and all. Thank you very much. 2 bits of news this morning. And I will get my timeline up on my trusty telephone now. I have got about 4 appointments coming in today, so we have got more stuff to do, but we have got quite a lot of stuff on the shelf. So we have 6 days ago I put a post on saying, woohoo, I've hit 600 subscribers 6 days ago. This morning, whilst I was getting ready, we hit 700 subscribers. That's 100, that's 100 subscribers in 6 days. Blows my mind. Going back on my post, 2 weeks ago, I posted, woohoo, I've hit 500. And I can't remember, one of the people in chat, amazing community, Aussie, did me a nice 500 thing. So, posted that 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we hit 500. And I say we because, you know, I don't hit it alone. It's you guys who are here. And we've hit 700 today. Just absolutely crazy. So, yeah, thank you, one and all. Roderick Kennedy, 2192. Morning, all. Hope you're all well. First time interaction. Been watching for... Oh, thank you, Roderick. It's always nice to somebody come in and say hello. So, thank you very much. Hope you join in more often or just sit and learn. Don't make any difference to us. It's always nice to speak. 16.67 subs per day. That's quick maths, that, Carl Thor. But, yeah. Even though they don't all show on my OBS when I'm streaming, I can see sometimes them ticking up, and it's just, yeah, just what it is, But yeah, I thought I'd use my new mug this morning. We've been using my new mug. I came last week, and I'm thinking I've ordered my other two as well to do that. So we have got several on today. So we've got, if you remember, I had to shoot off on Monday, I think, which was my last live stream, and we got to the point of cleaning this one off. This was quite badly liquid damaged, and we cleaned it off, but it still didn't take any power. So we're going to investigate that a little bit further. I've probably got about an hour on that this morning, and that is because we've got, not that one, we're waiting for a motherboard on that one. There's one to the right of it, which you can't quite see on camera, which, other way, just there, which we're going to do this morning. That was diagnosed on stream on Monday, and we need to get that one done today. On the shelf here, we've got that one which has come in. Still waiting for customers to come back to us about that one. It's been 2 weeks. Left them a couple of messages, still not come back to us. Got another one sat just on that shelf there. You can just see the kind of the outline of it sat up here. That's in for diagnostics today as well. Oh God, for cold fingers. And I've just had a phone call this morning. I've got another 4 coming in today as well. One's this afternoon, but there should be another 3, I would have thought. 2 people have already set off, they tell me, who are on their way as well. Those are diagnostics. And then we've got that one to do, which is it's a full strip down, that one. An absolute full strip down. Full strip down, and we're going to try and, A, reset the BIOS. But B, I think it probably needs a full BIOS flash because that one's not working. If not, what Mick has said to me, he says, look, don't spend any more time on it, but it's going to probably take 2 hours to do just a BIOS flash because of how you've got to get to the BIOS. So yeah, not looking forward to that at all. So morning Zola, morning cows. What happened with that guy? Did he pay? He did not pay. We had him on video. I don't think he ever had any intention of paying, even from before drop off. He let slip when he picked up that he didn't pay the other shops that he'd taken it to. So, do you know what? Sometimes there's no point arguing with people, because if they're that adamant that they're not going to pay for a service, they're just that type of person. So, do you know what? There's just no point at all. He reckons he goes to work for nothing as well. Well, anybody who goes to work for nothing, unless you're a volunteer, is either lying or you know, not altogether with it. So I certainly don't, but there's no point me getting stressed about it too much. So there we go. Right, guys, I am going to get on with those. Okay, headphones are on. Hello, cow. I'm not going to take diagnostics before now. I don't think there's any point. It's extremely, extremely rare. It's just unfortunate we've had 2 people in the space of 2 weeks. Both... how can I put this? I'm not going to say what I'm going to say, but both probably cut from the same cloth. So whether it's something they believe that they can get away with their attitude and everything else, I am not sure. So hopefully we won't have any more like that. But it would have just continued causing issues if I had repaired it, I think there would have been something else and something else and something else and something else, because people like that always look for a reason to have conflict and try to do it, but they don't expect it in their own life. They just want to fight everybody, whether that's verbally, physically, or whatever. So, you know, life's obviously harder on them than it is on me. So let them have their perceived win. In the end, it all comes round. So we'll leave it at that. Interesting one this morning, gents. I have a stalker. I have a stalker. And I'm saying this with all seriousness. Again, I want to say this tactfully. There has been some letters being sent, some written, well, not written, typed letters sent. And now, early hours, well, not early hours, but this morning, hanging around the back of my house. Thankfully, I've caught them on CCTV. It's a public area where it is, but I know you don't need a justification, but there's no justification for being there. I'm going to report it to the police, and what it is, which is a little bit, just a little bit strange, really. A little bit strange. So yeah. A stalker. Who would have thought it? At my age, you get one of them. I am gonna put a call into the police, reference them, and I very much doubt, very much doubt that they can or will do anything, because you know what it's like. It's got to get to a point of something that you can enforce or anything like that beforehand, before they can do anything. But I just want it on record. That yeah, so yeah, very own stalker. A little bit worrying, because you never know if they are in the mindset of wanting to prowl and stalk and obsess, how their little minds work, to maybe escalate it elsewhere. As I say, communications have been sent out already to try and undermine or diminish or, quite frankly, ruining different things. So yeah, just a bit pathetic, isn't it? But yeah, I will keep you updated. On that. But stalking, oh yes. Fortunately, as I say, the CCTV caught them on the on one of the rear cameras, which are now working, by the way. But it shocked me this morning. Shocked me. Do you know when you see something you think, what? Completely out of the blue. Weren't expecting it at all. Anyway, gents, where are we? Good morning, Andy. Didn't see you pop in there. Morning, Andy. Morning, Andy. Just make sure you're on live chat, everyone. So, right, guys, we are going to start this one. It is a little bit chilly. I look like I may have my first drop off. So, what I will do, I've got several coming in. So I'm just going to put you on mute just while I get this handover done. Right, guys, sorry about that. That is a really, really, really bizarre one. Oh, sorry.
PCDD, you little
The
shit.
screen, laptop's working, and then all the images start to kind of vibrate. And it freezes. Then it'll stop vibrating, and then it'll start vibrating again. Just like whatever's on screen. Really, really, really bizarre. It's not a driver issue, because it did it in the shutdown sequence. I thought it might be a screen issue, but it's not, because it's freezing computer. So I think it's maybe a data issue for the RAM or something. But we'll have a look at that one. We'll have a look. Where are we now? Morning, Mookie. I think Mookie's come in. Just watching. Okay, right. So we are where we are with this one. Oh, get that down. It's a bit chilly this morning in here. Glenn 260. Good morning. First time chatter, I think you are. We'll say hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Right, guys. If you recall this one, let me shift the battery out of the way. We had microscope. Ooh. There we go. If you recall this one on Monday, I think it was, because I didn't stream Tuesday, Wednesday. This had a lot of corrosion around. You can still see some evidence of it around here. And it wasn't particularly looking healthy. We also found a couple of different spots of corrosion on the cap up here, and also a little bit on this IC, and then there was a little bit, I can't remember where the other bit was, but there was, I think it was this cap here or something like that, or maybe this cap, can't remember, but that was very, very minor. This one had kind of took the brunt of it. So this in-sill chip. So I think what we will do, we'll get this chip off, we'll give it a better clean round here, and then we'll pop this chip back on. We have got some caps and whatnot around here, so once we've got this chip off, because it needs a clean anyway, it was so badly corroded, we'll measure for some shorts and so on round there, and then we'll measure before. I think we measured before on Monday, and we didn't get any issues, but it's pulling no current at all to do that. So I hopefully have got both the power meter and my multimeter on screen now, so we can see what it is. So top right hand corner, we should have some beep 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 beep. We're just going to test on these. We've got a beep, and we'll see if we're going to pull any shorts off. Just quickly testing these black ones, you know, the ones which look all corroded and not like they should. So there's nothing majorly apparent around there which is looking like it's got a short on it, but that chip there is extremely crudded up. Crudded, is that a word? Crudded? Don't know if it is, but yeah, the chip there, which is sitting just there, is extremely cruddy. I'm just going to plug the power meter back in. Just let me see if 1 second, guys, got another customer here. One tick. Right, yeah, sorry. Oh, that's a no power laptop. So no power at all. Just not powering on. I do like pointing with the pen. Pointing with the pen. Pointing with the pen. Why does PC make so many hand gestures when talking? Do I really do that? Do I really do that? I talk with my hands. It's a sign of confidence, apparently, talking with your hands and wanting to communicate. There are certain hand gestures which are more comforting. So if you do something like this, you're actually passing your idea over and it's making you open, which makes people more trusting and things like that. So I don't know whether it's up here or up here, I don't know. One of them two. Will like now. Thanks for reminding me, Streamlabs is good like that. Right, so where we're going to do this one, I need to turn my, get my hot air station on. We're going to see, actually, if, turn some volume down, because if I get any commands, they will be extraordinarily loud. We're going to see if this is got any power. So let me turn my power supply on. We've got 19.5 volts at 1 amp. And we will see what we're going. So all we did the other day was clean everything, if you recall. We've got our little, I have got a review coming out about the other meter that I've got which connects to OBS. So once I've got that set up and I do the review, that's going to be for our channel members, the amazing members. What we've got 39 channel members we have now. So the VODs or video on demands are going to be exclusive for channel members, and then they will get fed out after a few days. But I've got quite a few AliExpress tool videos coming. You need to get them edited and touched up. Because I've been buying lots and lots and lots of stuff. So we're going to get this rigged up. We're going to plug it into the board, see where we go. We're going to use this little cheap meter to start with, just so we can do that. So we are plugged in, and we will see if anything comes up. Yeah, I'm gonna take it off, James, and give it a try. So we'll flick this on, and it's upside down, but it's 5 volts. 5 volts. Oh, it's gone up to 19.2 volts and it's dropped back down to 5. Did we see that? That was very, very interesting. So we'll just flick the power supply off again. We'll just keep an eye on here. So we're up to 19, back down to 5. So it is doing something. There is some power negotiation there. We'll just try, it's got 2 USB-C ports on it, so we'll try the second one. Exactly the same scenario. Other USB port, USB-C port, 5 point up to 19. There's no heat or anything with the, and back down. Not really pulling any current though, as we can see. Current is nothing. 250 milliamps, nothing at 19, got no current draw at all at 19, then drops back down. So it is attempting to, come on. Yeah, so we're going to take off, can't speak this morning, we're going to take off that in-sill chip. So we'll stick that out of the way and we will get on to here. And it is really dirty. We've got no shorts around here. As we can see, we've just tested for shorts. So there's no shorts at all. There we go. Nice little focal point on there. World of Detailing. Is that not Andy? World of Detailing. I think it might just be. So we should have one more drop off this morning. And then once we've done that, once we've had that drop off, we haven't got another one until this afternoon, but we does mean we have plenty of things to go and start working with. These All my tweezers are absolutely whatchamacallited, bent. I'm looking for my flux, that's what I'm looking for. And I've just had, oh there they are. No, they're not. I just had them in my hand. I was stabbing myself with them. Why can't I find them? Do you know when you think, I'll put them there because, oh, there they are. Microscope. Morning, British Tech. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we are going to whip that off. I do need a nozzle on my Egan. And take that off. We'll clean the pads badly. I'm not too sure how well they will take the solder because they look extraordinarily corroded. But we will give it a shot. We don't need 99% airflow because it will blow everything off the board. So we're going to go 45% airflow. And we'll see if we can whip this off. I have some new Insil ICs if you need to get one fast, but they're labelled. I might have one of these. I'm not too sure whether these are that, but thank you very much for the offer. We will have a look and see what's what on here. I'm just gonna, my hands are really cold this morning. I am limping again today, so you see me limping when I'm walking about. I am limping rather a lot this morning. Very, very, very sore legs after the last 2 days. Gosh, it's certainly welded on well. There we go. Weren't exactly a clean one, but it's clean enough. So we'll give that a clean up. No audio. No, I have got audio. My mic is peaking. The slime show, no audio. No, we've got audio. Audio here. Yeah. And I can see my VU meter. Yeah, certainly see my VU meter rising. That, shift them out of the way a second. As we all know, my workbench isn't the most tidy. Yeah, those pads are definitely, they've seen better days, those pads, haven't they? Brilliant, thank you, Carthel. Just make sure, if you think it is audio, you are on live video, because remember, guys, it is lagging like hell. My video here is probably already, I don't know, 10 seconds out of sync because I restream it back to another browser. So just make sure it's not so much your live audio. You might be looking at a muted section of the video as well, because we all know that YouTube's not playing very well with, for whatever reason. It is affecting other streamers, not just me. So we're going to give that a quick clean. Bit of IPA on the little brush here. Give that a scrub, and then we will we'll clean these pads up with a bit of solder. I just want to see if I can loosen any of this debris before we go all in. Yeah, they are really bad, aren't they? That bridge was just grunge. I think it's probably wear off pulp chip, and a pulp chip slightly sideways. But yeah, that's definitely like that. I wasn't. That's the first for me. Not talking. Definitely a first for me. Right, we'll give this a bath of solder, a bath of flux. And we'll just see if we can get this dress round. We will have a look underneath the Insil chip as well, don't need that on that temp. Drop my temp right down. Not that far. There we go, 390. Okay. Can't see chat whilst I'm doing this bit because the microscope is in front of the thing. Oh, a lot of these pads are definitely seen better days, aren't they, these pads? I've ordered some new tips as well because I think I've burnt this tip because it just don't want to hold. Just don't want to hold solder. So I'm just going to mix this unleaded with some leaded just to give it a fair fighting chance. I know there's a lot on that centre one, so we will clean that off a little if I can find my braid. My wick. Some flux on here. Well, the weather in the UK seems to have taken a turn. It looks really nice today. I don't know whether it is where everyone else is in the UK really, but certainly where I am, it looks. I've been out this morning, say early doors with the pooch, to give her a bit of a walk because she didn't really go on one yesterday too far. She only went on a very short one. But the weather this morning's surprised me, and it did yesterday as well a little bit. It felt quite warm yesterday. Overcast here. I know where you are. It's overcast, but I don't think it's particularly cold. I don't think it's really chilly and cold. So certainly better than it had been. You went back a couple of weeks when it were in single digits and some days even low single digits EDM. It's not too bad. I'm not too far away from you on Saturday, I think it is EDM. Well, I am very close to you actually. I'm saying very close. I'm within a stone's throw, should I say, on at the weekend. I'm going to see a play with some friends of your neck of the woods. So yes, I will be over there Saturday evening. A bit of that burnt on flux because it didn't want to come off. You're about 20 miles away from me. Okay. Yeah, I am over your neck of the woods from Saturday. Going to, if you look it up, we are going to, you might even know it, the Langton. If you know it or don't know it, but that's where I will be. And see a comedy show thing, whatever you want to call it, on Saturday night. Or Saturday day, I don't know what it is. Could be Friday, I can't remember. And I've had to book the train to come across rather than driving. I'm not a lover of driving. Just not a lover of driving. If I had a choice, I would not drive. Right, that's certainly looking a lot cleaner than it did a few moments ago. Just give that a quick dry off with that, so we can soak up any of the dissolved crud and crazy stuff. There we go. Morning, Ozzy. Good morning, Ozzy. I highlighted you this morning, Ozzy, with your amazing photograph of me hitting 500 subs. Because this morning we are celebrating me hitting 700 subs. And I said it's only 2 weeks ago when Ozzy kindly did me the picture of 500 subs. That cap has certainly seen better days, hasn't it? Yeah, not the best looking thing on there. Let's just test some of these just to make sure we have whatever we should. Now we've got that off. Right, I would imagine one of those sides should. That side is not going to be ground, but that side you would think it's going to be ground. That one is, yeah. I might just put a bath of flux on these as well and give it a bit of a bit of light on the subject. Yeah, mate, I think I might need to remove a few of them, Ronnie. Yeah, it's growing really fast, Ozzy. It's down to you guys, not me. Growing so fast. I think I was scheduled to hit 1,000 subs in end of May. That estimate has now come down to, you can go on Social Blade and see your progressive timeline. So I think that has come down to 26th of March, I think they're saying now on there. But yes. Why the question mark, Andy? Exclamation mark. Well deserved. That's a judgment call by the person who's posing the question. There we go. There is certainly a lot of crud around here. What I'm going to do is put the in-cell chip on, because after we've had a look at it, and then see if that solves the issue. Because these have better anchor points than certainly some of these pads. There's more failure points on here because there's more pads. So we'll then see see what it is. It is negotiating up, but obviously it's not staying there. So we're then going to have to start testing voltages coming off the chip, because obviously there was the other section up here which doesn't look too bad. That chip looks fine. There is obviously still some crud between some of these caps and so on. But this is where the majority of it was. If you remembered, it had kind of gone all green and whatnot. Because this was, she said wine, but it didn't look like wine. It looked more like coffee, if you recall, on this particular one. The other one was wine, certainly, because she dropped 2 off. This isn't the Coca-Cola one. We repaired the Coca-Cola one amongst other bits and bobs. So yeah, let's have a look at the chip and see if we can get to the bottom or somewhere around there, and slide that up so we can see the chip. We're going to use one of our kindly donated chip holders by James. When JFits came the other day, he brought over with him. He's done a brilliant review on these guys. If you've not checked out James's channel, he's done an amazing review on, I don't know, must be 30 chip holders and things like that. He's got a wonderful one which is heated as well, and it's a self-heating chip holder. So James left me a couple to try. So I've not used either yet, but I do fancy this one, certainly for this little tiny chip, just to see if we can reflow it. So we're going to give it a try on here. So please be gentle with me. It's the first time I have used one of these. We'll see where it is. Oh, gee, fine, when you get big, Andy, I will never forget the. I will never forget any of you. Never forget any of you. That's the reality. It's been such a wonderful journey, and I've loved the highs and the lows, but I've loved every moment so far. Even the ones which haven't been as productive as others, and the mistakes I've made, but every day has been wonderful. And there's just so many good people in the chat and the community and the creators as well. I cannot, and I'll tell you this now, guys, I cannot tell you, and I can't stress enough how many creators have reached out directly, and I mean some with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, some with multiple tens of thousands and single thousands, and even the ones who when I were just starting, who had 100, and I just thought, wow, to get to those dizzying heights, and it's just been awesome, And when I say reach out, direct messaging as well with support and things like this. So it has been good. So we are going to try and reflow. Ooh, gloss it fallen. And try and reflow this. But I need to change my flux because I ain't got much flux left. This is the Amio 53 flux. Zach's just done another video, on flux, where he looked at the Northridge Fix 2 fluxes they've got to do that. If you've not checked Nando out, have a look at Nano's stream. He's just done that on there. I'll just tin the end a little bit. See if we can clean these pads up to some degree, just around the end. I'm going to put quite a bit more on there because I didn't really have a great deal on my thing. I will, guide anybody looking for the first time will know this isn't normally what this is a new skill to me, should I say. Not normally what I do, because I do quite a bit of this now on stream. This is a new skill, so I am not as proficient as people like Andy. You watch Swindon. He's awesome with a soldering iron, as a lot of people are. I am not, and I'm not pretending I am. So please don't judge me. I do it wrong often. My diagnostic skills aren't that good, but we get the job done, which is what matters. I'm just going to warm the centre up and just suck some of that off. There we go. That's left us with probably the right amount on there, perfect amount. Clean the iron, put it away. I do like that chip holder. Thank you very much, JFix. If you don't know who JFix is, please check him out as well. He's an awesome creator. He does some brilliant reviews on stuff. He owns, I think he's got shares in AliExpress. He's got that much stuff. He's done, if you're wanting tools, he's got so many good reviews on his channel. Please look and check him out. Look at this all name checking this morning, aren't I? Me doing my bit. That looks clean enough. We've got a decent amount on each pad. We've tinned the board as well. Thank you again, James, for that. I love that. Love that. This little thing here. I don't think you can see. I'll try and zoom down. Obviously, that's the chip what we've just been working on. But you twist this one to open it, and it's kind of spring loaded. We clip. You can see it's kind of it'll lock at a position, and it'll come down one clip. But it is holding it really nice. Well, not falling out. Nice weight on here. Big rubber pad at the bottom as well, so it's not going to slide about on anything slippy. Just really nice and well constructed as well. So yeah, I do like that one, and obviously heat proof as well. Let's get that back up there where it belongs. Good morning, Jasmed. Morning. Did it look like a few pads had soldered, had sucked away? Sorry, I will have a look at that. Thank you, Finlerman. Let me just put that back in there. Didn't notice that, but we will give that a quick browse under the scope. I'll find out where I am. There we go. Yeah, let's just retin it. I know the rumour is that flux is expensive and solder is expensive, but hey, let's push the boat out this morning. Why not? If I can remember where I put my solder, put it away. We have got nice tin pads on the board as well, but yeah, we'll give that a go. See if we can just. That bottom one there doesn't look like it wants to play ball too much. Oh, bless them, my neighbours have just brought my bin in for me. I've got such good neighbours, you know. Oh, we have a phone call coming through. Just 1 second, guys, while I answer this ding-a-ling. I always like it when customers do that. Ringing to say, he'd rung me to say he wanted to pop his computer in, but he thinks he's now sorted it. So, but thank you anyway. He didn't want to me to hang around for him. It's always nice when customers actually take time to do that rather than just leaving you hanging. It's always good. I think these two down here are a little bit empty. There you go. Ooh, has that pad just come off, or is that just dirty? Oh, that pad's not burnt off. These pads were set out on. These pads are so corroded. I don't want to. I don't really want to risk it too much. No, they look okay. I think it's light rather than camera and action. Apart from the top right, up the top left, as we look at it, that's the only weak one, I think. But I think the pad, that's where it took the brunt of the corrosion. So we'll get that out. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it again, aren't I? Let me get onto the right camera. Sorry, gents. So this one up here is the only weak one, as we can see, but there is a definite blob, and everything else is now touched up. And there's not a great deal on this ground pad, so it's not like it's going to come too far. But at least we've got a nice shiny bit on all of those. We'll get that dropped out. There's a exclamation OI should ring out and say, "Your nugget, put me on the right scene." Or you can do exclamation scene as well. Make sure my chip holder is cleaned. Do like that.
You!
Oh, you! There we go.
Oh, you!
We're going to get it all the time now. Like listening to radio. Is sound muted again? Am I losing audio? I did mute for the there you go, scene. Change the scene, sorry. Ding-a-ling reminds me of Simpsons. Boom. Right, board. Board. That's not a statement, that is a question. There we go, that's what we're after.
PCDD, you little shit.
I am one hell of a. We even have the cup now, cows, to prove it. Even have a cup to prove it. With cold tea in. Cold tea is optional. So looks like we have pin 1 up here with a little dot. We'll get this aligned round. Pin 1. So now which way it is, I'm just going to put a bit of heat into the board ready, just make it a little bit easier. And once I've got a bit of heat into the board, we'll get the chip on, we'll get it tacked down, then we'll refloat with a bit of flux. So same temp as before, 430 at 45% airflow. This is just getting a little bit of warmth into it because the board is very cold, and this will just make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping, when I come to do it. Knock that air down a bit. Okay, we can see on thermal camera, it's nice and warm now, so let's see if we can get this lined up. We need a cup with, have you, James? that would be good to go with Andy's, obviously, we all know which one that is. I've got a small one. Pin 1 denoted by that. I've got the shakes of anything today. Dirty tweezers, let me just clean my tweezers. Ouch! Right, clean on my jumper, but don't stab yourself because they are sharp. I still don't want to, right. So please wish me the best for this. I'm going in. I don't want to. Oh, it must be sticky, this chip. Must be smart chip. Right, let me get me thing out of the way. I will put some flux on in a second once I've tapped it down. I'm just going to, now I've held it in place a little, I'm going to try and do it with my incredibly shaky hands. Can't seem to get it aligned. Wonderful. Right, that's holding in place. I'm going to put a bit of flux on and flow it. Looks like a lot. That's only because it is a lot. I'm feeling you today. You're as old as you feel. I am very, very old. PCD is almost the same age as my dad. Such a young spirit. Do you know what? I'm probably older than some people's dads watching here. Yeah, I certainly. My daughter sent me the most amazing, or hand wrote me the most amazing message in my Christmas card this year, and I will say, it made me cry, or it brought a tear to my eye, because it was such a heartfelt thing from her, and it meant the absolute world. And I don't think unless you... Oh, damn, look at that. That's why I'm not very good at soldering. I took it off too early and not set. And now it's rock hard. At my age, anything rock hard is usually a good thing. At least we've got all ground pad solder out. It's all on pin 20 or whatever it is. I'm just going to let that hold a second because I'm burning my fingers. Look, this is because I've got checks this morning. I think it's the aftermark of the 2 days away. I'm going to start again. I'm going to start again. That's just disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. I'm burning my fingers. I'm having a nightmare. I've got wrong tweezers. I'm going to swap my tweezers as well to meet tweezers that I like. I can't do it with them tweezers. It'll go on first time this time. How do you do it without burning your hand? Please, somebody tell me how I do it without burning my hand. I don't do a great deal of this. So don't judge me on this. It's not what I do a lot of. I try. Can't say I'm successful at it. Look at that, I'm better than factory. Absolutely perfect. Can't even tell which one I've done. Perfect. Now we're just going to reflow. I've heard this on stream. This is why it's better when I show it on the camera. It looks like I'm doing it well when you can see from a distance. and I'm not going to touch it now like I did before. I needed to warm board up around there to warm all these caps up anyway, so that was my plan. So we've had first lesson on a Thursday morning on how not to solder, and that's how you do not do it. So I have got some ceramic tip, excuse me, some ceramic tip ones. I've got more tweezers than you could ever imagine. Don't make me any better at soldering or anything like that, but I do have ceramic tip tweezers. I've got 30 packs of tweezers set up there, which I need to do the review on. That's one of my reviews. I've got the airflow at 30% EDM, and I certainly probably do need to wear gloves. Certainly do need to wear gloves. Anyway, let's clean that joint, those joints up on this side of the board here with the trusty soldering iron, and then we'll check the joints to see if see what's what. We'll do it while there's some heat into the board. Get down here and see if I can get this board's that hot. I've got world's biggest, yeah, I have world's biggest soldering tip. Right. Let's have a look, see if they're all joined. That's flux, what you can see there. So let's give it a clean just to make sure it is flux, because what I don't want to do is turn it and then going pop goes the weasel. Did you see the soldering stream with his wife? I've seen a couple of soldering streams with his wife, yes. Is that the one where because they game together as well, don't they? They have a gaming, or I think Diane has a gaming channel as well. So I think he often, or he does pop on there as well. But yeah, he did some bits and bobs with Diane on his stream. I saw that one. It was wasn't it a coffee morning or something they did the other Sunday? What is it with that? Yeah, so they look all soldered. Do this one off at the edge of the bench because we can't get on otherwise. Find the chip that I'm soldering, which is that one there, and so we can get this in focal direction. Have I gone in? There we go. Can't really see there, but yeah, they all look okay. Not my cleanest of work, but as Uncle Soren would say, perfect. That centre pin looks a bit iffy. We'll touch that open and ooh. I need just touching up with solder iron because the first three on right hand side don't look good either. So we need to touch them bottom chips up, bottom legs up. But I can't get this one under camera. They look okay. So we're just going to touch the bottom ones up and see what's what. That one. Right bit, which is there. So I'm going to touch. It was those three at the bottom there. So I'm going to change my tip over to a smaller tip. Not that one. That's that one hiding right down there. I'm going to drop some all out of my soldering iron stand. I'm going to have one of them today. I have one of them every day. I don't know why I say it with such shock or dismay. I'm going to have one of them today. I have them most days like that. I've gone and lost me. There it is. That's the one I want. Back on. I've just ordered some new tips actually. But I've not done anything with them as yet. Put a bit of flux on that chip there. I need to reflow them. Not reflow, I need to flow them really. Ouch. There we go. So we can get the soldering iron in that gap. This is the smallest iron I have. Might as well just touch them up as well, because they were iffy ones as well when I first did it with blobs on. Yeah, I think everything else looked okay. She sometimes does soldering as well. Yeah, I saw a DIY kit that she'd done. Maybe a small knife tip for a good touch chip. Yeah, I could do. I have got a tiny knife tip, but I'm never that good with a knife tip. I know there is always a bit of people saying, "Oh, I don't like knife tips," and other people swear by them. I've never been I've never been amazing at soldering. I've always been adequate. I get the job done, maybe not on first attempt, but you know, once you've done it 10 times, you generally can get it done. Knife tips never. Is that a bridge? No, just it's just reflection. Yeah, just reflection. They're looking a lot better now, which were them we looked at before. So yes. Right, so we've cleaned all that in-seal chip up. We're going to give it a blast and just see if we've got anything on there. We will get our power meter back up. And we'll see what's what. Power supply is still on. Power input is up there. And we'll see if we can get anything alive. That's off. We'll get all this rigged up on camera. So before it was going to 5, triggering to 19 and then coming back down. I can't guarantee that it'll do anything different because all we've done is take the chip off badly and re-put it on badly. So let's go. So we're down to 5. Sitting at 5. Sitting at 5 volts and not doing anything else. Let's try this one on here, on the back of the board. Plug into USB-C. Exactly the same premise. We'll flicker on. 5 volts here. Right, so why don't we have a go at seeing if the board will power, you know, with the keyboard connector, which is what we learned the other day. I am not going to do it on keyboard connector because if anybody saw that video where Sorin actually came into my chat and then he did an amazing thing on his live stream where he actually shouted my channel out as well, where you can actually make a mistake. Now this, I cannot see a touchpad. I can't actually see on our keyboard connectors here. I'll just see if there's an on and off pin there, but I doubt whether there is because sometimes you get them. So keyboard connector is here. Sometimes you have a pair of bridging pins. No, I can't see any diagnostic pads to start it there. So I'm going to plug the keyboard in because we've got the keyboard and we'll plug the keyboard in. and see if that does any different. I'll tell you what I will do is put the battery in first, because somebody did suggest the other day it might not trigger up unless we've got battery in, which is a good shout as well. So let's just plug the battery in and see if we've got any difference on meter. So I'll plug that in to there. 5.17. Yeah, still doing the same. So let's just have a look, see if we've got anything with keyboard. One there for a bit of insulation. That goes that way, and the keyboard tries, take that off for the time being. Keyboard connector goes in here. All right, we've got keyboard onto there. Get the battery plugged in as well, just in case that is a requisite for the computer as well. Not always, but sometimes it is. This is such a bad battery connector. This you can't actually see because they put a metal plate over the top of it, so you can't line it up accurately to get it in. So we will try on here. We'll plug this in. We've got keyboard in as well. I'll keep an eye on the power meter. We're at 5 volts, not negotiating up. If it's not doing 19, wouldn't bother with. Ah, okay. Well, we've got it plugged in now, James. So we're just gonna. We'll try the keyboard just for the sake of that. Yeah, I mean, I think from what she was saying, she did spill it over the top of keyboard anyway, so keyboard might not be working. Yeah, it's not doing that. It's still stuck at the same. So we'll stick this back on the floor. I can only do this one till about 10:30, and then I'm going to jump onto one of others, and then we'll come back to this one because I am doing a long stream today, probably well into evening really, depending how much work we get through and how long everything takes. But it won't be any longer than 12 hours, but it will be a while. Morning, Falcon. Not seen you in a while. In chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Falcon. How is Cornwall? And did you ever get your excuse me, did you ever get your broadband sorted? Because you had some issues with that, didn't you? I'm just going to check, make sure we've now not got any shorts anywhere. Don't think we will, but we will see. Oh, there's a tool without a microscope zoomed out. What motherboard is this? Morning, Nicholas. It is a Dell XPS laptop motherboard. We had severe water damage and corrosion around here. I mean, it was really crusty. We cleaned that off on Monday, and then I had to shoot. But and then we had some around here as well. And computer's just sitting at 5 volts. It was negotiating up to 19 before. And then not really doing anything and coming back down to 5. So we've took the in-sill chip off and cleaned it all up and redone all that, because as you can see from here, it was incredibly bad, incredibly bad. I'm presuming that's a, I mean these, there's nothing I don't think which is shorting round there. Probes come unscrewed. Let's just check, see if we've got any shorts on any of the coils. We do not. So, what's the XPS laptop? Yeah, is there a component missing to the left of that chip? When we looked the other day, I know it's really dirty because obviously it's badly corroded. That pad, let me get here. That pad there isn't populated. That one there looked like factory solder here. And there is everything else which is in place. So I couldn't see anything which was missing, which was apparent, because again that's just corroded pad across those two. There was no shorts on these caps. I mean, that cap doesn't look very healthy, but there was no shorts on any, you know, no whatchamacallit on any of these caps. But we've got no. I'm presuming that's, I can't really see, but I'm presuming that's a resistor. We've got resistance through that one. I'm going to pull the diagram up of that chip, if I can read what it says, and I probably can't, so let's try the pen trick. It's getting cold in my office. So 9538CH. Let's see if this is on James's database, which I would imagine it probably may well be, which is that one there. Oh, where's it gone? Oh, I thought I kept him on my desktop and I cannot find James. Wonderful. So we'll just pull up the, so we've got 9538CH, 9538CH. I see. Insert. For some reason it keeps I'm looking, copy link address. Just add it for you again. Thank you, James. It's for some reason it keeps disappearing off the thing. So we'll go to James's portal. I keep adding it, honestly. I keep adding it. James's portal's amazing, and I keep adding it to my favourites, and I really don't know why it keeps disappearing. So we have 9538. Here we go. So if nobody knows what this is a database that our one and amazing James Jafix has done for us, and this gives us the schematics. We type it in here, and this will tell us what chip it is, if it appears on any other main board with different markings. So sometimes if you only go a partial marking, it'll do this. It's a charging IC for the battery. And am I right in thinking then we'll just pull the data sheet up? We won't pull that data sheet, but that don't look like a data sheet to me. That didn't look like a data sheet. That looked like something else. I don't know what that looked like. But let's go to YouTube. Not on that screen. Here we go. First ever time though, I got charged customs from AliExpress. I've been buying there for about 5 years. It's not the PD controller. You don't think it is a PD? Psychic, I only got charged for the first time as well. I think if it's over £120, £130, you get charged it. You get charged customs import fee on it. I think they are cracking down on it a lot. You don't think it's the why can't I find why is this just taking me in circles? Why is this just I hate this site for that. It just takes you in circles all the time. There we go. So that's basically the chip that we are looking at. Yeah, is it over to? I got charged on my power supply because my power supply were over £130. So anyway, this is what we're looking at. All mine companies are from there pretty much. To be fair, they only. I think sometimes you're just lucky if it doesn't get charged and unlucky if it does. There don't seem to be much things. Bear me 1 second, guys. I've got another telephone call coming through. PC.
PCDD, you little shit.
Catch me out on that 8-bit and get me with my I'm a little ship. Yeah. Fortunately I pressed mute. Fortunately I pressed mute. Anyway, so let's have a look at that. So are we thinking it's this in-sill chip which might be at fault, or are we thinking it's the PD controller? Because the PD controller is obviously the one which negotiates. Please correct me, guys. I am not an expert, but the PD controller negotiates the voltage from 5 to 19, or is it because the... Did I open a data sheet for a completely different chip? 9283. Now, I clicked on the... (9538). There we go. So it's not that. I'm going to go back to James's database. And put it back into James's. So we've got that one there. Right. So we'll do 9538. Which has brought that one there. That's the chip. And it's disappeared again. Let me try that again. 9538. It's a battery charging IC. And if I look at the data sheet, it brings that up, James. I will check which pins that is. Morning, excuse me, morning, Radio. Morning, Archnoid. Banana. Good morning, Archnoid. Yeah, I'm gonna check that low ohms thing. We've got the picture on there, James, but for some reason the database is not linking. Don't know why. Uh, 95838. 95. Oh yeah, 9538. Yes. No, if you look down here to this side, that's the part number, 9538C, and this is sometimes what it might also be called. So this is an example of the marking and things like that. So that could be that. But yeah, data sheet's certainly not linking there. It's working for me. I don't know. Is there a URL in here which I can just copy straight on? I mean, that don't mean anything to me if I'm being honest. It's just uncompiled code. So not sure on that one, James. Why it's doing that. Let's just 95383. I'll just do a Google search. 9538 Insil chip. There we go. And we want data sheet. And Mauser say they've got a data sheet for it. Reject. We don't want to do that. That is the right chip. Go away, don't show. And data sheet. 95383C, that is it. James has done an amazing job of that because he's created all that database himself. He's put photos on, links to data sheets, links to all sorts. So credit where credit's due on that one. It's an amazing, amazing tool. So anyway, we have, I'm presuming this is pin 1 up here. Or assuming because we've got a bit of information rather than presuming with no information. So I'm assuming that is pin 1 up there. And we should have... So where am I likely to measure? If we bring this on screen with my microscope, with this, and we'll bring the data sheet up. So close that, close that, close that. And I think I can do... I do have this set up so we can bring it on dual screen. PC screen, there we go. And we are having... No, not that one. There we go, that one there. No, not that one. Ah, we can bring that one up. Order, move to top. There we go. And let's pull the data sheet over here. Minimize that. Where did I put that data sheet? You nugget. Where's my data sheet gone? Oh, it's there. Right, that's my data sheet. See, we'll get there in the end. That's what we're aiming for, and bring OBS back up, and microscope. Zoop. There we go. Now we get there in the end. Holla. Right. Let's just bang that there for the time being, and then we can see what we're doing. So that's the board thing at the side. There we go. This is not PD control though. This is a battery charger, but if it is a short, then it will stop the PD controller from negotiating. At the beginning of the stream, there was an intermittent 19 volt after soldering the chip, now 5 volt all the time. Morning, Chill. Can you open the PDF on Norton? Falcon, hiya, buddy. MK, welcome. Rarely I get MK in chat. Welcome. Hello, MK. Do you know secret meaning of live PD, or are you just another human? It's number 47. The meaning of life is 47. We all know that. It's not a secret at all. So let's just zoom this out a little bit. So if I'm right in looking at this sheet, where would you like me to measure? On here, are we thinking that we need to? Because pin 1's obviously this. I'm hoping this is the same orientation now as what we had a second ago. So pin 1 top left, pin 1 on schematic top left. You're not working on cache version or something like that, are you, James? Yep, works fine. Right, anyway. I'm having to do this over 3 screens. So we should have DC in should be that pin down there, which is pin... why haven't I got enough pins down there? Well, according to this... Would that be DC in? No, third one along. 1, 2, 3. It's that one there. Which is that pad which goes to... Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to plug... Let's plug... I'll just plug power adapter in. We're still on 5 volts, and I'll get this over to DC. And we'll see if we've got any voltage coming in. So I'm on... It's still sat at 5.16 volts. We'll get that on there. And we'll see if we've got any voltage coming in just there. So we've got 5 volts coming in. I can't see my picture of it. It's over the other side of the room, and I'm trying to squint across to see where my voltage out should be. But this won't give a voltage out if this is battery until we've got battery plugged in. Because this is the battery charge IC. So let me just plug the battery in. What a silly battery connector that is. Cannot see at all. Completely hidden underneath the metal shroud. This must be one of the worst battery designs I have ever seen on here. Right, so we now have the battery in. I'm going to plug the power back on just to make sure it's not. So we're still sat at 5.16. So we have 5 volts coming in here, as we can see when I can get onto the peg. 5 volts coming in here. Got 3 volts here, which obviously an output, because by the looks of it, that is that the gate pin, do we think? No, I can't see. It's a long, long way away. Battery should be third one up on right hand side. 1, 2, 3. So battery should be that one there, do we think? Got a volt on battery pin there. Which looks like it goes to that resistor here. Got 4 volts on that second pin up, which looks like, I don't know what OTG, PG, C mount means. This is a horrible data sheet. Is there any other info on it here? Ow. No. This is just taking me in a circle. This bewilders me why all data sheets just take you in an absolute circle when you're looking for something. That takes me to an advertising page. Wonderful. That just takes me to something I can buy. Wonderful. Don't want to do that. I want a data sheet. Nine, 5, 3, 8. James says he's done this, so let's get this back up here. Nope, still coming up with that for me, James. I'll open it in Google Chrome, just to make sure I'm in Google Chrome. Let's open it in Microsoft Edge, just to see if that's any different. Nine, 5, 3, 8. No. So Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge for me, James, are just coming up with the same thing. Nine 2, aren't we? 9, 5. 9, 5. Not on there. That's the same data sheet as we've just got from the other place. Nine, 5, 8, 3, 6. Wrong chip. Right, so I haven't got the data sheet. Wonderful. Apart from that thing we were looking at a second ago, which doesn't seem to want to give me the correct can't even find it now. PC screen, get rid of that. It's not a pin out. Go. Got no. Yeah, no, that's the problem. It's the same chip. Ah, right. ISL 9538C. Let me see if I can find that one then. I need one with pin outs, like you're saying, just to see. So 953 ISL 95383. ISL 9538C. Datasheet. DAT. Yeah, I've only got the same short form one. All data sheets say they've got it, but you go onto their site and it's not showing it, and the data sheets on all the others are just pants. And the only one I can find is for a different chip. Right, somebody has put it on bad caps, that chip, which is wonderful. And just see if this is going to show us. Can we see that on bad caps? Is that the right chip? That looks to be the right chip. ISL 95383CH. Right, that is the correct chip. Yeah, just checked on the laptop and I have the same problem. Right, so this is the chip that we are looking for now. Because somebody's posted it to bad caps, because it must be a similar sort of thing. So that's the chip that we are looking at. I cannot see it too clearly because it's a million miles away. So we should have. If we say top left is pin 1, so we've got DC in, which is pin 1. Would we say? Let's see if James has done this. 953 on James's thing. 9538. Ooh, we have a schematic. We've got the schematic. James has come through for us. We all knew James would come through for us, didn't we? Nice and easy. Let's just resize this box we've now got on here to where we are looking. Trying to do this over several screens whilst I'm looking at OBS for guidance is a little bit tricky. Right, so we now have a schematic courtesy of James. Whew. So DC in is pin 17. Right, so it is upside down because our pin 1 is up here. So I'm going to spin the board to get it in the same orientation because I will not be able to comprehend that. Thank you very much, James and Psychic, for doing that. So we'll get pin 1 into the bottom left. So we should now have, find the chip on here, other side of board. There we go. Pin 1, bottom right. Pin 1, bottom right. Yeah, pin 1, bottom right. Right, that's the same orientation as the picture. Because that's the only way I'm going to be able to comprehend it. Right, so we have, how does the charging IC in the Dell? That would be a good question. I have no idea, Archnoid, on that one. Is the low ohm component connected to pin 1 and 2? I will have a look. I'm going to pull my sleeve down because I'm really chilly. Oh. Let me just test that voltage and stuff like that. So we're going to put probes. There we go. So pin top right should be DC in. So this pin up here should be DC in. Because I've moved orientation at board now, I'm trying to just reorientate my hands now without getting them under camera. So that should be DC in. We've got 5 volts DC in. Oh, it's the title of the video link. Okay. So we've got voltage on that one. We've got 4 volts on that one, which is VCD. Uh, 31, which is that battery, which is second from the end. But we won't have anything on there because I've got no battery connected anyway. And then I've got 4 volts there. I presume that's a cap. It looks a bit like a cap, but I can't quite see because it's that burnt. Is anywhere else you want me to be measuring now? So you was on about a low ohms capacitor on pin 1 and 2, I think you were saying, weren't you? This one here. Low resistance. Got 38 ohms on there. And according to the sheet, I should have, should be a capacitor across there. See if we can just move it into shot. So between 1 and 2, here, which is where they're bridging 1 and 2. I've got 38 ohms resistance on that. Morning, Edinburgh. It looks like a cap. Yeah, obviously it's completely burnt. It does look like a cap. I have powered off, by the way. and it's certainly charcoaled. It looks shocking. That's the part of the schematic what we've got on here at the moment on screen. That it's this one here. That is the offending article just there. Which basically goes up to pin 1 and 2, which is just off your screen, but it is just up here, and that's where it goes to. Now it definitely looks bad. This has got severe water damage. We've had the chip off and we've put it back on. I'm going to pop that cap off just in case it's not doing us any favours, and it's there. And if it is that bad, it probably needs something doing with it anyway. So let me just take that off. So glad when I can get my other tips on, because we can see this tip is not that clever. Yeah, that's actually fallen to pieces, so that was certainly not good. There we go. Well, that's off now. Give it a quick clean. One of many which is not looking good. Made no difference at all that to its power state. Fixed. It shouldn't be required for PD control to get to 19 volts. So where are we thinking then, James? Well, I'm in the hands of chat on this one. I could really do with the assistance, because my knowledge is certainly more at replacing a board rather than replacing a component. Are we thinking this chat just because this was corroded? Did you plug in USB again? Yeah, I'm back on USB. I've got USB-C in and I'm sat at 5 volts. It's not moved at all from that 5 volt reading. But if you remember when we did, oh, you probably don't remember Monday when we did it, it was coming up with the same, lifting itself up to 19 and down, and then switching itself off. And we thought it was because of the shorts. You soldered? No, I didn't. I soldered with it off, James. I did solder with it off. What you can't see on camera, I've got me other box here. And it was disconnected, so no, it was off. It was definitely off. No, didn't make that mistake. Don't worry about it. Getting you a little bit too worried on there. No, definitely off. You got me worried on that one. Let alone anything else. So should we look for the PD controller and test around that? Because we also had, if you recall, just let me flip over to this side of the board. We had we had a lot of, let me find it, around here as well. So this chip here also had quite a lot of stuff around it. It was nowhere near as burnt, but obviously this looks like one of the power MOSFETs for the CPU, because obviously it's CPU sitting here. And I imagine these are the power stages for CPU, but this had a lot round as well. Can't see any physical damage on those. We did just clean it up, and they cleaned up reasonably well. The only other bit was the fingerprint reader, which was over here, which was quite burnt. The ribbon cable had burnt and things like that, but there was nothing inside. And we cleaned the whatchamacallit up on here, and so on. But yeah, that was the other area where it was. What is the CPU? The CPU is, no idea, there's no markings on it. Yeah, no markings. It is written there. That's the board rev, but I don't know what CPU it is. It's probably an Intel of some, well, it is an Intel of some description, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know which CPU it is. It's not, I've not got that information. I'll look it up. Okie dokie, thank you. Look on the back side. Don't think there's anything on the back side for the CPU either. Got the lovely onboard RAM. Where's Arnold? Because I'm sure it's a BIOS issue. This is the one which has got everything duplicated and dualed, if you remember, when we were doing it Monday. And he was explaining that how that all worked. When I say we've got 2 minutes, I mean we've got two whole 60 seconds times 2. We've got 120 minutes on there before I need to move on to something else. We will revisit this one because I want to get a little bit deeper. But I'm thinking that I've got another 7 jobs on. So I've been on this since 8:45 this morning. And we spent a couple of hours on it on Monday. So I'm probably, should we just park this one to, yeah, oh, it's a 12th gen Intel, so it's a nice enough thing. I think it's a dear enough laptop, if I'm on, be honest, James. So it's worth her. If you remember, she had bought herself a MacBook Pro, and the reason why these came in is because the MacBook Pro failed and she needed to do a coursework. So she says, can you repair these? And then she ended up getting a MacBook Pro done same day. So yeah, let's just park this. We are going to come back to this, so please don't think I'm not. We are going to come back to this, but I do need to move on to the others because I've got to get those done. Morning, Phil. I need to get those done as well, and earn some money. It's just the nature of being in business that we can come back to this, but probably later once I've got some of the other bits done, because if not, work will mount up and I won't be able to feed the dog today. So we will come back to this, not ignoring it, but we know where we are, so we'll park that. I'll just put all the stuff on here because we've got all the bits and bobs from last week when we took it to pieces, from Monday when we took it to pieces. Lots of little tiny screws, which we're going to try and keep in their own little compartments. Right, I'm going to just put this through to the other room so I do not, I'm getting mixed up. yeah, so we are going to come back to that. But I just need to move on for the time being. Because I did this Monday, and the reason why I've got all these carrying over is because I didn't actually get to doing any of them on Monday, because we did spend quite a lot of time doing the other diagnostics. Remember, we did 5 hours on that other computer and he didn't end up paying us. So I certainly need to do some today, because these have been in since last week as well. So let's get rid of, go back to microscope. I'm just going to get rid of that one there, and we will turn that off. So at least we're back on a correct screen on here. So this one is the one which had the failed Optane drive. Not Octane, as I kept calling it last week, Optane. So I spoke to the customer, and he says, just change them both, put an SSD in. So this is what we are doing. We're changing both discs and putting an SSD in. Ouch. God, that knee is so painful today. Oh, I've just got interesting. Right, we will do that. Oh. Let's get this off, because we need to set these to pieces. Ouch. No, you're good. Just change B and L. What's that? Ah, oh my bad. But any one of those. I think it's all right. Google is a pain. I think 12th gen is a book can be sometimes consumed. Worth parking and smashing out some easy jobs. Yeah, it's not so much smashing out easy jobs. It's I've got to work on what comes through the door. So obviously everybody wants their machine back speedily anyway. So it's a case of they might not be as interesting for streams, but they just need doing. They need doing as equally as any other things really. So that's the thing. Where did I just put that hard drive caddy? It's down there. So I'm going to take the other hard drive off. So if I flick onto this view here, we're going to strip his mechanical drive out. We'll put him in SSD in, and we'll see where this goes or what happens with this. We did hit that magic 700 subs this morning. If anyone wasn't aware, I have put a post on my post site. Is that what you call it on YouTube? Magic 700 subs today. Thank you to everybody who's done that. Wonderful. These are not designed for SSDs, so they have a cutout and nowhere else to put it. Brilliant. So the issue, what you will have is obviously, if we look at the hole spacing pattern and then look at hole spacing pattern on SSDs, the screws don't match up to get it unless you put it. Sometimes you can get one screw in, but not always anything else. So they're going to have to be stuck down. And I don't like sticking them down. So what I would normally do is have a look and see if, like on here, I've got a couple of holes. So I'll stick it down here because this is the place for the SATA cables, and then I'll put the cable tie through here just once I've got the sticky pads on to just support it as well, to make sure it doesn't come loose. Not that there's any weight in here and everything else. Just with the heat archinoid, they can come a little bit loose and off. So that's basically get a drill out. Yeah, get a drill out and drill it down. So let's get some sticky pads and bang them on here. There we go. Could have cut a piece of tape. It's only for holding it in place more than anything else, and put a double thickness piece of tape just below it, because that's in a slight recess. The cable ties and everything else will probably do most legwork with this, if I'm being honest, or the cable tie, zip tie, whatever you want to call it, depending where you are in the world or what you know them as. I don't know. What's the official word? Is it zip tie? Is it cable tie? I don't know what you would actually call it. Is it just a regional thing? You know, a country-specific thing? I call them cable ties. I call them zip ties. I can't even change it really. Can never find them. Let's get this in. See if we can get that in there, and then that one down there. This might give us a fighting chance of getting it held into place. Oh, come on, you nugget. That's that bit in. Stick that one over there. I'll show you what I've done afterwards once I've got it together, but it's difficult to show this bit on camera. So that is just offering a bit of extra support. It's not going to go anywhere. There's no weight in them really, but this is just offering a bit of support, because obviously the holes don't line up, and I haven't got any conversion caddies. Don't really use them anymore. That would plop on there, and that would pop on there. So let's get this rebuilt with this bit in. And it goes over that the right way, and bang some screws in the front of there. Oh, that was on the roof. Something banging like a ball. 1, 2, and the magic 3. Can't get it in. Third one. This is just holding the CD tray caddy, whatever you want to call it, in, so we can then pop the CD DVD in. Yeah, brand of tie wrap used in the past. I thought I saw 3.5-inch SSD on Ali once. I have seen a 3.5 one. I actually saw it in a machine. I can't remember what I was looking at. But yeah, but it was more for the fact of it was just a 2.5 in a big case. When you opened it, it was just a plastic case. So yeah, I have experienced that, I would say, myself. but what I sometimes find is, I used to use them cradles quite often, but they don't always work. I'm just trying to look where this goes. That's upside down, so it goes that way. I took this off a week ago, trying to remember where everything goes. Goes that way. So they stick through here. Yeah, so oh, this is that one. Upside down. I'm gonna have to cut that off. Put it upside down. Well, we know sticky pads work anyway. Get another cable, tie, zip tie, cable wrap, whatever we want to call them. 2 of them. I was just looking on on Google, and you know, the gentleman we had last week with the I'm not paying you, they just left me a 1-star review on Google. So makes you laugh, doesn't it? Makes you laugh that they then want to try and take every opportunity to neutralise you because they don't like it when they get challenged. Makes you laugh. So.
PCDD, you little shit.
2 of the same thickness of cable ties. I need to put 3 on here because I can't find. Put 3 on. Might be easier. Morning, Just and Electro. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We did start this morning with a laptop which has got liquid damage, and then we've had to move on because I've had several other things to do, but we will be revisiting that. But yeah, I did spend probably 3 hours on it this morning, and we will come back to that one. But other than that, not missed a great deal this morning, guys. Yeah, can't believe they left a bad review. It's crazy. Only one I've ever received, which isn't 5 out of 5. Well, that says something, doesn't it? So, anyway, everyone's got an opinion. Back in there. They go there like so. Yeah, and power. It's a lot easier when you get it in the right way. That's it. All done. So we need to plug the front on, because this is one of these where you need to put the front on before you can put everything else in, and the power button needs to go in. Power. This power button's only just clipped in. This is non-reversible, this thing, but I can't see why that wouldn't. Why is that stopping it going in there? I have a 1-star review from a woman that only sent me a message once and didn't fix anything. Yeah, I've had a couple of them, Electro. And in fairness, normally with Google are good. That you just say, is the communication. She's never, or they've never actually had any work done with me, or I didn't get it done. So Google quite often will remove it then. I think I've only ever had it twice. A lot better than TripAdvisor, not TripAdvisor. What's that other place called? Trustpilot. They're hopeless. Absolutely terrible, them. That's better. Just needed a bit of persuasion. Put this CD back in, which goes in that way. Very nice. There we go, that's plugged in. Let's see if we can get my hands trapped in the bottom here. Need a bit of a illumination. We've got the CD and we've got the SSD all connected back up. Don't think we took anything else out. So we should be good to go on that. That's a new hard drive install. We're leaving the Octane one out, obviously, because that's the thing what has failed. And he's just going for a single SSD. So he's changing the Octane for SSD. And have I got two? Excuse me. Have I got another SATA port down there? If I have, I might do his data transfer with. Bit really tricky to get to. See if I can move that whilst I'm in here and stick him another SATA cable in. At least I can do his data transfer with SATA cable, which will be quicker than USB. So I don't know how much he's got on the USB, so I might just leave it in there. I'm talking to myself now. Let's get some screws. Screw this down. Google didn't do anything. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know. I've always sent him a bit of evidence with it and just said, look, this is it. They've never had it done. I had one who tried to blackmail me, who basically had said in text message, unless you give me a job for free, I'm going to leave you a 1-star review. And I went, well, it's tough. Basically, crack on and leave it. And it weren't anything other than it was just trying to threaten me and blackmail me. Work we've done and everything else with no issues at all. But if you read all his Google reviews, every one were a 1-star review that he'd left people. So I just put it to Google. I said, look, this guy is threatening people. He's obviously threatened other people. I would urge you to ban him from leaving reviews. And they removed that one. My laptop shows the charging blue LED doesn't power even with the AC only not turning on, no blue LED, and my EC has a tiny hole in it. Your EC chip has a tiny hole in it. If your EC chip has got a tiny hole in it, it shouldn't have a tiny. It's not there for ventilation, unfortunately. It's to let smoke out. That's why they have little holes in them. So if it's got a hole in it, it's probably not the best thing. Is it the Aces which suffer with GPUs? They go short, don't they? And stop working. But yeah, that shouldn't. I would imagine, and people may agree with me or may not, but I don't think they should have a hole in it. What do you think, Jack? Should an EC chip have a hole in it? Or is it just to let the smoke out? Which they put in at factory, in fairness. They seal it in there, don't they? Yeah, in the centre. Yeah, if it is a centre one, yeah, I would say it's not very well. I would probably say I've never seen one with a hole in what worked. Usually when they get to that stage, it's because they don't want to work anymore. They've given up. They've just gone, it's too much for me. I need to stop doing this, and they just don't work anymore. Yeah, some of them are self-programming though. Some EC chips, aren't they? Don't they read it from the BIOS? But you need somebody who can replace EC chips, whether that's, I don't know whether you can or not, but yeah, you need to find somebody who can and has got a proven thing where they can replace them, because it's not an easiest thing to replace at all. I wouldn't want to really attempt to replace one. I have replaced one. I think I did one on stream, but yeah, I won't want to do one other than, I think that was on a test board that we were doing. Yeah, photo. If you can put a photo on it, that would be brilliant. If you can get that, people can see. Because sometimes, unless you look under a microscope, then unless it's a definitive hole, it might not be a hole. You sell the RAM to pay for it. That's a good shout, actually. Yes, sell your RAM. You can buy a new laptop with what you get for your RAM. Oh, just going to do 4 screws out, and I've got 4 screws sat there waiting. Never mind. All right, let's get Keely and Mickey. Come and help me. Let's see if we can get this in OBS. Plug that in and plug this in. And see if we can beat our record of 6 minutes, which is what we normally get to for a full installation. And then we will use the magic. Oh, I never tested my power supply. I might need to repair my power supply as well, because if you remember last week we tested the power supply and it wouldn't work. Might be an interesting one to have a look at. Well, I won't say interesting one, but you electrocute me. Let's see if this will post and get a memory stick in. Get my blue one in, because my blue one's the fast one. We have a light. Asa, we have picture. We have picture. Windows, oh, did he want Windows 10 or Windows 11? I would imagine, yeah, Windows 11. So we will stick Windows 11 Auto, and we'll do that. My Stream Deck is getting wham. We have picture. We do, but it did power on about 3 days back until I put the battery in. I did a iFixit battery calibration. Then after the shutdown, it wouldn't turn on. I recall paying $130 for a stick of 512 megabyte. I remember trying to buy 2 64 megabyte sticks of RAM, and the shop wouldn't sell me them because he said you don't need them. And I went, but I want them. And they just wouldn't sell them, which I found a little bit crazy. I must have tried to use, there you go, do that. Right, this should be 6 minutes in total. So while this is doing this chat, because I've got nothing to, I'm just going to put the kettle on and also pop for a Jimmy's, and let the pooch out. Right. Kettle's on. I'll be quick as I possibly can. I'm just going to let the dog out and just grab a quick drink. One tick. Right, we are back. We are back. The microphone along. We have picture glasses so I can see what I am doing. I can't do that. 486 512 kilobyte cards. It's crazy, isn't it? Because back then we just thought, wow. I'm going from 512 kilobytes, 4 megabyte video card. It was like, well, I can imagine it can handle graphics. I remember when we used to have to fit sound cards to make sure we just didn't get a beep. Or you might not always get a beep because most computers came with a speaker, but it was a beep speaker, wasn't it? A kilobyte of RAM was $4.95 in 1974. 16 gigabytes would be 500 million. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I mean, that's probably by August it'll be that, won't it? You can eat on stream too. I'm back in the room. Are you guys spying on me? I've just grabbed myself a biscuit. Got myself a biscuit. And a cup of tea. Am I? PCDD, you little ship mug. Oh, lovely. Swallowed that wrong. Hi. We have 701 subscribers, guys. Thank you, whoever that was. If I missed, well, I clearly missed it because oh, dropped my biscuit. Didn't announce it. Here's a question for you. Is it right or wrong to dip biscuits? Should you dip or shouldn't you dip? I'm a dipper, but only on certain biscuits. Got to dip, haven't you? You don't dip digest. God, that's a lot of D, isn't it? You don't dip digestives. Well, these are digestives. I've not heard of that new RAM called Zam. Please enlighten us. Tastes better dip. I know it melts the sugars and it goes into your mouth a little bit more, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm certainly a dipper. I think chocolate biscuits, chocolate digestive dipped, brilliant, because it certainly melts the chocolate and it gets into your mouth quicker. And I wouldn't dream of eating something like a rich tea where I wouldn't dip. But I wouldn't dip Jaffa cakes. I wouldn't dip them caramel hobnobs either. I don't know why, I'm just not a lover of dipping them like that. So there are things I will dip and certainly things I won't dip. And then do you go for a double dip? Do you go for a double dip? That's the other question. Do you think double dipping is okay? Because you then run the risk. You then run the risk of it being wobbly and it falling off and dropping in your tea. And there's nothing like getting down to the last mouthful of your tea and drinking soggy biscuit down there. My dog has found there's a crumb on the floor and she's looking for it. Those you're munching on right now. Sorry, these are digestives I am munching on right now. They are cheap Aldi little knockoff. They're not McVitie's. Can't afford McVitie's. Can't afford McVitie's. They taste the same. Something from a Z of form build. Ah, right. Chocolate big dip, yeah, got a bit. I just love it as the chocolate kind of oozes through your mouth. Can't remember the last time. Don't you eat biscuits, Ozzy? Zam is promising to slap energy use by 40 to 50% for those massive AI data centers where power and cooling is the biggest cost. Oh wow, that's. I mean, if they can cut 50% off their bill, wow. McVitie's, is that because they don't make them over there? Is that what the thing is? They're not produced in the land of Oz as such. Right, I'm just going to quickly install the drivers from Snappy Driver, which is here. If you don't know what this is, I will quickly explain, but I'm sure if you've watched the stream before, because I use it all the time. You basically, it holds more or less a full Windows database of drivers for everything from Windows XP onwards. You simply put it on your memory stick, click scan and install, and now it'll go off and start installing the respective drivers for your hardware. So it's ideal if you've not got an internet connection, but B, even if you have got an internet connection, as you can see, my memory stick installs so much quicker than those. So what I normally do is this will give me 90 to 90% of drivers, sometimes 100%, and it self-updates as well, and it's called Snappy Driver install. So it will kind of bring all the drivers through, and then once that's done, I normally then connect it to internet. It's ideal for some computers if you've got Ethernet or Wi-Fi, and it's not installed during the Windows install process. It's ideal for that. People will be selling them like drugs on the streets. Aussies don't they like McVitie's? What? That threw me. I was wondering why the hell a window opened on my PC. Did I get you? Did I get you, cows? God, Windows could have been so much better. Drivers should be, yeah. I think all manufacturers should be made to say these are our base drivers for Windows. Make sure your hardware works with these, bit like graphics card drivers do. But I think internet Wi-Fi drivers need to be at that standard as well, because sometimes I will get certainly laptops where Wi-Fi won't be installed during the thing. And is it Lenovo? I think it's Lenovo. They don't have mouse touchpad drivers as part of Windows install. So during even the install where you've got to select the driver mode, you've got to use the keyboard. Well, to some uninitiated people who don't realise you can use a keyboard to navigate the screen, it's going to be really tricky and time consuming. I just find that really, really bad. Drivers should be on the hard where no install. Yeah, they should. I know they need to do it, but they should. I agree with you, Red Major. I think there should be a base driver on there, which will definitely work to get you up and running. Yeah, like your graphics card, it's not going to play your 3D games, but it gives you a picture. And I think the same is, and it is. You're probably right. It costs more money, and they just don't want it. Don't know whether they want to invest, or it just makes it difficult for some consumers to try and do it. Right, just whilst I am doing that, I'm just going to turn my power supply off. So my power supply is now off. At least we're not. Oh no! Did I turn it off? Oh no! Why is my power? I had it off before. There you go. I had it off before and now turned it on. Dope! What is this software? This software is Snappy Driver install. So I'll show you this whilst it's installing. So you download it and you basically put it on a memory stick, and it basically sits in here. You open it up. It's a big install. I'll tell you now, gents. If we just look, go back one level. It's a big install for the full thing. It's free. 60 gigabytes. So you need a good high-speed memory stick, and you also need one with plenty of space on. So I've got 1 terabyte memory stick, so I'm okay, and they're really fast. But you download it and install it. Certainly if you're installing Windows a lot, like I do, put it in your memory stick. You then just open it up. I have it on my test hard drive as well. So if you're moving hard drives between machines for testing, you can just install all drivers. You basically double click on it. It brings this window up here. It'll automatically scan whatever computer you've put it on, and it'll bring up all the respective drives. You basically select all and then click install, and as you can see, within a few minutes later, depending what it is, yep, no spy crap, It's really good. It installs them all, and if we look at Device Manager, I would say there you go, it's done. The vast majority of drivers are now installed, including things like your display drivers and sound and everything else, and Wi-Fi and Ethernet and whatnot. So once I've done that, all I would then do is do a reboot to make sure it boots, just make sure there's no issues, and then I would then go on to bringing it onto Windows update process, just to make sure. Because the light to spy on us. Good morning anyway, Arian. Good morning. Penzance Cornwall. Yeah, I think Falcon said this morning that it was a bit breezy. He's down your neck of the woods as well. Good morning, good morning, good morning. They do it for, we should build a new OS. We could do with a new one. There are a lot better OS out there, just not as easy to use. They put it on for spyware, don't they? Or they put it on to try and entice people into, this is why it's better than last version of Windows, because we've added this feature. If we don't need that feature, we don't need that feature, because ultimately that's the thing. I'm just going to move this one out of the way because that is in the way, and I'm waiting for a motherboard for that one. So there's no reason why this needs to sit in here. Be careful with this because he's got some 2 sticks of RAM on there. We know how expensive RAM is. Watch out, dog. Move. The dog's laying under my feet. Yeah, what this means is I can then put that PC we've just worked on over here, start its data transfer across, and then just come back to that for final Windows updates. I had to search high and low yesterday for a motherboard for that computer there, and I don't know if you've tried to find a motherboard for an 11th gen i7. Just can't find them. Can't find. Obviously, they don't make them anymore, but just trying to find one is just a pain. Just crazy. You just cannot get one. Right, just quickly do a Windows update. Show more. No, there's no eject on there, and I cannot see my eject. So turn my overhead camera off a second. I can eject my memory stick because we know we should always eject memory sticks. Yep, done. Turn my overhead camera back on. Yeah, you can get de-bloated versions, or Windows P is slightly different, isn't it? I would have thought counts to that, but Windows P is a good example of a stripped down version of Windows, so you're not going to get all the bloat. Yeah, Windows 10 Lite's a good one. The version I put on, which is the one I've just installed, it isn't a fully stripped down version, but there are certain things which I've told it not to install. So stuff like Windows Fax. I mean, who on earth needs Windows Fax installed nowadays? So I don't get it to install that. I don't get it to install as default the camera app, because not everybody has the camera app. I can't remember. There's about a dozen things which would normally be installed, which I tell it not to install. You can still install them if you want. The scanner app, because less people have scanners nowadays, so it doesn't install the scanner app, which is actually part of the fax thing. So there is quite a few things. There's some telemetry things that are blocked as well, to do that. Some advertising and marketing ones, but it's stripped down to some degree, but not majorly stripped down like some of them, because some of them, problem is if you turn up telemetry things and things like that off, people want automatic updates, people want things to do. So I'm typing up wrong keyboard here. Activation. They want. Let me graphics card just do what it's doing, and then go back to activation screen. Thank you very much for graphics card. So I do leave certain things on because the average user wants them left on. Things like Windows Defender, just in case they haven't got an antivirus. So I do leave them on for that purpose and that reason. Activation settings. And we are activated. It is a home version of Windows 11. So that's always nice. Let's have a look at the spec quickly while that's doing that. So I don't know how much RAM this has got. So we are on a 6-core 9400 i5. And we've got 8 gigabytes of RAM. And then it's just integrated graphics. So yeah, it's just a basic enough computer, but we are there. Ooh, 1 second. I have a standard charge of... Right. Yeah, so that's doing that. So whilst that's doing that, there's no point in us watching it. I'm going to grab another laptop down. We will see which one we're going to do. Because we have 3 now. So I think this was the first in. Right, so my notes on here are Diagnostic / BIOS / SSD. Those are my notes on that one. That was only just coming today, so that one's at the bottom of the pile. This one has got I think that's an upgrade to Windows 11. And this one is that's just come in today as well. So those 2 have just come in today. So we're going to leave those 2 there. I keep looking at this Toughbook, and I really don't want to touch the Toughbook because it's just going to be not pleasant to do. We're going to do this Dell next. There we go. There's a decision for you. I'm going to do the Dell, and then once we've done the Dell, we will then do the Toughbook. So let me see how quickly this is doing. I just want to get this. They've all done. I'll shut that down. I'm going to put this one over the other side of the office. That's all. On the other. I'm going to get this one plugged into that monitor there because we've got a data transfer to do. So I can start that off, leave that, and then we can move on to this one. And my notes are power, BIOS, and SSD. I'm not too sure what the problem is with this one. I don't trust Windows 11. I would completely agree. I don't know if I'd go back to 8.1. I skipped 8 completely. I run 7 for a very minimal amount of time, but didn't really like 7. But yeah, 8 and 8.1, I completely skip. It's indiscriminative inaccuracies, Windows 11. It'll run one day and then just not work, and then yeah, no idea. After all the recent crap that came out about Microsoft, I don't trust the company anymore. No, I mean, what was that thing? What they brought out, that snapshot thing where it records a snapshot on your computer, and it's like, what? So it records everything that I'm doing basically. I paid for Windows 90. I paid for Windows. My worst mistake I ever did, XP, never paid for 7. I think I got XP installed on a laptop that I bought, and I think was it a free upgrade to 7, and then I must have bought 10 because I've got 2 or 3 copies of 10. I have free extended support for Windows. Yeah, I've got free extended support as well until October. You just need to sign in through your Microsoft account and then say, do you want this free extended support? Why wouldn't you want it? Yes, of course I want it because Windows 11 is horrendous. But Windows 12, Windows 12 was earmarked to be out in Q4 of 2024. So not last year, year before. And then I was reading that it got delayed. That's when it was supposed to go out to manufacturers for hardware installs on pre-built systems. And then I read somewhere that it had been delayed until Q2, which would have been April, May, June of 2025. Well, it's still not out now. So I think with the ooh-ah about Windows 10, and they were trying to force everyone onto 11 because Windows 11 installs only just taken over Windows 10 middle last year, which is crazy. Well, it's not crazy because I think everyone realises that Windows 11's pants and people were moving off 11 onto 10. I think Microsoft will hopefully bring 12 out this year, but is it really going to be any better? Because we know what they'll do. They'll just throw more features at it, expecting people to go, oh, thanks for features, but I'd rather have some security and reliability and stability. Yeah, Windows 3.1 was cool with no bloatware. We couldn't call back in them days because it generally didn't have an internet connection, did it? Windows 10, I would say, I think Windows 10 is the best one for me, and then Windows XP after that. And then probably Windows 7. If I then had to make a judgment after Windows 7, where would I sit? I think of its time, and we're talking a time frame here, not talking compared to now, I would then say after 7 it'd be Windows 98 SE, because I found SE better than 98, even though they weren't a great deal. Then probably to Windows 11, mainly because it does offer some benefits. And then I never liked Windows 8, but probably then Windows 8, then Vista, Windows 95, Windows 3.1, and right at the bottom, Windows Millennium. That's where I would probably sit them all. I don't think I've missed any out in there. No, I don't think I've missed any out. Yeah, oh, is that when it's coming out, Aussie? Q1 27 now, which is 3 months after they say they're going to get rid of support for whatchamacallit, for Windows 10. God, Windows 3.1. Yeah, that 3.11 for work groups. Red Major, isn't that what that was? I remember watching Weezer video on 95 in amazement after using 3. Windows 95 was just a massive step forward because it just made everything look pretty, didn't it? Millennium, yeah. Millennium was horrendous. That's why Millennium sat right at the bottom of my list. I remember wanting to upgrade to Millennium. I mean, I'm not putting things like NT in there and Windows ME and things like that. But Windows 2000, sorry, and NT, I've not put them obviously in there. But yeah, I remember thinking, I'll move to Millennium. Oh gosh, I moved straight back. Windows NT was stable, but it was absolutely... The reason why it was stable is because it was quite a tight operating system. You look back of it, it was a really closed ecosystem in that genre. And that's why it was stable. Because only business had really run it, and it wasn't overcomplicated. It was like buying a car from 80s. It just had no electrics on it. So if something worked, it worked. There were not a lot of bells and whistles for it to break down, really. But it was nice and tight. There was a couple of decent security holes that you could bypass for different things. But all in all, it worked really well for networking and different protocols like that. Windows Longhorn, weren't that that was a code name for it though, Longhorn? Weren't that a code name for... I thought wasn't that a code name for Vista or something like that? It's a while ago, isn't it? How many people remember Windows First Edition 98 FE? I had Windows 98. I don't remember it being called... I had 98 and 98 SE. And obviously, you used to put SE on, didn't you, as a pack. Clippy says you are trying to install Windows and it is limited amount of hardware it's supported. So yeah, that's the thing. It's a bit like Mac OS. That it was such a limited, Vista. It was such a limited or tight ecosystem for it that stuff really couldn't go wrong easily, because it was like, that's what you're having and this is what we're telling you can have. But then they had to appeal to more mass market, because every Tom, Dick and Harry wanted to make a PC. Because if you think back then, we had, you go back to Windows NT days, if you think what we had on consumer market, we had Intel, AMD and Cyrix, and we probably had another chip manufacturer floating around at the time as well, I would have thought. But we had other chip manufacturers in the mix. So trying to make an operating system which was stable across 3, let alone maybe 4 different chip providers was always going to be a little bit tricky. I remember one of my friends said, you've got to try these new chips, they're really good value. And I bought a Cyrix 486 or something like that, I think it was, I can't remember. God, it were absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. I mean, it were a fraction at price, it were, you know, a good 30-40% saving, but yeah. I remember the recall on PC with first CPU selling. Was that the one where you could overclock it by colouring it in with a pen? I had one of them with a pencil. I could never successfully overclock mine, I will say, but I do remember that being a possibility. That, oh yeah, you can overclock it with a pencil, because you used to get the additional kind of bracketry to fix it in, didn't you? So it fitted in a Pentium slot. You've got like it on a separate board, and you could amend or adjust the board. Get my data recovery stuff out. I'm just getting the data recovery stuff out so I can transfer his data off his old spinny disc, which is kindly holding my biscuits. But I'm not a lover of Mac OS at all, because I think it's too much of a tight, closed ecosystem. I think it's good for security, but it lulls a lot of people into false security because they think it never gets a virus, it never gets this, it never gets hacked. And I remember reading something years and years ago that on a daily basis there was about 100,000 Windows viruses released on a daily basis, or something crazy like that. But it was about twice as many as Mac, so there was still a lot. And I would say now you're at more risk with a Mac because you believe that you're in a false sense of security rather than anything else. You know, people believe, oh, I don't need this on a Mac because Macs are impervious. A bit like Linux. Linux still gets viruses, and you can still get you know, nasties on there. It's just it's a better system for other reasons. Oh God, they've got several user accounts in it. I don't know which one they want me to go in. Oh no. It was a team of 15 people. Wow. And I bet you're looking at probably 2,500 people now, I would have thought, on a team for Windows 11. Waited 30 minutes. I remember working for a business, and we used to have to do data tape backups on a morning. Tape would have to rewind, and I bet that took me probably close to 40 minutes to do the data tape. It would back up overnight, and then you'd have to rewind the tape, put a new one in, and just do it. So you always kept a backup. I mean, machine never went down, but that provided the entire building with its core database and everything else. Yeah, that's true. Anything will get hacked if it's connected to internet. You've got to be more. There's so many attack vectors today. I think a lot of them come from common attack vectors like phishing scams and so on. So you're unfortunate if you do, because there's so many computers and things like that getting attacked. But your TV can get hacked. I've seen instances where smart TVs connected to the internet have a warning on saying that your TV's been compromised. Please pay this in Bitcoin or we'll release it. So, you know, your heating system, your dishwasher or whatever, you know, your IoT stuff, it's just a minefield of possibilities there. Whether they hack them for some type of ransomware, or they hack them to be part of botnets, or just to give them a bridge onto your system. But they're more interested in getting somewhere which can be compromised, and then they've got multiple avenues of different attacks and monetary, because it's all money now, isn't it? The people who write viruses aren't a single solitary person in the bedroom generally any longer. They're organised teams and businesses and things like that. They are skilled people. They just choose to do it in a different manner. Yeah, far too many. They are, and people don't realise you should be putting them on some type of separate network. If you put them on a virtual LANs and things like that, it's safer, but still not, because they're calling out all the time, aren't they? Working for the banks, we had approximately 5,000 attacks a day. Yeah. Again, one thing my customers don't realise is they think when they get hacked, it's somebody sat there in the bedroom going, we're going to compromise you. It's not. It's just a piece of software trolling the internet continually. They just release them into the wild and they phone back. Again, it's amazing. They need to get all these hackers and, you know, get them to write a Windows operating system, because it would be probably really secure and reliable as well. Yeah, they do. I get targeted ads on my smart TV. Yeah, we all know too well why you know about those, Squish. Yeah, I mean, some of the botnets are massive, aren't they, nowadays? They rent them out. You can rent a botnet. Free for people and for the world, yeah. Tim Berners-Lee. There will be a certain amount of that where governments do hackers to do other stuff. It's going to happen, isn't it? I mean, you look at Tor. Tor's a CIA thing, isn't it? You know, darknet. It's a CIA thing for operatives to be able to phone home safely. And what made it so safe is because they released it to everybody to use, so it was harder for them to pinpoint, which gave them greater anonymity. You know, it spreads it all about, and it's not actually kept. You know, that one piece just isn't kept, a bit like torrents, isn't it? It's not kept all in one place. Yeah, it was where it was and where it's become the internet now is just crazy, just crazy. I'm just going to turn this on before we open it up. So I will be just moving his details. Now this is the Windows 11 install. So So we're not doing that one. We will move to one of these. That's just doing 11 install. We'll move to this one. No, we'll move to that one. Because I think I know what's up with that one. We'll keep an eye on that computer in the background as well. And what we've started. So put that on there. The darknet was originally started by the Navy so they could communicate with each other. Yeah, now we know. I thought it was CIA, but it could be Navy as well. Yeah, a lot of these dark hat hackers become security consultants, don't they? Yeah, the drive-by attacks are probably the worst ones, aren't they? And I don't know if there's that many of them because scripting is obviously tightened up a lot, but there's still quite a lot of cross-scripting attacks and so on. I got taken over by the hackers. Sam Altman is torrenting right now as we speak. Woohoo! And he loves you. There are a few nasties on Tor network, but you need the onion definitely to get the dodgy area. Yeah, I think that's the that's the best thing about the onion network is you really can't stumble across anything, and anybody who's looking for it is in the know, so they should have enough nous about them anyway, not to, or they're looking for trouble. Let's put it like that on there. Right, so this one he has said, this one's got an intermittent fault. We have, I will keep reaching over here because I'm multitasking. I am just trying to get into customers' data on that disk and then we can move it across. So I will keep flying over there and doing that. So what's customer said with this one is it's now not coming on. I like cheese and onion sandwiches. Yeah. I find it extremely fascinating. Tech Flipper, good afternoon. Good afternoon from the United Kingdom. Good afternoon. Oh no, wrong button there. That one. And I pressed it. That's the button I'm after. We're going to get the power supply rigged up for this and see where we go. Whoa. Loads and loads of wires. And we need our box of ends. I don't need that so they can sit on the floor, but we do need to see which one of these we have got. Oh, we are on... we're on USB-C, so that were easy. I do need to get my USB-C thing wired up and connected up. Okay, who's moved it? Where's my cable gone?
Naughty, naughty.
I'm going to put my cable down. Don't know where I've put my cable.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very grateful.
beautiful.
PCDD, you little
Don't get old,
shit.
guys. You forget everything. Where did I put my power cable? I took it off the computer. Took it off my power
And when
supply.
the doctor said I didn't
I
have
rolled it
worms
up and folded it
anymore,
up and said,
that was
that's
the
in the way.
happiest day
We'll
of
come
my
back to that in a
life.
minute.
Thank you, Ralph.
And I'm
Very
going to
proud.
put it down, and I cannot find it anywhere. How annoying is that? How annoying is... We'll just use this one,
And
which
when
is on
the
the
doctor
desk.
said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my
Don't
life.
mind me.
Thank you, Ralph. Very proud.
Come here, all wait, don't worry. It was plugged in. If you're wondering, it was still there. Because yeah, some days. This is annoying as listening to me. I keep losing things. I've lost loads.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very proud.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him!
It's just hello worms. RTX 2060. Right, let's get this this plugged in and power supply back on. One thing I do not. Oh, guys, just make sure you refresh your YouTube page, because for whatever reason it is falling foul, and then you've got to swap back onto there. This one has now allowed me in, so we're just going to copy. I don't think this is his right account. So I'm going to go into, it must be 23rd of January, that account. I'll look at his downloads. Put them in date order. Yeah, November. So I think that's his downloads. Let me just copy these across. There. And that one. And contacts, copy. Oh, Windows is wonderful. Thanks for that. Just copy it. Windows 11, gorgeous. Let's give you a picture instead of a word. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. He's got 113 gigabytes of data coming across. Oops. Was on Top Chat. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is when you refresh your YouTube page, make sure you're on live video, because video's lagging like you wouldn't believe. It's also then puts you back on Top Chat, which is terrible. Right, so anyway, we're going to plug that into the bottom of my little magic box, turn that off, and we will see if we've got any life out of here. Now, it does say this is an intermittent problem. And I did say, well, if it's an intermittent problem, I don't know whether I can replicate the issue, as we're aware. So I said I will have a look and see if it's there, but if I can't replicate the problem and I can't get it to fail, I can't really diagnose it, which I think that's a fair call, isn't it? So anyway, we'll turn it on now. 3, 2, 1, on. So we are getting 18.9 volts, 19.3. Laptop is spinning. I can hear the fans. And we're pulling 0.25 an amp, 250 milliamps. Fluctuating very slightly. Fans are spinning. Now, we did say fans spin like it's trying to come on, but then fans sound... Right, that's now disconnected. Fans are still spinning. That's still on. We have no picture. Got no picture on screen. Fans are spinning. Not responding to power button. Hold it down, see if I can shut it down, see if I can change the state. I am ready for F1 next week. I'm not sure, Ozzy, how good the F1's going to be next week. Because obviously new regulations. I mean, so many new regulations. Biggest rule change I can certainly remember. So let me just do this. Yes, do all that. Skip the stuff in OneDrive. Can't move that forward. yeah, I'm not too sure how good the F1's going to be because of the rule changes. Mercedes looks strong, but you don't know whether others are sandbagging at all. This is a Snapdragon processor in here. Did we work on a Snapdragon once before? I haven't worked on too many Snapdragon processors, but I do think I've done one once before. These are going to have... This has been opened before, by the way, guys, so somebody else has obviously penetrated this, and he bought it on 25th of January 2025. So it's just over a year old. And he's taken it back to PC World when he bought it, and they said, yeah, we need to send it away, and it's a diagnostic free and blah 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 blah. So I've explained to him that you don't send it away with me, but you leave it with me. There's a diagnostic fee, and we'll see where we go. Aren't Snapdragon that? They are a mobile one, but they're supposed to be really power. Ooh, that's tight. Supposed to be really power efficient, aren't they? The Snapdragon ones. We did work on a Snapdragon one once before. God, that is really tight. These are... I mean, it is a Samsung, so it probably is a mobile phone inside. My name is supposed to appear in custom font, however YouTube have something, and now it appears in default font. Yeah, probably are mobile phones in there. Power, car floating. I'm going to go for Australia F1, but not bothering this year. Well, I think it's going to be... Well, I think if the teams can get it together, Australia will be an amazing one. I think the thing about it is you might get, like you sometimes do in the Australian Grand Prix, you might get some surprise podiums or results and things like that, because certainly some of the teams will be working on a decent platform and others won't. And usually earlier on in the season and earlier on the bear, the chances of unpredictable results are more prevalent. And to be honest, I'm not bothered unless it's a bit of a strange unconnecting, unclipping. There you go. Comes down and slides down. Ooh, that is a real... That feels like... Oh my gosh, that is so thin. And I bet you can't even get just... Can you hear this? That is so thin and flimsy. That's like a stiff aluminium foil. Oh my gosh. If it didn't have plastic on it, it would just roll out. That is absolutely terrible. Really not good. Really not good on that. Ugh. Prefer cricket. My next door neighbour likes cricket. I don't mind watching cricket, but it's not particularly one which grabs my attention. My sister goes as well, and I don't mind watching it, but not really that. I'm not just going back to F1. I am not bothered who wins as long as it's not Red Bull. I am anti Red Bull. Might not be a popular thing. Don't really care. I'm just anti Red Bull. Did not like Christian Horner in the slightest, and I was so happy the day he left the sport. But unfortunately, he'll be back. I'm just not a fan, and I'm not a fan of Max. I respect him for his driving. I do not like the way he conducted himself throughout his career for that. For the way he's done it. Not because I'm a Lewis fan, because I wasn't, but I didn't agree with what happened to Lewis in the final Grand Prix when he lost. But I think that was Red Bull rather than Max. But anyway. Right, we've got battery disconnected. I sold Damon Hill his first computer in 80s. You sold Damon Hill a computer? He lived near you. Wow. Exclamation Red Bull. Out of all the F1 drivers that I have met, I will say now, the worst one I have met was Damon Hill. Really, really, really anti-fan it was. That's the only way. He ranks up there with Lewis and George. at being anti-fan. Really, really do. I like George, but yeah, I found Lewis not good at all. But hey. Right, so let's plug this in again. Oh, that's more interesting. We've got less current. I've got the same current draw. I know you can't really see this because of the thing. We've got the same current draw. Fans are spinning, but it's not doing anything. It's sitting at 250 milliamps. When I was into F1, I was Michael Schumacher. I liked Schumacher. I did like Schumacher. I liked him on his return. It's a bit like Seb. Probably one of the nicest drivers that I have met is Seb. Vettel. I didn't like him when he was with Red Bull. Never liked Red Bull as a team because I've always found Red Bull obnoxious and arrogant as a team. Never liked him. And I were a Mark Webber fan and people like that. Alex Albon. I think Alex Albon's brilliant. Best thing he did was get out of there. And I remember talking to Danny Rick at the oh God, what Grand Prix were it? Not Bahrain. At Marina Circuit. Name's gone. Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And I was talking to Danny Rick when he was still driving for McLaren. And it had been announced that he was going to Red Bull. And I said, it's probably worth seeing, Danny. I really, please don't go. Please don't go. They'll use you. And what did they do? They used him. I mean, I don't know Danny Rick. I'm just saying I was talking to Danny Rick. What such a nice guy he is as well. Seb's so funny though. It was Seb's last race when I met Seb. Yeah, but I tell you who is awful as well is Lance Stroll. Just get that entitlement spoon from up your backside and be real. You're not the greatest gift. You're not a good driver. Have you ever watched dragster racing? I haven't watched dragster. Well, I've never watched it as a, let me watch dragster racing. I know what dragster racing is, and I've seen dragster racing. But no, never. Never done that. Sorry, I was reading the Alonso gag. I've met Alonso as well, met Fernando. He's tiny. Fernando is so small. I was shocked how small Fernando was. He's like bulky and chunky, but he is short. Schumacher was just a class above everyone, weren't he? We've got Angry Yank, which sometimes come in chat, and he races. Now, does he race funny cars? But it's high-octane fuel cars he races. Race bikes there. Oh, Santa Pod. I thought it was just a strip. I didn't think it was. Is it a track as well? Santa Pod. I've never been. I thought it was just a strip. I know if you walk down it, it pulls your shoes off. I've been told because it's so sticky. It's like they paint it with like a glue, don't they, to give you traction. Right, on here, because the CPU is absolutely freezing cold, I am going to plug it in and put the thermal camera on just to see if we've got anything shouting out going, I am cooking here, please unplug me. So we are just going to look through the thermal camera on here. So we are going to plug in. We are pulling amperage, and we'll just move the thermal camera out. This is just to give us a rough idea, see if anything is heating up. That's the fan. There's nothing on here which is glowing, which you would expect something to glow. I've got no battery connected. These are they're just a couple of coils, so we must have voltage going into coils. But it's not posting or booting. That's reflection on Wi-Fi card. That's Wi-Fi card. CPU is sat here. CPU is cold. There's no temperature at all in that CPU. I mean, you can see colour on my hand, which is my hand is hotter than the CPU. Let's put it like that. CPU is here, and my hand's hotter than the CPU. So there's nothing at all which is getting toasty on this computer. Let's see if there's anything on the board at the side. If we have another daughter board, no. Again, there's nothing there. There's a couple of reflections, but there's nothing. Only thing which is getting warm is the fan. Yeah, I think that's what Angry Yank drives is the funny cars. He did say it sometimes works, Worms. Yeah. He says it stopped working, and they just left it a week. Came back to it, and it worked, and it's kind of progressively now stopped working. He says when you plug it in, which is doing with us, he says it's like it's turning on, which I presume he can hear the fan. So because he will have no other, he's got no power meters or anything, has he, apart from audio.
I'm a lead
from the
farmer.
fan. So yeah. Drags use nitromethane fuel, which is so poisonous pit crews have to wear gas masks. Modern safety fear. Yeah, so it could be a BIOS thing. I would agree with that. What I am going to try with the fan coming on, I'm going to just disconnect the fan and just to see what the current draw is. But I'm thinking it might be BIOS as well. So I might need to see if I can get a BIOS Snapdragon processor. I mean, they're going to be different BIOSes, aren't they? Now that's more interesting, that we are pulling virtually no current at all. We're pulling... This is without the fan on. We've got static current at that. I've unplugged fan for a reason, because obviously fan was dragging some current. Nothing here is getting warm at all. Not that I can feel. Let me put the better thermal camera on. Just unplug that one.
I'm a lead farmer.
I remember where I put it. Oh, don't say I put this down again. No, it's there. I thought I put it down and lost it. And we'll just have a quick look with the other thermal camera now the fan's not on. Yeah, we'll measure the voltage on the battery on that Worms as well. Let me just see if the battery has got any voltage. DC voltage. 8 volts. I mean, battery is dropping down, and it's a typical capacity 17.8 volt battery. What? Normal voltage 15.5, and it's a 17.8 volt battery. I don't think I've seen a 17.8 volt. Am I misreading that? That took me a little bit of a surprise there. 17.8 volts. Oh, bear me 1 second, guys. Oh, somebody at the door. It's just bringing it in, guys. Just 1 second.
PCDD, you little shit.
Yeah, got a little
PCDD, you little shit.
yeah, got a little
the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very Ralph.
PCDD, you little shit.
Okay, guys, we've got this one, which is he's got a fault. It's not powering on. He's also got another one as well where he presses the power button and that doesn't come on as well. But that one's still under warranty because that is only 4 months old. So I've told him to take that back under warranty. So I'll stick this in the other room. Oh, dear me. fingers freezing. Right, what did I miss? I can with the power of worms. I said it anyway. It's all as I feel. Oh no, it's one of those streams. Or is it Resident Evil? And I said, I'm feeling you. Yakety yak, yakety yak. Oh, my back. I nuke. I have near 21, still works perfectly after 20 years. Now that's quality. Yes. Don't build them like you used to. Certainly don't build them like you used to. I can't remember what we were saying. Oh, BIOS issue, did we say? I don't remember. Let's just see if there's anything light up under thermal camera. Battery. That was it. Battery. Battery. You got it, Worms. You got it. I'm pointing at battery. Pointing at battery. Yes, 17.88 volts is where we go to. Yeah, where we got to. Yeah, low voltage. It is low voltage. It is reading. The battery voltage is reading 8 volts. So are we thinking, let's see if it'll take anything in. Let's see what it's pulling without that. So we are pulling, I don't think it's going into a charge cycle. We're pulling 1.2, 120 milliamps. Yeah, on that. Let me plug the battery in and see if it differs. But why would, right, it is pulling a little bit more, 1.8. So it's gone up to 180. So are we just saying leave it plugged in a while? You can see on current meter at top right, that's what we're actually pulling. So it's not actually going up to full power. Yeah. Battery is low, Jim. Normally it's 15.5. Ah, right. Yeah, it just struck me with it being a... we're saying 17. I've never seen a laptop battery at 17.8 volts before. Yeah, it's pulling 300 milliamps, isn't it now? I was thinking of doing that, but I didn't want to damage the battery. Do we give that a shot? Are we thinking that that's a quicker way to resolve this by sticking a bit of current in the battery? Let me get my probes down. Not anti this. I have done it on a few occasions. Get a red one, and we need a black one. That's my test probes. So grab my negative black probe here. Yeah.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
I've got a little tiny one. Snapdragon laptop. Yeah, Snapdragon laptop. It's sat down at 170 milliamps still, so that's not really doing a great deal there. So let's see if we can, like you say, help the battery along a little. Plug that into there.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very graphic.
I'll try charging at 16.8, and I'm going to knock the amperage down because we don't want my normal amperage on here. I'll knock it down to 1 amp. How low do I have to get CPU temperature overclock? You need it extremely low. It's not so much getting the temperature down, it's maintaining the cold temperature. 10 amps should do it. Do you know what? I think I'll start a bit lower than that. Start a bit lower than that. So I'm at 1 amp on here. So we'll stick that on negative, which is that pin just there, and we'll see nothing. It's not drinking any current at all. Nothing at all. So could the battery be locked? There's a little bit of heating board now. I think it's CPU which is getting a little bit warm from because I left it switched on. Let's measure these battery voltages again. Right, stick that in. I'm just looking at the amp meter, top right hand corner. Yeah, it's gone back to what it was before. I don't think that's going through any type of charge. I would think that, I honestly don't know, because it started to miss into it with laptops. So we've got 11, that's switch charger on. I'll flick charger off. So we've got 2 volts in and draining, but the battery seems to be dead. The problem is it's struggling to read anything. So let's sit on there for 2 ticks. All right, so this is, laptop is on, not laptop is on, sorry, the power supply is on, and we can see we're pulling 250. Yeah, but the strange thing is the battery is trying to turn on. The computer is trying to turn on at that, but we are pulling 60 milliamps more with the battery connected than without. We have got a couple of hotspots here. So we're getting used to this thermal camera. So they're inductors, just why I'm sticking some voltage into the battery. We can see top right hand corner battery voltage. CPU is that thing there. There's nothing else which is that way into it. CPU is the only thing which is getting warm on there. Nothing on daughterboard getting warm, which is this one here, and nothing down that side either. That's the cooler. So yeah, barring the inductors just there, there's nothing. And that battery does not look like it's taking any charge at all. Yeah, I have a laptop pain. I hate laptop. A pain. This is more like a phone tablet than a laptop. I know. Let's go do my stairs. I bumped off yet. Oh, definitely get that done. It's out pieces. Thanks for the stream. Catch you later. Catch you later, worms. Thank you very much for popping in. So the battery voltage is fluctuating, but not actually going up. I can't manually charge it. Yeah, it's not taking any more current there. If I flick that off, it drains back down. Right, I'm going to turn this on and see if we've got any voltages around the board. So DC current. Let's just check a couple of the points to see what's what. I'll stick that in there. So these were the inductors which were getting warm. So we've got 5 volt, 5 volt, 3 volt, Those power phases are probably CPU. That one there is battery charging. Power! We've got a 16 volt. That has got to be battery charging IC there. That's got to be battery charge inductor, hasn't it? Where we've got 16 volts. So we've got 16 volts there to there. Just disconnect battery. No, so that's not battery charging. It could well be battery charging circuit that's not working, yes. Or it's not detecting that. But what else would be needing 16 volts? The batteries are 15.8, so battery charging voltage at 16. Yeah, because the trouble is batteries reading at 11 volts and not fluctuating. So we've got 19 in here, which is converting to 16, which is coming onto there at 16, which is obviously output in here, which is output into there at 16. This is obviously ground. There's 16. Yeah. So all this pad here now is 16. But there's nothing on that MOSFET, which will be switching MOSFET for the... Because this will be current centered resistor, I would imagine, for the battery. Am I reading that correctly? That it's coming through here, switching, blah, 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 blah. And we've got 11 volts there. But I think that 11 volts is battery voltage. Should we have a gate voltage? Where the blinking heck is my remote control? Yeah, it will damage it. And it's going to be a lithium. It is a lithium ion battery. But on its current sense for charge, we've got 16. So it means we've got 16 here. We've got a gate pin there. We've got 16 on gate pin. CPU is getting warm. It's not hot, it's just warm. 25 degrees at most. And then if we measure pins for battery, which is here, get in. We've got the fluctuating voltage. Now there's not, no. Because all this pad round here looks to be the power rail then. Now all that pad is ground. What? If that's ground, where I am now, all this pad here should be ground. But it's clearly not. It has. I've got my overcurrent set, but I'm pulling 300 milliamps, and it's not. The thing is, if I plug the fan in, the fan's spinning. Check caps to the left of IC. That's ground. 11 volts. So that there is connected to this track. Is that a different track? Is that... Crack, even I can't see. And I'm looking at it first hand. Because these are sense pins on battery. If we look, the white is obviously the sense pin, which is going up to that one there. Brown's obviously moving up to that one, so 3 volts on that one, 3 on that one, and so yellow, but I don't know whether the yellow should have a, because that'll be a clock, won't it? Yeah, it's 15 volts now. 15 volts without battery. And 300 milliamps draw. So we can get this in. With battery, 11. So plug it battery in, drops the voltage straight down. So I'll see if we can do this on camera so we can see what I am demonstrating. So if we're just good at positives there, we've got 11.8 volts. Disconnect battery. 15 volts. Blowing flour onto it, I would imagine it probably goes woof and explodes a bit like any dust particles would it? Because it's the oxygen between it which caused it to ignite. It doesn't explode. Explosive highly. So let me just test the there's 8 volts in it battery, but it is dropping. I'm measuring straight on battery terminals here. I know it's difficult to see, but I'm thinking it is just flat battery. So I'm going to let that's taking a little bit more current now. That's because I've got fan on, and it was taking a little bit more with fan. Power. Seeing if I can shut it down. Right, so let me grab the phone, guys. PC repairs, how can I help?
PCDD, you little shit.
I cannot get it to work with that disk. It's just not even seeing it on a hardware level, even in the BIOS. It's like the computer thinks it's not got anything plugged into it. But you take that disk out, put it in my computer, for example, it can see the disk. I can see the information on the disk. It has got erroneous information coming back through a data check, so it's not reading serial number and
PCDD
things
little
like that.
shit.
But it's certainly a weird one, to say the least. I can probably get your data off that disk if that's what you're worried about. But yeah, honestly, it's really strange because it's not showing any other signs of issues apart from, I don't know why it's not working in there. Really, I can't. No, because the other discs are being seen. It's more. It's weird because the disk is. If the disk wasn't being seen in another computer, I could then say it's definitely the disk. If another disk didn't work in your computer, you could then say it's the computer. But for the fact that they are working in other machines and other drives are working in yours, and your disk is reporting as erroneous smart data, when I put it under the checks for that and investigate it under there. So it's things like the serial numbers not showing, the make and manufacturers not showing, and things like that, because they have a controller chip on them providing that information. It's highly likely that it's a failed controller chip. But you would never generally see something with that little hours on having that issue. Certainly not if it's been not overfilled or anything like that, because that can hurt it. Heat can damage it and things like that, but I can't imagine you keeping it somewhere too hot. Yeah. Whether something sneaked in, a bit of damp or a bit of moisture inadvertently and caused a bit of damage to it. Yeah, it's. I mean, the other thing is as well, it could have just been one of those things that, you know, it was a weak disk from day one. Generally, if something's going to fail, it'll fail virtually straight away. So 70 odd hours isn't soon, but it's not a long time, if you know what I mean. If it failed after 2 or 3 hours, you'd go, it will probably a faulty disk. With it not failing after 2 or 3 hours and it's lasted 70 odd hours, that's the other puzzling thing. But again, it's working, so it's not failed. It's working in other computers and whatnot. It's puzzling me. I've spoken to several other people and they're exactly the same scenario on it. So we can get the computer back up and running. That's not a problem, but it means putting another disk in it. Well, with prices on how they've escalated and things like that, okay. Just let me know when, because I do need to rebuild it, because I'm just sat looking at it now, because I left the back and everything off because I didn't know what you wanted to do with it. So I could probably get it ready for some time tomorrow for you, but you just have to let me know before coming. Just double check with me. Is it the same model as this for 135? All right. Yeah. Right. Because I would say if you... Yeah. There could be an issue with computer which is causing drives to fail as well. I mean, that might be the other problem. If there's something in there which is causing it to do something like overvolt the drives or something. So it might be something inherently wrong with the PC. Yeah, I mean, as I say, if there's something wrong with the circuit board on the actual computer, it might be that which has caused things to fail. Certainly if it's had a couple of drives. But something like that, you'd be hard pushed to be able to detect anyway. It's because they're a lot more difficult to get to the bottom of, things like that. So the drive, what's in it? Do you want me to leave that out because that's still got your information on? You definitely don't want to be sending that away for part exchange, I would have thought. I'll leave that one out for you. And then at least if you are part exchanging it, you're only part exchanging the actual machine rather than all your data and whatnot. Yeah. But yeah, when are you wanting to pop down for it, Kev? Okay, what time are you thinking of today? Give me... What time is it now? It is 1 o'clock now. Can we say about 2ish? And then I'll get it done straight away, and then it's sorted and out of the way. I'll stop what I'm doing and rebuild it for you. All right. All right, we'll see you soon. Cheers. Right. It's my power button on my Novotech PC. The wires are broken off the button switch. Can't turn it on. Would this be something you could do? Right. So this is what we did last week, and let me just close that. I'm going to put that to one side because I'm going to keep on letting that do whatever it's doing, charging and whatever it's doing. And then we'll measure that voltage on that battery in a second. And just see where that goes. And chill, you little swine. Shit, you got me. I'd give the link, but mods can do that, I'm afraid. I think anyone can post links on here. I think I opened it up, Aaron, that you can post links if you wish. Anyway, right, so this one, I started driving it a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago. And he's only actually done 70, I think it was 72 hours worth of use. And that disc is working in my PC, if I connect it up. And this temporary disc is working in the PC. Not a problem at all. Running Windows, everything else. Plug this disc in, being recognised in my BIOS, and I've tried it in another one, no problem at all, and loading Windows. Plug it into this computer does not see it even in the BIOS. It's like it's not connected. But it had been working. He's had it in 2 years. No use really, 70 odd hours, but he's had it in 2 years. Under Crystal Disk Info, under Crystal Disk Info, it's not showing the make and the manufacturer or the serial number, but it is showing the hours and stuff like that. So it's showing things like temperature showing and stuff like that, but it's not showing the make and model. So don't know. I reckon that's a chipset issue. Why it's recognising it? Because as I say, this is recognised in my PC and on another laptop. This temporary disk is recognised by this, but you put these two together, it was working, it's now not, it don't recognise, not even in BIOS. Just really, really, really strange. But what he said is he can buy this Dell, which is a Dell trying to find model number, P20T, which is a nice enough Dell. I'm not showing any of his details, but a nice enough Dell P20T for £135 with a 12-month warranty from a company in Lincoln, I think he said, or somewhere like that, off the internet. And they'll take this as part exchange and knock him another 60 quid off. So you can basically put this in as part exchange and get another computer for 70 quid. I said, well, if they're prepared to sell you that for that, because these are nice laptops. It's the tablet one where you can stand it up and everything else. They're not cutting edge, as we all know, but they're a nice enough laptop. It's got 8 gig of RAM. I mean, 8 gig of RAM's probably worth, I don't know, what's 8 gig of RAM worth? 50 quid, something like that. So I don't know. I've just said, well, if you can buy it for that, buy it for that, because I think it's an outstanding offer if you can buy it at that. So I think I think ideally he'd like me to change it under warranty, the hard drive. But I mean, what's everyone's view on it? He's had it 2 years, 2.5 years, the hard drive, what I fitted. Fair dues, he hasn't done any use on it really, 70 odd hours. So it has had some, but not a lot. I think it was 70 hours. It weren't a lot. I know it's out of 12 months, but I think it should be warrantable at that because he's done no thing. I'm not asking you to say agree with me or anything else. I was just getting a independent viewer's perspective on it, whether you think it should be, I should be standing it under warranty or not. I mean, we all know how expensive drives are, and I think, you know, certainly within 12 months it wouldn't be a question. I would just do it, even if I couldn't send it back under warranty myself, which is extraordinarily hard because not all companies play fair with warranty. Certainly quite a few of my suppliers don't. They're a pain in the bark side. But I would just stand it and do it. But a couple of years down the road, I'm in two minds. Yeah, I mean, I used to fit Kingston all the time. It used to be my preferred. I'll just plug it in and I will just double check how many hours is it? It's gone. Let me just pull Crystal disk info up. My computer's getting a bit toasty under there, a bit wild today under there. Crystal disk info. Click on that screen there. Right, so his will be this drive here. And as you can see, it's not coming up with a health status. Done 79 hours and he's only turned it on 122 times. I mean, I offer a 12-month warranty on everything I do. That's basically what I kind of set my boundary to is 12-month warranty and that. So and we're looking at the wrong screen there. Sorry guys. So that's the thing. It's not showing us any health data or anything else. 79 hours, 122 powers, but no health. Temperature's fine, and it was doing a read-write test fine as well. I mean, ultimately, he's not wanting to have it replaced. He's not overfilled the drive either. There's hardly anything on the drive. It's done drive G. He's got 67 gigabytes after 118, so it's half full. Yeah, not sure on that one. Not sure. I certainly do. I do feel for him in the respect of he's now got a computer which he says I repaired, and obviously, yeah. Yeah, do they have a 5-year warranty? I've tried in the past to do it. Tried in the past, and they just won't, because I've got to send it back to my suppliers. And as soon as you go back to the suppliers, they just go no. I would agree. I think it's a firmware issue as well, Archinoid, sorry. I think it's firmware on the SSD that is a corrupted, or maybe controller chip or something like that start to fail. Because the cashless drive, so it's not like a cache start to fail or anything like that. I do think it's a firmware issue on that. But hey, don't you wanna be? So we will unplug that. He's coming now, a little bit miffed, but if it was within 12 months, I wouldn't even be having a conversation. I'd just put a new drive in.
PCDD, you little shit.
Sorry, cows. I was reading Top Chat on my browser, not my chat screen, because I have a chat screen in front of where I work, and over there is where the computer was, which is what I was reading, because I was doing Diagnostic. So sorry about that. Yeah, a year out of warranty. Firmware issue. Oh yeah. There's a software update. Oh, is there? Oh, is that on the drive? I'm gonna have a look at this. I'm gonna have a look at that. I wasn't aware of that. It's me. So where's Google? Kingston SSD firmware. I've spelled that wrong, I'm aware of that, but I can't spell. Let's get this out. They all say you don't know what you don't know. Right, so how do I? No, they're not. Not as good as you would like them to. Update firmware. With Kingston SSD Manager. Right, so I presume... I don't know which drive it is. Is it A400? Or is it an SV? Told me in Crystal Disk Info, didn't it? Let me just run Crystal Disk Info once more. It is a... No idea. Let's download them both. It's only Christmas once a year, isn't it? Open. Allow. Next. Yeah, it's in a caddy though. I just don't want to strip it down out of the caddy. That's why I can't see it. It's all screwed into a caddy with tape on. I'll just see if this because I've got, in fairness, I've got other. These are mine, which I've got in here. There's no firmware available for them, and it's not detecting because I've got a RAID set up with 3 1 terabyte drives on this system. So it's clearly not that software. So we'll see if it's this legacy one. No. They're my A400s, which have. I'll just double check that I installed the correct software there, because I did have 2. I'll run both. Yeah. According to Google AI, Chip Genius to identify the USB controller part number, e.g. 5, blah, blah, blah. Just wondering if there is a known issue with that drive. Kingston should have provided a driver update to solve the problem. Are we sure? Are we sure on that, Aussie? I used to buy more from the same supplier. I'm not disagreeing with you because that number does look a little bit wrong, certainly to what newer numbers look like. I'm just trying to now there are some firmware updates available. If we look at this, so it's going to be one of these SATA drives up here. Doesn't tell you how to SSD manager, Windows only. I think this is probably, yeah, it's not even being detected with that. Yeah, weird. I don't know why it's software. Anyway, I would buy normally. I would buy boxes of 25 or 50. I would buy an awful lot of regularly drives, and they're all from a UK supplier. It's the BIOS which isn't recognising it. So it's not formatting of Windows. The BIOS isn't even seeing the drive. That's the crucial thing for me, Archnoid. The BIOS wasn't even seeing it on a hardware level. So that was the thing. Crystal Disk tells us the name being a Kingston. Let me Google that name. Bring that into there. Right, that is a genuine Kingston part number. What comes back? It is that. That's what it's basically saying it is. If I Google that drive. So yeah, there is. It looks genuine. I'm looking down here, there's warranty sticker and everything else. It's holographic sticker over at screw hole. It ticks a lot of boxes to what it should do. Yeah. But some of the fakes are very, very convincing. But it would have come at the time from, as I say, from my supplier, and it would have been in a quantity of 25 or 50. Never had any others come back at all. And if it's 2 years of age, not all of them would have only done 70 or 79 hours, whatever they said it had done. I mean, 79 hours, it's 3 days, 4 days worth of use. 4 days worth of use, isn't it? Or 3.5 days worth of use. Yeah, I might do. I think that's that. Do you know what, Tech Flipper? I think that. I don't use that supplier anymore. I don't use that supplier. Because I'm trying to think why I stopped using them. They started getting really expensive and a little bit hit and miss. So it was. I'm trying to find. See if I can find my account details. Yeah, I stopped using them. No, I can't even find my account details. I did stop using them because of that. I'm sure it was eBay where I used to buy them from back then. And I'm looking on eBay now. They went into administration, didn't they? So with eBay, would I be able to do that anyway? Yeah, a lot of them are sample test anyway, aren't they? If you have an invoice with a serial number on, I used to be able to go down to Kingston. Yeah, I will have some record. Well, I'm probably not going to do it with the serial number on because they used to just buy. I used to just buy quantities at a time, so I've probably not got it with a serial number on. Apart from the fact that I would have no paperwork. I normally offer 12 months myself, Falcon, and it is just usually a case of if it fails within 12 months, I just stand the cost, because we all know if it's going to fail, it'll fail pretty darn quick, and then I can send it back generally within the first 30 days, no hassle. After that, the suppliers that I were using, or still use some of them, they're just a bit awkward. I mean, one of them, I was trying to send something back which were like 12 quid, and they insisted I send it recorded delivery, recorded post and all this, and it was going to cost me 22 quid to send it back. And you just think, I'm not sending a £12 return item back for 22 quid. So I know stuff's gone up now. On an expensive item, I'll do it, but I rarely get things failing. Yeah, if we can find something around the same sort of time. I think I will have I'll have a chat with him, because I want to do right by him. So I think when he comes, I will have a chat and just say, look, if you want, I'll try and do a warranty claim on it. And what I might offer is, if it's just reinstalling Windows, is I have a lot of working drives. I might offer him to put him a working drive in at no charge, just to try and appease the situation. Not his ranting. He's not ranting at all, but just to try and do what I believe might be a goodwill gesture, to say, yeah, it's not had much use, but it is a couple of years old. I can't do it under warranty, but let me try and do it in this way, shape or form. You've got a used drive. I'm putting a used drive in, but it's a working used drive. So are you any worse off if you get a used computer? And quite frankly, if you're doing less than 40 hours of use per year, even if I find a drive which has done 400 hours or 500 hours, it's still probably going to last you longer than anything else. So yeah, I think I'll have that conversation to do that. So anyway, let's get back to, that's that one for when he comes anyway. I've got a nice Intel. It is an older one, but I've got an Intel SSD here. We all know these are, it's one of the aluminium case ones as well. Very nice one. These are pretty much rock solid, aren't they? These do thousands and thousands of hours. So what I might do is see if he wants me to put that one, because I know that works, because that's me test drive, and it's only done 400 hours or something. I might see if he wants me to put that. So I will have a chat with him when he comes. So I'll take that down. He's on his way anyway. So I will have a conversation. Right, so the good news is we have data moved over from that account. You know, this data transfer we're doing on here, and then we can get back onto where that is. That's still charging, by the way. That other laptop still charging away. Right, I have my other customer turn up, a friend of mine. So I will let him in when he comes. So to let you know, this, you know, this Snapdragon one we were working, and test the battery voltage. Yeah, that battery voltage is not moving at all. Right, so let me grab the door. 2 seconds, guys.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very grateful.
Yeah, got a little
PCDD, you little shit.
All right, sorry, chap. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was my. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him a lot of years. He was just telling me about his Ferrari. He has. He had a very, 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 very nice car, and he's just gone on a. He was showing me his picture of his new one as well. He's got Lamborghini Aventador V12, naturally aspirated, because he got rid of the Ferrari, even though Ferrari was only 3 years old. He said what really tipped him over the edge. He went from drove over to Monaco, him and his son, and it broke down 15 times on the way. Did the Ferrari 15 times? But anyway, right, guys. Crazy. But we were just on about a track day as well, down at Silverstone or something like that. I've known him a lot of years. Anyway, guys, we are going to check this one. This is the... this is this one. Do that one. It really needs a customer interface device. Assuming the driver's USB. Right, we're back with this one. This one has been sat on charge, and we can see it is pulling a little bit more, but still not pulling vast amounts of current. We're still sat at 300 milliamps on the charger and 400 milliamps. Okay, I'm just going to try my voltage on the battery. So we've got 11.73 there. Unplug the charger and it drops down to 2. Plug the charger back in. 11.73. Flip the battery out. 15 volts. I don't think that's a BIOS issue. Yeah, Avanto is the one he's got black with kind of. He showed me an aerial view of it. It's all black with kind of red highlights across. I presume is the. Do they have like a Targa top or something? I'm not sure. It's massive. But we were going to do a track day when he had his Ferrari. We were discussing it down, and he did them a few times in that 1,000 horsepower in his Ferrari. Because it were electric motors. I think he said it had 3 motors on it and 4 turbos or something. It was a beautiful, beautiful car, but they're just so unreliable, so unreliable. But anyway, so this is triggering to 19 volts. What do we think is the issue with this one? I'm terrible. I remember when I didn't have a counter for my customers. I know, I could do with something. I don't like bringing people in here either, but it's either that or standing at the front door. And it's always a bit tricky standing people at the front door. So we've got us 5, we've got us 3. It's not responding to keyboard. It's automatically booting. Is it worth simulating a battery with the power supply? Is it worth putting 15.8 volts? I think this battery is 15.5 volts. Is it worth putting 15.5 volts, do we think, onto the battery terminals and just seeing if the computer then thinks that there's a battery connected? Or do we think it'll be too smart for us? I'm not sure. Just getting me white fans coming on. Are we thinking it might be a BIOS issue? Could it be a BIOS issue? What ampage is the battery? It is a 3,800 milliamp hour battery. 60 watt battery. 1,300 milliamps, sorry. Typical capacity is 61 watt and a 3,900 milliamp hour battery. You mean put the 15 amps 1 amp straight onto the battery terminal? Is that what we're thinking? I need that out there then, because I need to plug this into another USB-C meter and put this one into there. Right, you can't see it on the screen anymore because I've disconnected the thing, but I have plugged it into, I've got another USB-C laptop meter. So let's go to 15 volts. At 1 amp, I think you said. Oh, yeah, emulator charge battery, I would say that as well. See if it does anything different. So let's get this down here. So we're at, yeah, 15 volts, 1 amp. Not pulling any current at all. Not pulling any current at all. Let me see if I can stick this into a ground hole, because I can use another hand then. Right, so it's now pulling. That's just working off my power supply battery charger now. Yeah, it is turned on. Well, it's as turned on as I can make it. My fans are still spinning. If you look here on fans, it's running off battery and it's taking 1 amp now. It looks like it's now charging battery. Because my voltage is going up on screen. I've not got USB plugged in. I'm now only working on battery or power supply injecting voltage. And we're injecting 15.2 volts at 1 amp. I'm just going to see if I can put a bit of oomph into the battery at that. If we can see now, I'll just up the ampage a little bit. So we're actually at 15, we are at 15 volts, but because the battery is low, it's dragging it down at 1.3 amps, because obviously it's wanting more ampage than I can give it. We have another car turning up. Who is this other car just about to reverse into my wall? Don't know who this is, not expecting anyone. But we have another. No idea who this is. So if we can get that to about 14. Right, this is the customer from earlier. So, you know, the one with the SSD. I want to have a conversation with him. Right, so give me 2 seconds, gents.
PCDD, you little shit.
Let me at him! Let me Power! Let me at him! Let me
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very ground.
Right, so guys, that was Kevin with the, the SSD one we were looking at just before. I'm going to leave that one plugged in. So what he has said is we'll go with the used drive, which I think TechFlip had suggested amongst others. So he's going to go with the used drive. These are my test drive. I explained it's a used drive and there's no warranty on the used drive, but at least he's going to have a working used drive rather than a broken used drive. Because and it obviously saves him money swapping it in, swapping it out, whatever else. I'm not charging for it. I'm not going to charge him for setting up Windows or anything else. So we'll get this popped in straight away and see where we go. Should hopefully be relatively speedy because I have it's pre-installed with Windows because obviously I use it for testing. So the only thing I will need to do is just put it to one side while we do data transfer. So we'll get his hard drive put in. It's like speed running this, isn't it? When somebody does a game and see how fast you can do it. Speed running, installing a Computio. That one off, that one in. And I have already tested this drive in this PC and it works. I do suspect it's a firmware issue on the disk itself, on the controller side of it, which is causing the issues. I don't actually use Kingston anymore because I started using Crucial because I found them a little bit better value, even though they're a bit more expensive, and I just kind of preferred the discs, so I kind of moved over to that rather than anything else. Need a couple of screws because I put his screws over here when I was tidying up. Oh, Arnold, you have some you have issues with some Crucials and some HPs. Oh right. I've not. I think I've had one Crucial fail on me since I moved over to Crucial, which is 3-4 years ago now. Never really. But I never really had any issues with Kingston either, if I'm being perfectly honest. And I know they're not premium tier brands, but you know, quite often customers don't want to pay premium tier prices. A lot of people are happy that their machine is working. So what I've just said to him, if he doesn't wait in his car, we'll do this one straight away, and at least get him. Oh. Well, I said to him, I said, "Are you waiting in your car?" "Yeah, I'll wait in my car." He's drove off. So no idea where he's gone. He just drove off. Yeah. There we go. I would imagine, I don't know, maybe he popped at the shop. Get that down there. You know, slowest bit about this is going to be just trying to find some replacement screws to screw his hard drive in. Because they're wrong threads. They're short and dumpy, a bit like me. Well, I can't make my mind up tonight what to have for tea. Don't know what to eat tonight. That's the right thread. No. Did I plug? Yeah, cables in. Battery. Oh, can't forget his battery, can I? Semi-magnetic, this back. Quite nice. Been powered up for 2.5 years. I've got Kingston in my. I've got 3 1 terabyte Kingston drives in this machine on a RAID array or striped mode under Windows. Just to give me better throughput, and they've been in 6 years, something like that, and I use my PC so much, as you can imagine. Virtually every single day my computer is switched on, and it's generally switched on all day, every single day, and yeah, they've never failed at all. Don't know whether I'd use them this time round again. Certainly because I don't think Kingston are the best value, but for the amount of fast storage that it's given me and the reliability, I found it works really well. I'm looking at going to all NVMe M2s now anyway. That's where I'm probably going to move it to, is that. Right, so we'll just turn this on, which is a button just there. Unplug that, and we need to give him some power. So we need this plugged in, that plugged in. Let's take that back up to 19 voltages. And stick this on a bit of ampage. There we go. And plug it in, off, shaking all about, put this to Dell. This shouldn't need much apart from maybe on. Go on, show me current, and you are showing me current apart from a bit of data transfer. So turn that on, we'll get our data transfer cable, which is kicking around generally in this pile of wires here. We'll get his old disk. Go through a couple of BIOS reconfigurations. The joys of working around him. Okay, so 1.2 amps. Let's see if it'll turn on. Yeah, 1.4. We're taking more current. We can. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Oh, yeah. We'll turn that off. We'll just see if it... we'll see if that comes back on. Didn't like the look of that. Pulling some nice. Yeah, press bottom edge of the screen. Let's see if it comes up again, and then we'll move that. That could be. This is one of them 360s as well. We all know what problems these have. Right, it's now posting. We can see 1.5 amps. I have left the other Snapdragon one here on charge. So that's still doing whatever it's doing. This must be going through some type of power or boot cycle, because I can see the wattage moving up and down. Without touching it, keyboard. Come on, keyboard. Clearly doing something, just not doing it. Bad RAM, press edge of the screen, LCD cable not seated properly. Yeah, it was something similar to that, weren't it? Backup drive on Snapdragon, double drive tool, or yeah, might need to do that. We looked at the, you know, the liquid damage one. We started on Monday, Arnold. We were doing that one this morning. We did that for a few hours this morning before I had to jump onto all the stuff. Right, this isn't doing anything, so I'm going to just flick this over and take the battery out, because I'm just not happy with what that's doing or not doing. So me saying this is an easy pizza, we're clearly looking at everything other than that. Why is it ones where you think this is just going to be a 2-minute job, do this, and they just turn out to be, oh no, turn out to be one of them, don't they? Anything other than. Get the battery out. Just drain the system. The actual ribbon cable's screwed down, so I very much doubt whether it's the ribbon cable itself, because I've never had this off. But we will just reseat that. But it certainly looked like a... We'll reseat the RAM as well, because I think we did take the RAM out to see the RAM. So we'll take the RAM out and just clean the RAM. Just to make sure we aren't going a little bit crazy. DDR3. Let's stick him another screw in his drive caddy. I may need it. I haven't got it. So let me just put this in here, and then I will catch up with what you were saying about chat. That's a different size screw in there, so we can't put that one in. Still not tied on that. You put me to shame. I helped a friend with one. I had to get drives from someone's backup. Also had to download Windows 10 ARM ISO from archive. Oh wow. That's why, see, seeing a broken man makes me smile. I certainly feel a broken man today. That's why I have so many customers who come and see me, because I think they just feel sorry for me because I can't walk. Can't walk any length of distance anywhere. Trying to get on and off the floor at the moment is not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. Yeah, this isn't the ARM one. The ARM one is that one there. So I might need the ISO. That's just not even posting. We're not getting anything on there. So that could be something for needing on there. Let me see if we can get a couple of screws in here. What goes in there? And let's see, now we've done that, let's see if we've got a picture or any better picture. We have picture. Must have been that RAM. Must have been the RAM, which was just not quite seated. So let's just clip that back down. Clip, clip, clip. Still speed running this, guys, to see how quick I can get this done for this customer. Windows is installed on this drive, so it is just a case of running Snappy Dragon and installing his drivers and copying his data over. It should be Windows. I don't know. Windows 10, I think it is. What's on here? I'm sure it is, because he wanted 10. And I rarely put Windows 11 on any of my test disks, because I've had that conversation. It's horrible. That's that. Let's see if we still have picture. We have upside down picture. We have picture. And it is Windows 10. Windows 10. Windows 10. So we're just going to get a mouse, because I do not like their keyboards. And then we'll plug his drive in and crack on and get it done. Settings. And users accounts. We'll just set another user up, delete my account, which will delete all my information and everything else I've got in there, and take it from there. Oh, just 1 second, I've got Amazon here. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
This parcel is yours. Wait. Can you take your neighbor parcel, an extra parcel? You take first this too. Your name. Your name, mate?
Mark.
PCDD, you little shit.
Sorry, ignore that. I'm live streaming and they like to abuse people. Thank you very much. Oh.
This one is yours.
Yeah.
Oh, one more parcel.
Yeah, sure bit. Thank you. Thanks for that, guys. got that one. That is, that's next door. That one's mine. I think we've got 2 more. Is it 1 more or 2?
I have to take a picture.
Oh, yeah, you'll have to come in here though. I'll put them, do you want to just stick your head in? They're there. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Got a little
See you
tiny
later.
one.
Oh, dear, thanks for that. You got me with that eye ship that time. You got me with that eye ship.
I'm a lead farmer.
I'm a lead farmer.
PCDD, you little shit.
Oh, dear me. Thank you so much for that, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
You definitely got me just then. Oh, he's back. He's going to have to wait. He's going to have to wait. Restart anyway. What's the boot key on there? Is it F10 on Dell? F2? I can't remember. I need to laugh. F2 for setup. F12. Missed it. Exit saving changes. Yes, it's F12. I'm going to boot to my memory stick and I'm going to just bang him F function F12. Yeah, I've got F12. There we go. And we're going to try and just stick a fresh version of Windows 10 on because enroll key from disk, Ventoy, enroll this key, continue, yes, reboot, yes. So F12 again. And we will select that disk there. Wonderful. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Where's my blue one? There it is. How about more strange? Go on then, strange phobias, we always like them. Hot cows, my PC is on 20. Oh, wait, just let me do this because I can't multitask, as we all know. Hey! There we go. And we're doing Windows 10, April 24, and we'll do normal boot, and we'll get this set off. Dell is F12. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you. Don't get out of that car yet. You've not been gone 20 minutes. I've got another 6 minutes yet. Please give me that 6 minutes. How about more strange phobias? Agoraphobia. Is that a fear of outdoor spaces? Is that agoraphobia? Oh. Weedophobia. Well, scientists have actually discovered a food which kills sex drive altogether. They've discovered this food, and when you eat it, it kills your sex drive for forever. It's called wedding cake, so it's useful. Come on, work, everybody, work. Windows 10, we're going to disk apart the disk, and which is function Shift F10, yeah, disk PART, and we'll do LISTDISK, and we'll do disk number 1, cell disk 0, and clean. and we'll do exit and exit, and we'll do a refresh. I should have disk parted that.
I'm a lead farmer.
Lead farmer. I discovered also environmental that does the same, called Dystopia Angry Society. That seems rather a technical name for something. Woohoo! 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 Damn, I just pressed the power button by mistake. It's not gonna. I'm just gonna stick my head out and just tell him it'll be 10 minutes. So, 1 second, guys. Can't speed this bit up, unfortunately. Oh, I can't do out about it. Let me just check whilst we are sat here. See how we're getting on with this data recovery over here. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to open this. I still can't believe how flimsy that case is there. We have another delivery. I can open this one. Oh, we've got 2 of them! Woo! One of these is a gift. Well, both are gifts actually. Both for subscribers and viewers. There we go. We will show you these whilst Windows is installed on that one. I've not seen either one of these two in the flesh. So we are, this is the first time I've seen them. Huh. Huh. Ah. I must have ordered it wrong once. So we have now, we have the smaller version of that. That's the 20 ounce. This is the 11 ounce. So you can see I've got a small one now as well of that one. I'm running over bubble wrap. And we also have that one as well. Woohoo! Maddie's a real star. So my daughter wanted that one, so I had to get that one for my daughter. So both those are gifts. Both those are gifts for some subscribers. There. So I have bought them a gift, which one's my daughter, and the other's a gift for not my daughter. She is a subscriber, so there you go. But yeah, the other one's a gift. So, love the mugs, sweet. I thought I got a black one as well, which I've called the Black Stealth one, because it's a black mug with a very dark charcoal logo on it, so it's kind of stealthy. So I did a black one. I thought I'd ordered a black one. I thought I'd ordered 3. But clearly not, because I'm going a bit stupid. Right, so where were we on here? We need this one to wake up, wake up. Right, let's wake this one up and just see where we are with data recovery on here. We have, how much data has this account got in it? 9.3, he's getting out of the car. No, don't get out of the car, get back in the car. He's got back in the car, that's good, he's got back in the car. 9.3 gigs. Nothing in there. Is it in his downloads? Yeah, that's on a Chrome, we don't need that, from 2022. Documents is empty. Pictures is empty. Music is empty, and videos. Videos empty. So I don't got a clue where is. It's OneDrive folder. There you go. 9.4 gigabytes in OneDrive, but I can't bring all them across, so I'll just bring across what I can bring across. Multitasking now. Look at this. I could be going to dizzying heights. I'll then plug his SSD in, and we'll quickly move that across. Did you manage? Any cheap? Yes. Do you manage? Yes. As a fan of Airwolf, I have an official Universal Studio licensed Airwolf mug. Ooh, very nice. I did cows. I found a Vistaprint in the UK, all done for about £5.80 per cup, plus VAT. So what's that? Another pound on it, isn't it? So £7 a cup. But you put your delivery on there, and then they won't send out to the things. You've got to order them and send them out yourself. But if you're in UK, it's certainly cheaper doing it that way than anything else. Because I think the YouTube stuff, if I'm being perfectly honest, guys, I think it's expensive. Really is. But yeah, I didn't find anybody else who would do YouTube and do it. Right, so that's that data moved across. We are plugged in here. So let me do a update and restart, which is there. And let me unplug his USB, which is that one. Yeah, his USB is unplugged, and unplug the power so that I can reboot there. I watched Stringfellow Hawk and Santana Air, was it? They had a big fallout, didn't they? They had a big fallout. The guy who flew Airwolf had a big fallout with Dom from Santana Air, whatever it was. And because it missed a season, didn't it? It had a 2-year break or something. Dominic Santana, yeah, didn't they do that? Santana, yeah, and they used to hide it in a volcano. Yeah, Jean Vincent. Speaking to some fans here, aren't we? Look at this. We all know it's Airwolf. The game, I remember having the game on ZX Spectrum, and I remember the being able to play. It was even better on Commodore 64, but you was able to play the tune for. That's interesting. CPU's freezing cold, but there is heat underneath that board in a different place. I'm going to unplug that because I can feel where that heat is now coming from. So I don't think that's. I'm just unplug the thingy laptop, you know, the Snapdragon, because I can feel a distinct. Now my fingers are that cold. Check your DMs. Check my DMs. Where are we now? I don't use Discord.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
I have got a tiny one. It's minuscule. It's minuscule. Absolutely minuscule. We've got one from Moocals. Visit site. Yeah, I suppose the cows have just sent me a thing from Amazon, an 11-ounce mug, what you can customise yourself at £9, 9 UK pounds. I don't know how much delivery on this. Probably has to be customised before I add into the basket. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, they looks quite nice. That they do a black one as well, because I fancied a black one, which was £12. But yeah, I don't know how much delivery is on top of there. Oh, it's Prime, so I'd get free delivery on that. But I suppose when you look at it, the thing what kills the YouTube ones, I think, is delivery. It's delivery. Is that what it is? John Michael Vincent suffered from alcohol and drug problems. It must be rife. Yes. Yeah, the thing about that is it's okay with when you're ordering it for yourself, but when you're ordering it for other people, you'd end up having to, I suppose, post them out or do kind of like a drop shipping that you've got to order them after they've paid you. I suppose using fourth wall just takes care of everything, doesn't it? It takes it out of my hands, takes it out of end users' hands or viewers' hands. They just pay the money and go. But I think when I ordered that big one there, that cost me I think it was something like $14 delivery for a $15 mug. Electronic schematic on it. Are there? Yeah, drop shipping worldwide. That's the thing, James. Yeah, shipping them yourself, and making sure they're shipped, and then it's not so much that, it's dealing with payments and everything else. I suppose if you said to them, "This is my design, I'll order you one from Amazon," well, you could then drop ship it directly from Amazon to them, couldn't you? Which I know what some people do. But even with that, I think it just gets a bit. But yeah, the shipping, I thought the shipping cost for the fourth wall stuff was too much. Really did think it was too much. Exploitive, too much. Exploitative, too much, yeah, is that the word? Maybe. Right, we're nearly at a Windows prompt screen. As soon as we are, we'll run Sappy Driver and we will bang his old hard drive in and just transfer his data across. Just make sure you are on live video, guys. I am myself about 3 minutes behind on mine, and I start at the same time, and I quite regularly refresh my page. So just refresh your page as it does disappear. And it means you can then look at a black screen in real time rather than a black screen not in real time. Look at that for being dirty. 5 hour stream. Let me just swap my microphones over, because we all know that I will go dead after about 5 to 6 hours. Come on, light, illuminate. Yep, we're illuminated. Think about how the lady gets your little microphone to it. Done. Charge. If you have a switch, reboot switch, had a client with packet loss between switch and router in the past. Yeah, it's not my packet loss, Arnold. If we look down here, not that one. Is that one? No. I'm on the wrong screen now. Damn. That one. If we look down here, I have got zero packet loss. You can see here, 0 out of all them packets. I'm not actually dropping packets, and I'm trying my 30 megabits, which is what YouTube capped me at transmitting as maximum, is rock solid. Just bear me 1 second, because the customer is back at the door. It's still doing it, Kevin. Your data is slower than, because the drive's not very well, obviously. So it is still doing it. You're still more than welcome to wait.
Well,
your data's moving across, but it's just slow.
Oh.
From, your music and whatnot.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's the bit it's at, and that's the bit what it's just working its way through. Do you want me to give you an update on how long it's going to be?
Yeah.
Just come in a second. Just shut the door a second. Kevin, I am just... So yeah, I will tell you how long it will be. I'll just get it to do this next bit, and whilst it's doing that bit, we'll just do this bit. But yeah, this bit I cannot speed up because of the nature of it. Yeah, that's the thing. Right, so we are looking at, just do control, that one, music, favorites, downloads, documents, and we'll control C. And bang this in your hard drive, and we'll bang it in there. Control V. Right, it's telling me it's got probably not very long way it's copying, it's calculating. As soon as it comes up, I will tell you. So I'm just doing 2 or 3 other things at the same time. Multitasking.
Yeah. Something we're not very good at.
No, I'm definitely not very good at it. Definitely not very good at it.
A woman in here.
Yeah. 3 minutes it says.
Oh.
Just come up. So yeah, I'm just
there.
nearly there then. So I'm just going to install some drivers at the same time just to make sure everything is working. So this might slow it down a little, but we'll pick up some speed, I would have thought, towards the end. So yeah, 3 more minutes it says on there.
PCDD, you little shit.
Thanks, Chill. Sorry, ignore that please, Kevin. They can type words into this command here, and one of them is abusing me, as you can hear. I have a mug, you see, because they call me it all the time. So they call me that. Thanks, Chill. Cheers, Mick. So this is just installing these drivers as well on here, and your data's nearly moved across. You're going to have to obviously put your own software back on. So any software that you use, whether that's your antivirus or that's your music player or whatever you want to use, you're going to have to put all that back on. Connect it back to printers, connect it back to Wi-Fi, put your usernames, passwords in, things like that. So you're going to have to personalise it really, more than anything else.
What size is that?
This one's the same size as what you had, because it's just the one I used to use on here. Right, that's beeping because it's telling me that I've nearly done that one. Yeah, so this is the same size as you one I had before, because it was just the test drive that I used to use. You see, the one I was going to put in was going to be twice the size, but I ain't got one of them on test. Otherwise, I'd have put it in for you. This has got 6 more drivers to install, and then we should be ready to rock and roll for you. Uh, 30 seconds it says on there. I agree, Archnoid. Sorry, I'm just reading chat as well. It gets a bit.
I can't see that.
No. It gets because I talk to chat at the same time, so it's different. They're typing, and I can read, and we have conversations like that. Everyone thinks I'm going crazy. Neighbours walk by and think I'm going a bit loopy, so it's fine. Right, this is all your replace. Right, that's your data moved across. I'm just allowing it to do your whatchamacallit. What do they call it? I can't remember what they call it. Personnel files. Your drivers. Your drivers. So we'll shift this back across and we'll go in there. You have got quite a bit of stuff backed up to the cloud in OneDrive, so that'll automatically come across as and when you sign back into OneDrive when you get back. And I'll just put that where it came from, which is in there. That should be a quick.
I've got rid of all those stupid passwords.
There'll be no passwords on it.
Good.
So I don't. Oh, on your drive, yeah. Oh, yeah, because you had all driver passwords, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really bizarre, that one. They were things I looked at, but yeah, your BIOS flash didn't have any effect on it or anything like that. So I think it's probably a firmware issue in there. So I've been onto Kingston website this morning, and there are some updates, but because the drive's not showing, I can't update it, even though it is showing. So it's very, very, very strange.
Weird.
Yeah, it's an unusual one. But these things are sent to challengers.
You wouldn't think Windows updating itself would cause all this?
It could have been a case of, because when you do a Windows update, it depends which update it is, it's actually updating quite a lot of operating systems, so it's a big stressful thing. Your CPU will generally run near on full, your RAM will, and things like this. It's moving in and out a lot of data, reading and writing a lot of data, so it puts a lot of stress on it. So it can cause anything which is a little bit like this to fall over. You generally see it on older systems with mechanical drives because of the way they operate, but yeah, I think it's just been unfortunate rather than, I don't think it's, yeah, I don't think it's Windows or anything like that per se. I think it's just one of those things.
I mean, the fact that the hard drive will work in another machine is absolutely baffling, isn't it?
I've got it plugged into your computer, so it's recognising, but just not, it's not recognising it through SATA port. So it's recognising it as a disk, but not as a disk what it can read and write from. That's, honestly, it's bizarre, isn't it? But the actual connections inside, the SATA connections, where your disk should plug, is recognising other disks. So it must be something to do with the controller, I would have thought, in there. It's not getting hot or anything, so yeah, it's definitely weird. But we're back up and running, and this is nearly installed. This is just installing the last few drivers. I'm now officially... Oh, Ariane, thank you very much for that. Could be a read-only bug. Yeah, it could be. Could be Arnold. Could be. Yeah, the strange thing about this Arnold is this drive's on 179 hours of use. It was fitted about 2 years ago. I fitted about 2 years ago, but it's only 179 hours in the last 2 years and 112 power cycles. So it's not like it's mega used. Yeah, the other issue was because it wasn't reading the health status or anything else under. No, it's not Stuart. That's, I know what you're coming from on there, and I'll explain that. It's not recognising it in the BIOS, so it's definitely a firmware issue or a controller issue, because it is reading and writing. I can use it. I'm connected now via USB on it, as we will see if I zoom out. So the old drive's actually connected via USB just to do some data transfer. So it is seeing that. It's working in other computers, it's just not working under the SATA connection in here. But it's working on my computer on SATA connection. How bizarre is that? It's not working on SATA on this, but it's working on SATA on mine. It's working on USB on everything. 79, not even 179, 79, it's 3.5, 4 days worth of use. So yeah, they're asking me questions. Sorry, Kevin. I'm used to talking to myself.
If we all get some knowledge out of it,
Yeah. Yeah, I tried reflashing the BIOS, Arnold. I remember. I tried reflashing it because the customer had set a BIOS admin password, a hard drive password as well, and there was another type of password it had set as well. So I thought it might be something to do with the amount of passwords, certainly the hard drive password as well, which had been set in the BIOS. But again, when I plugged it into mine, it didn't come up with needing anything like that. It does feel like that sometimes, Arch noise. Yeah, it doesn't now. That's the problem, Arnold. It works. I know, but BIOS were reporting it as having as a password on it. And it definitely had a password on the BIOS because I had to type that in. And under the same security in the BIOS, it was coming with all of them being set, and the customer had wrote them all down. So yeah. Arnold's just asking me. He's a master at programming BIOSes. That's all. He's over in America.
Oh.
Yeah. We've got quite a collection here. We've got all over the world really. Some in Australia, some in America. We've got them all over the world.
Well being worked on them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have put audio back on, so because they can hear me now. So, but yeah, this is nearly done. It's on to second to last one. It's installing your audio driver, then it'll install your Wi-Fi card, and then it's just a quick reboot, and we will be done. Unplug that because we don't need that. Right, that's your old disc, so keep hold of that. That has still got your old information on. That's the one which is not very well. So you can throw it away by all means, or you can buy yourself a little cable like that. They're about £7 on Amazon, and you can use it as an external drive to back things up. but I wouldn't rely on it.
No, because if it's got issues,
If it's got issues, you don't want it to fail.
Issues onto
It's
that one.
It's unlikely to do that. Very unlikely to do that because I think it's on there. But what I wouldn't want to say is use it as your sole backup device and have an issue. But certainly you could use it to transfer data from one machine to other, like a big memory stick, really.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm just going to reboot your computer and then we're all done. Close that down, close that down. You will need to charge this when you get it back because it is quite flat. I had a problem with password. I knew set password, hard drive in the BIOS, then reboot, then remove password. I'm 90%. It's HP bug. I have an old Dell that allows you to set master passwords to boot into Windows XP. Wow, for my old DOS games. Right, so we are posting, and this seems to be coming into here. We'll just let this get onto the BIOS screen. I'll check device manager as well. And as long as we're good in device manager, we'll get back on with the other one. Device manager. Let's just see. Right, what I need you to do when you get back is do a Windows update because there's 2 drivers which are missing. So if you do your Windows update when you get back, it should find those 2 drivers. Do you connect on Wi-Fi or do you connect on cable to your internet?
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi. Right, I'll just make sure your Wi-Fi card is working then. Yeah, it is. So just to save you time, I'm just gonna. There's 2 drivers still outstanding, which you're just going to need to put on yourself, which Windows will do when you do your Windows update. It'll scan for everything, can do it. So other than that, everything is back to like it should. Right, we'll turn that off. Right, just 1 second, guys. Let me just finish off with the customer, and I'll be right back. Right.
But it downloaded it and then it was like installing.
Yeah.
And then it just went.
Yeah.
I stood, sat there watching it.
Yeah. It might be because it were a Tuesday afternoon. It were feeling off that day. I don't know, but at least you're back up and running anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No worries at all, Kev. All right.
I mean, for what I need it for, I mean, that's brilliant that it's up and running.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No worries at all. We'll speak to you later.
Right.
Ta-da now. Bye. Right, guys, that's another satisfied customer. No, he didn't. He only had. I actually installed that drive originally. It was a 128 gig SSD. The only partitions they had on the drive was the standard ones what Windows creates, like a recovery partition and whatnot. So it's just going in exactly the same manner. So it's good. On that one, Stuart. Fortunately, I have 5 and 900 in my flight. Current speed is 923 and 108. I'm on gigabit up and down where I am, and it works. Works reasonably well. Right, guys. I was just looking at this. Let's get back to this one. Let me just move a few of these spurious cables about. Let me just shift that one out of the way. Because this was for that Dell we were just working on. All right, so we're back to this Samsung. And I had it on charge all the way through probably for the last hour. Still doing exactly the same thing. But what I did notice was, I'm just going to measure the battery connector. The battery connector is still, right, its battery's now gone up to 13 volts. But if we plug this in, the computer tries to instantly come on. The battery is now reporting at 13.165, but that doesn't change. Okay. The laptop is still, we can see mine, I'm at 0.27, so I'm at 300 milliamps here. That doesn't alter. I will just try and turn it on, but I don't think it's going to come on. No. And the fans are coming on instantly. So it's staying the same. But what I did notice, and I only noticed because I touched them not by accident, but I touched them as I were moving around. These MOSFETs are getting hot. CPU's cool. But those MOSFETs, not overly warm, but they're twice the temperature of the CPU. I would say they're only probably 20 odd degrees. But over time, I could then feel those to about 25, 26 degrees, warmer than anything else on the board. So I'm just wondering whether there's an issue with one of those. I know they should get warm, but I mean, there is no heat as such at all. I mean, if we look at the, let's get the thermal camera back out. It's such a minuscule thing. Power on battery coil. Well, I was thinking that was the battery coil. That's where I was thinking the power was that battery coil there. And we've got 16 volts there. Yeah. So I'm thinking that's your 19 volt rail, or 20 volt in this case. It comes through there to here. We've got 16 volts, so it's passing through inductor. It looks like it's passing through onto these. We've got 16 volt there. It then comes out of this side. 16 volts. 16 volts on these caps. It then looks like it goes through the current sensor resistor. We've got 16 volts. We've got 16 volts to this MOSFET here. Coming out of this MOSFET, got 13. But if I disconnect the battery, we have 15. So whilst it's not the 16 going in, the battery is only rated at 15 volt to operate on. It's a 15.5 volt with a charge current of maximum charge current of 17.8. But we were charging it at 15 volts, so I think that is right as a charge current. So I think I think the charge circuit's working, even though if we look at the battery voltage really isn't going up. But we can manually charge that because we've manually charged that with the power supply, but only when it's in circuit. It won't manually charge because we've got the trigger pins here, and for some reason that end one isn't shoving any voltage out. So we've got 3.3 volts on both those two, which are the white and the brown, but the yellow didn't have anything on. The brown has 3 and the white has 3. The green has nothing, which is this end one here. But that could be clock, I would imagine, or something like that. I could lift one of them coils. I mean, for me, I pay. I've got a steal. I think it's something like £21 a month for my 100 up, gigabit up, gigabit down, locked in for 2 years. It's an absolute steal. Move, power, and back, lift coils. That's what you think about it. dual booting, so you can have two different versions of Windows on the same partition. I dual boot my main system. I've got 6 operating systems on my system, what I'm streaming from now. Fast boot, hibernate file, go back to the 3 temp chips MPS. Are you referring to these? Yes. Let me just put my temp on. There we go. So, the only things you'll be able to see from thermal camera, there's a slight heat signature. And I mean, it's very slight. These are the... oh my, blinking thing. Is that right direction? No. No, I need to get this lined up better. And it's fallen off. Maybe lens has fallen off altogether. Sorry, I'm just screwing my light back on. I've just managed to pull my light off.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me...
You've roughly got a picture of it on there. So, these are the 3 MOSFETs, as we can see on here. The thermal camera doesn't line up, but that's basically them there. And only that one is getting warm, which is the very first one, which is that one. But that's the coil. The coil's getting warm on that one. You can just see from the thermal imaging. Scrubby-W. But I don't think, let's let me measure, see if we've got anything on. I can't really measure. These are, I've got 4 volts coming out of that. And these are all going to be in parallel, aren't they? So 4.2. 16 coming in. That looks like it's the gate. Right, 16 coming in, 16 coming in, 16 coming in. So there's 16 coming in and there's 4 volts coming out. Am I reading that right? Until mob. Yeah, with Lady Penelope and whatnot. Yeah, bottom coil is the hottest. That coil there is the hottest. There's no, I will say there's no real heat on it at all. It's, I mean, there is another coil here, which is the, I think that one is the 5 volt coil. No, 5 volt coil. That one's the next hottest thing on the board. There's just nothing at all. It is negotiating up to 19 volts, so it's not like it's a controller issue. But what's puzzling me is the fan coming on instantly as soon as you plug it in, like it is trying to boot. Yeah, 4.2 is a weird voltage. I thought exactly the same when I was looking at that. You would think Certainly if we're thinking this is, but it's a Snapdragon processor. What does Snapdragon run on with being a mobile chip? Should they run on 4.2 volts? Because it is a very, very stable 4.2 volts, that, isn't it? It's a very smooth, stable 4.2. Because there's no other sort of. Oh, we've got a BIOS chip there. There's no other power supplies at all. So this must be, because the RAM's here, obviously, and I can't see where the RAM power supply is, unless, no, because they're all in parallel, aren't they? So we've got 3.2, we've got 2 lots of 5, a 3.2, and we've got a charge one. Everything is getting power everywhere where we'd want it. And there is a slight increase on if we look at 0.28, I know it's upside down, I'm just going to plug the battery in, and it does. So it goes up a little bit with battery plugged in from, no it doesn't, it's not moved at all with battery. If I unplug the fan, and we all know fan will take quite a bit, and again it's upside down, so you're looking at 28 there. Ouch. One of these stupid little fan control things which you can't get out with your fingers. There you go. So the fan is taking half the current. So if you get rid of the fan, it's pulling 140 milliamps. Which is zip, isn't it? Take the battery out, no difference at all. We've still got 16 volt on this charge coil. We've still got us 5. We've still got us 3. We've still got a 16 coming in on CPU, and we've still got a 4.2 coming out. It's 4.2 the main battery rail. Well, I've got batteries disconnected. I've got battery disconnected now, which is here. It's disconnected, and we've still got 4.2 exit of those. We've still got a 16 volt there, which is a charge voltage for the battery. We've got a 5, 5 and a 3. Yeah, I mean, battery's not fully charged, and I can charge the battery. The only way I could get the battery to take any charge is by powering it on USB and letting it come alive and doing that. Because as soon as I give it any type of power, it then wants to come alive. The fan comes on. Yeah, they're all in parallel as well. It's not like it's now responding to power button. Customer said this happens sometimes. It's now responding to power button. Right, USB-C is at 5 volts. I've turned it on with battery and then plugged USB-C in afterwards. Battery's depleting, it's not taking anything from USB-C. And it's now not negotiating 19 volts. Let me just see which one that one is, because my eyesight ain't that good. Is that it there? Are we referring to that one, or is that the... yeah, press on that one. Yeah, still nothing on voltage difference. Let me disconnect the battery. Right, as soon as I disconnect the battery, it went off for a split second. It's pulling 1.42 amps at 5 volts now. It's gone up to 20 volts at 0.22 of an amp. But disconnect battery and battery will be... Alright, it's not altered the ampage draw at all. Even though I've just connected battery. So it's not recognising that battery is plugged in and battery is not charged. We know it's not charged. It's a 15.5 volt battery. It's down to 13 volts. But it did respond to power button that time. Oh, wait there. Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys won't be able to see this. Let me get my torch out. I've left my torch, and can you see that? That is the screen. You can just see it under here now. Power button. Yeah, no backlight. No, it's not responding to power button. I'm pressing and holding power button. It just flicked on and off then. Right, there's nothing on screen. Right, Samsung logo has come up, but no backlight. And we've got a brightness adjust. Wasn't doing this earlier. But we're still not pulling any current. It's a different fault this now to what it was doing before, because I'm holding the power button and it's not shutting down, it's just rebooting. But none of that current is boot current. It's pulling 0.21 of an amp. None of it is boot current at all, because you stupid thing. Alright, so that's your, bearing in mind 15 milliamp, 150 milliamps of that is fans. Disconnect the fans and it drops down to 100 milliamps. That is not any type of power on cycle. No, disconnect the fans and I'm down to, it's still the same, it's at 140 milliamps. Disconnect the battery and I'm at 140 milliamps. It is not recognising battery at all. And I know these are power efficient, but it's going to run on more than 150 milliamps. It's got to. Could it be a BIOS issue? Could it be a BIOS issue where it's not? I don't think it'll show me anything though, Ankia. One, because it's probably not posting to a UEFI state to be able to output video. Two, there's just not enough current there because it's 110 milliamps. It's 110 milliamps. I'll get an HDMI and try that just so we can see, because I'm not saying for definite, I just would doubt, but it's a way of, it's another diagnostic route we can go down. So we'll do that. I will unplug. If I go onto that screen there, we will get a picture in bottom right if we get a picture. So we're now powered back up. Right, so we're up to 100 milliamps, 110 milliamps. Yeah, it might not, but it's just locked now at 110 milliamps. Customer says it's been doing this for several weeks and then it's just finally stopped. You used to have to just kind of power it on, power it off, power it on, power it off to get it to work. And then it now won't come on. And it's a bad MOSFET. There's not that many in it. There's the monolithic ones, you know, the dual MOSFET ones, sorry. He's not saying it's been dropped. He's not saying there's anything else on it. That little bit of heat signature we can feel here. You know, the heat signature which we were feeling here. Could it be something on the other side of the board? We've been such a... I don't know. It's been such a spread out heat signature across there, because it probably encompasses all of those on there. So could it be something on the other side of the board? I doubt it, because they're only things which are... I mean, there is a little bit of heat in the... There's a little bit of heat in the heat pipes now. Yes, I could add backlight to it. Thank you. But it's sticking on the Samsung screen. It's the current draw. I don't think it's the... I know what route you're going down to see if it's coming on, but I don't think it's that, mainly because the current draw is just not there. The power's not there. So to me, it looks like it's trying to come on. It's drawing a bit of current to power the fans, for example, but if I disconnect them, it's 100 milliamps. And then whatever next signal is to say, yes, I'm here, turn on, it's not going on to second or third stage to do that, to do everything. But 100 milliamps shouldn't be generating any heat in the CPU, and it is. I mean, screens obviously quite a chunk. Just because I can't see backup board, I'm going to pop backup board. I'm going to pop board off, just to see if there is anything there. With it being radiating from, let's take display cable out and let me see if it's pulling any different in current. Because if it is a backlight issue, could it be a backlight issue on screen? 22 down to 0, back up. Now 100 milliamps again. And it sits there. So that's even with display disconnected. Take some more of these things off. Yeah, wrists are very, very efficient at the arms. I cannot see any sensors where they would be, because I would imagine it's going to be the edge sensor, isn't it? I can't see anything on there. Let me see if there's anything around the board. No. Can't see any edge sensors on it. It will have one somewhere, obviously. Sometimes they work off a light sensor as well, don't they, on the camera, if there's no shutter on the camera, but I don't know if they still do that type. They used to. Not keen on those little connectors there at all, but let's see if I'm still getting the same fault with bits and bobs taken off and disconnected. Right, what's wrong with it is when we plug any type of power, whether it's battery or USB-C, it is negotiating up to the right voltage. The fans instantly come on, and I mean instantly. It's not responding really to the power button successfully. We've got voltage on. The voltage input to the charge circuit is 16 volts. With the battery disconnected, the output on the MOSFET for the battery is 15.5. Connect the battery, that drops down to 13 volts, which is battery voltage because I've manually charged some of the battery. We've got, as main power rail coming in, we've got 4.2 coming out because it's an ARM processor, and that's main power rail in an ARM. But it's just not posting. We have noticed that Samsung does come on the screen, but with no backlight. But it doesn't get any further. But it's only pulling 110 milliamps. That's it. Doesn't fluctuate from it. 110 milliamps. That's it. Yeah, they are more like a phone and whatnot, aren't they? I didn't know it was ARM when he rang me up, but the customer said, I've got a laptop. And to customers, they are laptops, aren't they, I suppose? But they're more like a mobile device than a conventional laptop. So things like your voltages and whatnot, when we saw that voltage on CPU, we were like, oh, that doesn't seem about right. But if that's main power rail for those, probably it is in a 5-volt phone. I don't know. But we will have a look. Let's take these back. Let's take this board out and then power it independently. The annoying thing is, it's only just over a year old. He bought it in January, 25th of January 25. He bought this. So it's just outside its warranty. And what he was saying was, he bought another one, and that's got problems on it too. Well, that one is under warranty. Not same brand or anything like that. Let's power it and see if the heat signature was coming from the back of the board, not the front of the board. I can't see any marks on any of the plastic under there. That one disconnected. Off. And let's get the thermal camera on just for peace of mind. Okay. Right, we're now fully disconnected. We will plug that in. I would imagine, yep, we've gone straight up to the, yep. Right, we're sat at 110 milliamps. And it'll sit there all day long. Not really doing a great deal. So we'll have a look with the thermal camera on the back as well as the front now. And just see. Try and take this macro lens off if I can. I've got the macro lens off. Can't take it off if I've already took it off. So we've got some reflections. Is it that way or that way? I can never figure out which way to hold this camera. There we go. Right. So there's nothing on the back. This is where we were getting the heat signature on the front, but there's certainly nothing really. There's a reflection there. I can't use this camera at all. It's back to front. Everything's back to front on it. That must be EC chip up maybe on the other side of the board. Yeah, so front side at board. See if there's anything on here showing. Those are the inductors which we were discussing earlier. As you can see, there's only that bottom one getting warm. That is the very bottom one which we said is a bit sus. The MOSFET isn't getting warm, just the coil. So whether we try lifting that coil and see if it moves it onto one of others. These are two ICs, but I would imagine they're for USB-C charging, so that's probably where power's coming in. USB-C really isn't hot. The one I'm charging from is this one, and that is, I cannot even feel temperature on it. CPU is generating a bit of heat, but again, it's minuscule. It's probably 2 to 3 degrees hotter than my body temperature, and in here that's pretty cold. I reckon that's probably 22 degrees, something like that. Let me put temperature spiky bits on so we can see all. "30 degrees" it says. I doubt it's 30 degrees, but 30 degrees it says. It certainly don't feel like it to me. And those aren't even registering away from background, which is that. So by far the hottest thing is CPU. So CPU is obviously, yeah. I've dropped my macro lens, and I don't know, I've dropped it for the camera. Oh, I haven't dropped it. It's still in the blinking thing. So that coil at the bottom. That way? No, that way. The coil's nice and even. The driver isn't getting warm because the driver's sitting here. So if we look there, that's the driver, that's the coil, and then the other two coils are up here. But that coil, 30 degrees if that. 4.2 volt on the V-core output seems pretty high. Well, no, because the V-core runs at 4.2 on ARM boards, according to Google. But they all look to be in parallel. Let me stick microscope and have a look. So this is the one which you're getting out. It's the coil, not the driver. But they all look to be on the same track. They are. They're all on the same track as output, and they're not on the same track for input, but they're certainly all on the same track for output. Yeah, I didn't know it either, Craft Beanie. Did not know that at all. Somebody in chat pointed out. I can't remember who it was, sorry. But yeah, somebody in chat said they'd looked, and the main power rail should be 4.2. And I suppose when you think they are more like, see if we can get a good connection on it. There you go, 4.2, and it's a pretty stable, solid 4.2, that, isn't it? But they're all in parallel, so they're all going to read that. So we're good on there. Yeah, so they're all that, and the input's nice and stable as well, and 16 volt input, 16 volt input. So input's nice and stable. We're getting an output. It's kicking an output out. They're all actually kicking 4.2. So all them MOSFETs are working. Just don't know why that one's getting considerably warmer on an inductor. That MOSFET is lower ohms than the other two. I will measure that. NPS driver support, power saving, phase shedding. So, yeah, you're right. That could be it. It could just be turning one on. Let's find the LED backlight. It's going to be at the top of the board. Get that pulled over. This is our display connector here. Let me just zoom down to see. Get it nice and focused in. This wouldn't stop it posting though. And that's what it's not doing. It's not going on to a post. I wouldn't have thought this would stop it posting. I'm not going to say that for definitive because I really don't know. But I wouldn't have thought it does. Right, there's a big thick track here. What's that one? 16 volts. And that looks like it goes down to here. This is obviously ground, I would have thought. Yeah. These are those pins there, 16 volts. Got a 3 volt there. Yeah, nothing on that one. Could it be that one there? And 1.5 there. So I would say that this is the main backlight power rail. Let me just see if I can get that bit in, because the circuit boards are not the best to look at. So are we, you can just see another, you know, the track being cut here. So this is all that track going to probably collection at first 4 or 5 pins, which is what all them caps are sitting on. Post-out on the screen showed something. It just showed Samsung. Look up if laptop will actually post with a bad battery or no battery. That rectangle chip lightly. Well, again, we are posting with. We are getting a light with the battery on, but it's not pulling any current with the. It's not pulling any additional current when I plug the battery in either. So it's like it's not recognising the batteries in. Do you think that one there? Or do you think this one? It's a rectangle chip below. I would have thought that's more like it there, isn't it? Or do you think that's it there? Can't even see. That's going through a resistor. Yeah, it's that chip there. This is the one which is generating the backlight voltage, I would have thought. That chip there. Yeah, it is. It's that one. And that's the one which goes into here, which is going to this big pad here from this chip. I would imagine the input is probably there. It's got 16 volts coming in, it's got 16 volts coming out. There's also a 5 volt and a 3.2. Yeah, well, I have got voltage on motherboard there. Find fuse. Should be backlight fuse somewhere. I think. That's what I was looking for originally. That's what I would normally look at, see if I could find a backlight fuse. And normally the fuse is very, very close by. I cannot see anything which represents any type of fuse. But in fairness, I can't find a fuse on the board itself, which I found quite bizarre. So it might not have them. It could have 0 ohm resistors to act like fuse. I don't know. Could have something else, but I can't see a fuse on that one. So fire it up again. Where this text on the screen, that's the state it's in now. That's the state we're in. We're in that state where the text is on the screen. Yeah, it's pulling 100 milliamps. Upside down, I know, but 100 milliamps there, and that is the state we are in. Yep, that one then. 16 in, 16 out. 3 caps got voltage, but nothing gets hot. Yeah, basically, I'm not saying it's not getting hot. The board is generating some heat, but my hands are freezing. The board is generating some heat, but not a great deal of heat. It's not like it's generating 50, 50 C. It's generating. Let me take the thermal thing off. This is where the whatchamacallit is, and these are where ICs are. There's just nothing at all. Again, there's only this bottom one, which is what we've just been poking around, and CPU. But this is 100 milliamps, so it's like in a sleep state. Could it be somewhat under CPU? Yes, but what does it? The text on screen said Samsung. It was the Samsung logo across the screen. So volts go through the ribbon to the backlights, and then back to ground on motherboard. I don't know. Oh, I don't know on that one, Anki, whether it goes there or not. No, guess MOSFET control brightness. No, I didn't see anything other than that psychic, apart from the Samsung one, as I was moving around on screen, because I did look and I couldn't see it. I have got 16 and 16 out. Are we thinking it should be different to that then? If we're thinking this is the MOSFET here, and this is the input to the MOSFET, we've got 16.75 in, and the tracks are coming out up here, and we've got 16. It's not losing anything at all. We've got an input leg there, which is 5. We've got 1 at 3. Don't know how we'd have 3 and 5 on that chip. It's just a simple thing, and we've got 3 there. So we've got 2 3s and a 5. But we've definitely got 16 volts there. Shall I connect the screen up to see if that alters? If this chip is failing and it can't produce it under load. I'd have to take this one out. I may well do. I don't know what connectors on the other end, because I do have quite a few connectors. I just don't know what connector is on the other end. But if that is the case, and I'm only asking because I don't know, so it is. Where's Uncle Sorry when you need one out? Is if the backlight had gone, wouldn't the computer still go into a post mode, e.g. boot into the operating system? Wouldn't it still do that? I mean, just bear in mind, this must have onboard storage as well, because I haven't taken a hard drive out of this. So this has got onboard RAM and onboard NVMe. I know. I'm same Ankia. I'm. Because if I were thinking like it was a laptop, I know it's not a laptop because it's ARM, but if we were thinking like it were a laptop, if your backlight had gone, your current would be down when you're posting, but it would still post through to Windows. And you could shine a torch and you'd still see your screen. The backlight isn't working, we've now discovered, but the current draw is 110 milliamps. I know they're efficient, but it's got to be more than that. I mean, fan, for goodness sake, is taking 140, but the fan is on instantly. There should, for me, there shouldn't be a reason for the fan to be on at full pelt instantly unless there's an issue with the board or cooling. Okay, that's my brain saying that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of a standard thin form laptop, certainly something which is renowned for low power, to have the fan coming on instantly at full pace, pulling more current than the actual motherboard. And it should post, yeah, it should post with a monitor. It's not posting, it's not booting, it's not even posting, let alone booting. It's not showing. I didn't see them other pictures. I'm not going to argue with this psychic. I didn't see them myself, but we will try that out. But it's the fan issue. Only time I ever known a fan come on full pelt straight away, full blast straight away, instantly, is when there's been an issue with the board, or it thinks it's overheating, so it puts it on full pelt. Like a BIOS update, for example, would put it on that because it doesn't want it to get overheat. So it's usually when there's an issue. I've not located, well, no, in a word, because we can't find one. It doesn't have one as such. It's got a couple of different chips, but not an EC chip, which I would recognise as an EC chip. It's got a ENE chip, which I believe might be the culprit. We've got no shorts, and other thing, we've got voltage where it's going. Yeah, full fan means EC is not getting temp sensor values. Some even do it in BIOS. Yeah, ENE is the EC chip. Thank you. I think no post in BIOS problem. Maybe because it's so early in the process. Yeah, let me connect screen back up. Let me just see if we can get some other additional text on. I didn't see it, but it doesn't mean it didn't appear because I could have been focusing on something else. So let me get the screen connected back up. Customer did say the problem had been arising for a few weeks, and he used to have to kind of turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. So it is an intermittent fault. I ain't going to put the daughter board on because I don't think there's any point. So I'm not going to connect the daughter board up that side, and I'm not going to connect speakers and touchpad and whatnot. The only thing I am going to connect is what I believe is the keyboard, because the power switch is on the keyboard, and we have seen pressing and holding the power button will turn it off for a split second and it comes instantly back on. So it's not going into a power down cycle with it, it's going into a reboot. And I'm just going to put a couple of screws in just to stop the motherboard falling out. Try and get them lined up. There we go. That'll do. There's a couple of screws in there just to hold it in place. Touchpad is out. The keyboard is in. Not bothered about speakers, and I'm not going to bother with the battery or that because it's replicating the same fault whether we've got battery in or not. But we have got display in, so connect it up, and we'll see where it goes. We are at 100 milliamps again. It's upside down, sorry guys. do you know what I can do? I can put this back on my big power supply. So it just makes it a bit easier for everyone to see. So at least we've got on board while that's doing that, and see if we can get up to, because it took a few seconds before to get back up to there. So whilst that's doing that, I'll get this rigged back up. We're at 19 volts. We are at 19 volts. Right, it's going to go off, and I'm going to put it into my power supply. So we should now get top right hand corner. We can see current draw. Woohoo! We can see current draw. So that's current draw at 19, so we should be able to see it, which is 0.23, and it will just sit at that. I will just move my deluge of wires. I will keep an eye out to see if anything comes up on screen. Let's grab a torch. Right, there's nothing on screen at the moment. Nothing on screen at the moment, so we'll leave that a few seconds. I'm going to try and do it. Could it be the socket for the ribbon be bad? Yeah, it could be. Please. Oh, so it did say. I honestly didn't say it. See it, Psychic. I do apologise. I weren't questioning you. I just didn't see it. I saw the Samsung, but I think I was probably focusing on the word Samsung rather than anything else, because I'd not seen it, so I got a bit excited. So there we go. Let me see if I can just lift that up a bit to get rid of the reflection. I am going to put fan in, because with fan, at least we can tell it's on. So that might be a better option with that. So let me just put a couple of screws in the fan to hold that in place. I think the last one we did, well, first one we didn't, last one we did, because it's only its second arm one I've worked on. I think we said that was the EC chip. That's just pull. No, I thought it pulled more current, but it ain't. Still at less than 6 watts. It'll jump up now when I plug the fan in. So 3, 2, 1, plug in the fan in a second. I'll try that 3, 2, 1 countdown again. There you go, fans in, fans spinning. You can see current draw up here has jumped. So at least fans spinning. CPU is cool. 30 degrees at most there, guys. 30 degrees at most. So what I'm going to try and attempt to do is power it off. So just keep an eye on that current draw. I am pressing and holding the power button. You'll see it dip for a split second if it reacts to it. I will plug battery in if we don't get any joy this time. No, it's ignoring power button now. It's ignoring power button. I'm just going to disconnect that. It definitely doesn't need out on daughter board. Let's plug the battery in. Let's get a screw in the battery. One screw. I'll just put a couple in here just to stop it falling out. That'll do me. Let's plug the battery in. Now, it was instantly coming on when I did the battery earlier. Right, so we've got battery in now. Right, it's not coming on with battery at all. USB-C. Fans on full speed. Again instantly. Can you see power cycle on current? It is not charging battery, but it does move like it started to post and then stops. Even if I got the lid shut, right, once it started, it's now still running. It is still running. I'm going to hold power button now, see if. So it's drawing power from the battery. The only success we ever had was if we manually charged the battery. It's now running all day long now. So I've turned it back off, fan stopped, it's gone to sleep. On battery, which we know it runs on, but it doesn't start on. Open it up. Power.
Oh, you!
TFN, hello, howdy doody. Hello, howdy doody. Got a tricky one here, TFN. I'm sure I'll pick you up to speed in a second. So with the battery, it's not responding to that at all. Lid shut, off, battery in, and it comes on instantly, but it's not. Just think, 200 milliamp of that is fans. It did, thank you, TFN. It went, yeah, it did. Thank you very much. It did, thank you. I won't get into it on stream, but yes, thank you very much for inquiring and asking.
Oh, you!
What did I miss? Archnoid. No, Ariane. What did I miss? Does it start with power button going? Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, we think I saw some text. Should have bought a MacBook. Right, there's no text on there at all. I can replicate the issue. So we'll let it power cycle down. We'll plug that in. I'll start this. Well, you might be able to see it. I'll keep an eye out for the Samsung. It's come back on. We've got current draw. I'll keep an eye out for any signs of life. I have got some reflection in where I'm sat, so. We'll give it. I'll tell you what I will do. I'll pop for a wee while that's doing that because I need to go. 2 minutes.
I'm a lead farmer!
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me!
Right. And it's that. Oh, we've got something. No, that's a mark on screen. That there is not. That's not text. I got all excited. I walked downstairs and thought, oh, there's text. No, it's not text. Yeah, I wonder if it's a common problem. Could well be. Light blinds us. Go dark. Go dark. I don't think. There we go. I'm dark, but I'll just hold the power button and see if it'll react to power button. It's power button on the keyboard card though. Bottom left hand side I'm holding it. Certainly nothing in there, even if I illuminate with my phone, which I was doing before. We do have, even I'm struggling to see this. Right. Ugh. That's maybe too bright. No, that's too bright. Just blinding myself with that. Can someone sort image? I've turned lights off just so I can see the screen a little bit better. Right. we say there's a countdown timer. If I can take a photo, you know, if I take a photo with flash on, where that photo would actually illuminate the... Yes, it does. Hey! Wow. Can you see that? That's basically what there is. There's a countdown timer on it. There is some text underneath, but I can't quite read the text. Let me try another photo. Can't believe that worked. No. There's a box with a question mark here at the top. Just here. You can just maybe see that. You can just see the question mark. Can you just see the question mark there? Question mark. You can just see the timer. Just here. I think that's probably coming through on. And there is some... Can't see anything else.
Oi, you!
What have I done? Use an external display. I'm not too sure whether it'll come up. That's the problem. I'm going to have to turn the lights on, gents. The dog's brought a toy in. Let's see if we can get an external display. We did try this earlier, and it wouldn't play ball. If it don't work on OBS, I'll just grab a monitor quickly and plug a monitor in. Bottom right hand corner, if it comes up, let's put that on full screen. No, it's not bringing anything up on OBS or full screen. But yeah, you can still see timer there. Can't zoom down any closer than that. Onboard storage faulty. Can't find boot device. That what that is? Which, yeah. So escape. Time is still up. Just wreck it out there. Windows P. Windows would be other side of keyboard. Windows P. No, not that one. And escape or F10. F10 is dual display. No, still not coming up. And functions F10. Just in case. No, not that one. Press space. Yeah, not that one. I have also tried brightness up and down as well. I tried it when it came up with Samsung logo before. But yeah, there is. You can just make out the question mark there. Make it out a bit easier if I tilt the board, maybe. I think there is a countdown timer. Do we think this might have multiple faults then? Check power tip backlight circuit. I will check that now. I'm going to unplug HDMI cable because that's not doing it. It's just in the way. I still can't get my head around why fans are on full speed. That's what I still can't get my head around. Calibrated wire. Yeah, it could be keyboard. It could well be the keyboard which is at fault. Which is that. So I'm going to put it in that orientation to check this. I can see the points here without me putting the microscope on, so I know it's not the best view for you, gents. Right, 16.7 to the backlight. So we're still getting 16.7 to the backlight. 4:02 PM in the UK at the moment. It means boot failure. Just ask Gemini. Oh, but why would? Because it's obviously an onboard. It's obviously onboard hard drive. because it's a tablet or a phone in a big case. So I suppose the question is, can we boot off USB? If we can boot off USB, we might get an HDMI picture. Maybe. I doubt it. Can I boot off a traditional... Yeah, boot failure would explain the fans being... Yeah, because it's not a CPU failure, because it wouldn't come up with that screen. I have no idea. I'm presuming the onboard storage chip is... It's not on the other side of the board, because we've had that out. There's definitely nothing on the other side of the board. So I'm surmising it is under here, which is obviously CPU and the RAM, onboard RAM. I am surmising it is under there. It'll be some. They're certainly RAM chips. They're RAM chips, but we've got CPU under it. But there's nowhere else it can be. There's nowhere else in this board where it can be, because if we start kind of saying, well, your CPU's under and your RAM's here. That's not a NAND flash. That's not a NAND flash. These are controller chips with USB. That looks like something to do with HDMI. That one's the EC chip. That one's Wi-Fi. And then we're onto a daughter board at the other side, which is connected via a ribbon cable down here. So an NVMe wouldn't be that little M.2. No, it's a Wi-Fi.
PCDD, you little shit.
This could be the future of RAMgate, onboard RAM and storage, yeah. PCEC little chip, yeah. Can you boot from the Venturi? I'm going to try that now. I'm going to try booting from Venturi. I doubt whether it will let me. I doubt it, but what we got to lose? I'm trying to boot from a Windows OS. Trying to boot from an OS. Let's see and let's give it a go. Let's see if we can get into any type of BIOS. Do they have standard BIOS keys on this? I have no idea. No, I doubt whether it'll boot either. F9 is it? I think again I've got my big question mark on screen. Well, that were interesting. It did something slightly different then. Now we've got a question mark back. Got a question mark and a timer. What says 0, I think that's time, 0007. Oh, and there's not really a generic booting from each platform has its, yeah. BIOS would be F10. Wouldn't removing the LCD cable force HDMI. No, because unless it's got drivers for HDMI, and it might not have HDMI out, but not all laptops will post to HDMI, even if you haven't got a display connected. Should be large inductors near the screen connector and should have 4.2 volts on one side and 25 volts on the other. I've got nothing like that near the screen connectors, I'll tell you now. We're up here. Nothing like that down here, Psychic. We've got 16 volts coming to the screen. But even so, if the warning is not, if the warning is the drive, I think it's similar to the Apple boot question mark as well. Snapdragon SoC checks the display, EDO and backlight power good signal. If backlight is dead or shorted, then you will get a timer and question mark on screen. Ah. I can't find, honestly, James, that, I mean, what Psychic has just said, it makes perfect sense. Explain like that, but I mean, I was questioning earlier. Please tell me where your, please tell me where the backlight fuse is on there, because I can't see it, and there's nothing at all under here. I cannot see a backlight fuse at all. The main power rail is here, we can see coming down, and there's 16 volts on that. But the 16 volts coming into this chip, which looks like it's driving it. Is that chip driving it? Yeah, we can just see track here coming from these two pins here. There's 16 volts coming in and 16 volts coming out. There's a 2 3s and a 5 here, and obviously this then power is generated from the 19 volt, the 16 volt power rail here, which is feeding these, which are going through to here, which converts it down to 4.2 to stage it onto rest board. But I cannot. It probably made it up. I have to get ready to go to the doctor. Oh, sorry. Have a good. I hope everything goes okay for you, actually. Anchor. I hope everything goes all right. I'm getting you confused now. I haven't got a. I mean, I could well have another screen, but I cannot see. I cannot see a. Even with. Let's leave that disconnected. Let's leave that disconnected, and I will plug HDMI back in. Right, HDMI is back in. There you go. So we've got no paneling, we've only got HDMI, and HDMI will appear in bottom right. Is this laptop an anchor? If backlight voltage that connector might not issue if the screen itself. Yeah, it's not. But we're not getting an HDMI, but that's probably not, again, uncommon. We might not get HDMI until it boots into operating system. That connector might not be issued. I mean, I can try and change the screen. Yeah, so that's external display. We're not getting a picture in bottom right because it would have probably given me a picture by now. Let's take the display out. I might have one. I can't guarantee I have, but let's just see. Since I've got most of it disassembled, I am just going to take the hinges off because it's so much easier taking the panel off when you've got the hinges, the panel out without breaking it when you've got the hinges and everything. Basically, you've got it broke down into two. Now, if the backlight was failing, that might run a little bit into what the customer was saying, which was it would come in. You used to have to turn it on and off several times. So if the LED driver on the board had issues. Give me a number of laptop. It is, doing a microscope because it's that small. There we go. November Papa 75, November Papa 750 X-Ray Quebec Alpha. Yeah, I'll see if I've got a spare display. I've got about... Oh. Yeah, we'll stare at a blank screen because I'm a bit of a prat. There we go. I've got about 30 displays, so I might have one to do it. So November Papa 750 X-Ray Quebec Alpha. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta X-Ray Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Lima Kilo Mike November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. Is that it? I didn't know my alphabet there. What was the last part? The last part is X-Ray Quebec Alpha. What's the number of the board? I will show you that in one tick. Says lightly blown high side MOSFET. Well, could be number of the board. Presuming that's the board number, which is November X-Ray 15 Core Revision 1. Yeah, there's two numbers there. Assuming that's the board number, or the white stick is the board number, I don't know which. We have got another number sat up here, but I think that's a confirmative number, isn't it? Yeah, so I'd say that's probably the board. I used to be able to recite it backwards, wow. I'm going to see if I can download a BIOS update at backdoor 3. Okay, thank you. Can't like fuse is zero in the LCD connector apparently. Ooh, right, let's have a look then. Since we know where that is, because I'd rather check that rather than disassembling the screen, because there's always a possibility you could actually break the LCD panel, and I don't really want to do that. I thought it might be a 0 ohm resistor. It's just finding which one, isn't it? So if we're right in thinking that this is the main power rail, the only things which are sat on the main power rail is this, and then it goes to your, this is your 16 volt, where your 16 volt is to your, what converts it to 4.2. So we think it comes, or I'm thinking it comes down here into the bottom of this little IC. That then goes all the way up here, past these caps and to the display connector, and that's 16.5. No update. Oh no, I can barely recite it forwards. Atophobia. I can't even pronounce that. Is that a pair of alphabets, letters? I can't see any 0 ohm resistors on that circuit. I mean, there's quite a few different ones. I mean, there's a big chunky trace here, isn't there? But that's not going to be a power rail. There's another one here, but that's not going to be a power rail. Because it's crystal, isn't it? Fear of imperfection. Ah, well, I don't have that. Check voltage on the connector. Yep, get this plugged back in. And we'll plug that back in. Right, so we're powered back up. Yep, we are spinning. Ouch. Exactly the same as it was before. So, I'll take that out then. DC mode. DC voltage. So we've got $12 there. Now with the screen on, that's 16 volts. I've obviously got the screen disconnected. Got 1.8 there. I'm just looking for big tracks here now. Got 1.8 there. These are going to be dated, aren't they? Because they're such small tracks. I would imagine this is ground. That's a data track. Don't even think that's connected to there. So yeah, so the only ones I've really got voltage on is this first track here, because that's certainly ground there. As I bend my pin probe. Can't measure it unplugged. Let's plug it back in. Woo-hoo. Get up and dance with me. All right. So we are now plugged back in with a screen. Power's back in. We'll get a ground. We now have nothing. Oh, there you go, 16 volts. So it's detecting there's a screen plugged in, and it's giving us 16.7 volts. Have we got a picture? We've got the question mark. Are you referring to that one? Arnold. Check actual pins. I don't know if I can check the pins, if I'm being honest, because I can't get into pins. The pins are far, they're underneath. I can't get into pins on there. Broken ribbon cable to screen. Yeah, it could be. Could be that. That might not necessarily come together with what the customer was saying. They used to have to switch it on and off several times, but he could have just been just moving cable, so it might be. Yeah, can't get to the pins. I would say next step, open the screen and check the backlight fuse. I was also thinking that connect to a pin here. Yes, the voltage control chip, the enable. Okay, yeah, well, I think we've got them all. I will just double check the connector is bad, you can't get to the pins. What's voltage on the 3 caps on the right of the connector? 16. Oh, to the right of the connector. You mean those up there? We've got 1.2 volts. Because I'm presuming that's something to do with the HDMI, because HDMI socket is just off screen. 1 second. Hammer's in here again. Oh, gosh. Hey, pal, thank you very much. See you later, mate. Bye-bye.
PCDD, you little shit.
He'd already come up. Oh, gosh. Oh. I'll take some painkillers in a minute, guys. Oh, my leg. Oh, damn thing. That really hurts. Check LCD power board. I mean, they're right under the edge, under the connector. Oh, those are 16 volt, because it's on the same as here. That same track. That's all going through. You think it's an SSD control? Yeah, no, I would have thought that would. Oh, you're wrong. I would have thought that was the because you've got your HDMI filters here and whatnot feeding into it, aren't you? And ports just over there. And that is definitely on the power circuit, this thing here. It's just whether 16 coming in and 16 coming out. We've got power on the gate of those. If we look there, we've got 3 there. I would imagine these are 3.2 there. Got nothing on there, but I don't know whether we should have anything on there. So it's, are they the input and that is the output? Could that be the thing where it's not triggering it? But we've certainly got 16.75 coming in, and we've got 16 point. It's exactly the same coming in as it going out. Yeah, HDMI. What voltage? Pin 22 and 23. That might be an enable light. All right, okay. I'm presuming you mean on here. I'm not going to know which is 22, 23, because that's a 40 pin connector, so it's going to be somewhere probably around here. And they look like filtering pins, filtering data pins rather than anything else. 1.8. Got 2 1.7. That just made me jump. Backlight needs 25 volts. Do you think screen's making it to 25 volts? Do you think that's gone then? I think it's this what's gone, which isn't giving us backlight. Because there's only 16 coming in. It's exactly the same coming in as going out. There's an inverter in the screen. It is, James, it's just which ones they are on here. Because I can't actually get to any pins, so unless I've got any external external components. Petramorphia. Is that fear of stone? Have you tried eliminating OBS and connecting down to a monitor to see if you can stream? I haven't. No, let me just get one because I've got one handy. Oh God. Oh, blinking me. My good old trusty screen works on everything. Oh gosh, really struggling this afternoon with my knee, guys. And about the noises, really not good with it. So painful today. Right, this screen generally works with everything. So I'll plug this in over here. Get my screen up and running. I can't show you this bit, but we'll see where it goes. So I'm going to disconnect the cable, ribbon cable. So we've disconnected ribbon cable, and I'm just going to power it, and I'll just see if we get even a handshake signal. No signal is on screen all the time. No signal, no signal, no signal. No signal, no signal, no signal. Give it 10 more seconds just to see if it comes up. The fear of flight, is that what that means? Yes, good point that, James. I can do that. Right, so it's not doing HDMI on external monitor either. Just going to put this back. Oh. That out. Let's count these. Hook that round there. So, 22 and 23 you said, James? I believe it was. Tetraphobia. Fear of fish. No problem, Ronnie. No problem at all. Yeah, 22, 23, I'm sure it was. So, are we saying pin 1 starts over here? Because that's voltage. So, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. So it's them two there. Right, so it looks like that's giving birth to a monster. Well, we've all done that, I tell you. So I think that's one there, and that's one there. I'm going to just double check.
Oh, you!
Oh, sorry, microscope screen. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Carthor. Thank you, James. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. It's them two there. Okay. So I think that one is there. We can see if we can get onto that little test pin there. And the other one, I think is there, is on the end of there. We've certainly got continuity with one of them, and we should get continuity with the other. Right, I think that's... Unless they come off at a strange angle. I am going to clean up another via, whatever you want to call it, next to it, just to see, because we've got another one just here. I'll give it a bit more contrast, that. And at least, I don't know how that goes, so I'm just going to clear that veer off here, because that could be one of them as well. But I'll test all the points there. Right, so we've got those. The one to the left comes down between the resistors to the test points below, doesn't it? It maybe does. Yeah. Well, we'll see what voltages we've got round there. So I'll connect that back up. So we're back on with that. Let's give it some voltage. We are cooking. Let's get on there and see if we've got any. Ouch. I can't say that that is 100% that pin, but I think it might be. Have we got any voltages there? Yeah, so my meter's working. Right, it doesn't look like what James was saying. If they're the enable pins, it's either that point there, or that point there. And even if we're out a little bit, it's that point there. Maybe. Yeah. Alright, battery's unplugged. Keyboard is connected. I've had battery unplugged for quite a while with this. But just while that's helping it to drain, gentlemen, I am just going to pop off and just take some painkillers for my leg because it's incredibly painful. So I'll be as quick as I possibly can. I'm just going to let that power drain down. We've got battery disconnected and we've got that as quick as I can. Oh. This was easy one I had at 2. Oh, gosh. I took some painkillers, so if I start going a little bit wappy, I'm going to apologise now. If I start saying stuff I shouldn't say and start going a bit slurry, let's blame it on painkillers. Check the backlight fuse. Yep, we'll do that next. Need to hold power button for 60 seconds. Let's just do that. Yeah, painkillers are working, but just not very good. Yeah, I've tried turning it up, Archnoid. It's not working on key press either, but the keyboard could be faulty. So if an LED strip fails, you have to replace the whole strip. Yeah, too much AMI. Send me some PCDD. Something went in my leg during dumbbell lunges. Hobbling around. It's good stuff, Mookie. Good stuff. My exercise equipment has turned up today. So you'd be proud of me, Mookie. I've had to buy a Reebok step, a 85-inch inflatable ball, a yoga mat, and some yoga blocks. I remember replacing a couple of those, Sam. The LED tubes in screens, fluorescent tubes, even light tubes in LCD bezels. I do remember them. I replaced a couple. Oh, rehab stream. I'm doing my exercise stream later. I'll get me Lycra, me Lycra on, and I like Jane Fonda. Painkillers in this country means something completely different than what it does mean in your country. I could do knowing what that is. Painkillers to me are something we should kill pain, and they're not working at the moment. Old school, yeah. Definitely old school. Right, I think I've held that down for 60 seconds. Am I just trying to post this now? Because I don't want to do this wrong. When I was younger, I knew a builder who fell off a high roof and the bone came through his leg. I managed to reduce his healing time by half. How did you manage to do that? Is that really time? Makes excuses. It is really the time. Nothing a bit of tramadol can't fix. I can't take tramadol, unfortunately, but yeah, tramadol will be love. Give it a whirl. Let's go. Nothing to lose. So I'm going to leave battery disconnected, and I'm leaving that ribbon cable disconnected. We've got keyboard in, everything else disconnected apart from screen. I am going to power it up with the screen open. So we're powering up now, and we'll see if we get any other type of current draw. We've got the same 300 milliamps, blips down to 12, comes back up to this, and then sits at this. I have got nothing on screen as yet. Well, send me some good vibes some my way. I could certainly do with some at the moment, with some bits and bobs. Right, we have the question mark on screen. I know you can't see it for reflection, I'm moving my head around, but we do have question mark and square on screen, extremely dim. Yeah, I've got my calf raises to do as well, up and down, below and above. They give me some new exercises when I went on Monday morning as well, ready for this week, and they are absolutely killing my quads. Absolutely killing my quads. So, let's put this into context, guys. I have got this one to do and 5 other laptops. This is just a basic diagnostic now. Nope, sorry, never said we have. Yeah, I've got a question mark as well on there. Old Violent Wand, don't remember that. Violet Wand, move on. I'm not saying we can't revisit this, but I think we've done about two and a bit hours on this one now. So if it's getting to a point of that, do we just park it to one side for a little while. Yeah, I think there's two things. That boot device is going to be a problem because I think boot devices are sold on chip. There is no boot device in here. Yeah, time's money. Let's. Oh, yeah, I concur on that one. Let me just put the screen back down because with that I need to put some screws in because if not I'll forget where the screws go. And certainly with my memory, we don't want to be doing that. 3 down each side, so it'll be these 6. We have got a few more to do today, so it's not like we've got twiddling thumbs day today. We have got other things to have a look at. We've got another one which is a very bizarre one. This one got dropped off this morning, and what this one is a vibrating screen. The screen image jumps. I think it might be a data issue, like a RAM or something like that. So that's going to be my first point of call. But the image, I took a video of it. I'll show you the video. We'll see what we think. We'll just connect these back up and then we will get. I'm going to link battery until last. Don't like this laptop. It is terrible for connectors. A really tiny one here. Finally, that one's in. Oh, my dog is going, you're taking me out? She's been out this morning. She went out first thing this morning. She's going, you're taking me out again. That's dogs for you. Never happy. Is Wi-Fi card just put back in something resembling done, because if we've got to reopen it I don't want to be having to re-pick everything out and off and everything else. So if the operating system is corrupted and it's not finding a boot device, do we think that might be a failure with the boot device itself? Because if that was a Windows laptop, I would be saying if you can't find the boot device, without some more testing, it could well be the hard drive what's failed. With this having some type of backlight issue as well, is it a bit strange that two things have gone at the same time? They don't seem like they could be related to me. Sometimes you never know. That speaker there is mashed to hell. Not been assembled very well, this at all. I suppose when you get mass production items like this. Yeah, that speaker definitely don't want to go in there. We'll leave that one out. Worry about that afterwards if we can get it working. So we are battery connected, back up, and power. Just one last time. Alright, still not responding to power button. Are these 140 to 190 pounds second hand? Ah. What is the value of laptop? Is that all they are? Why the hell am I spending 4 hours on that then? No more sugar. I bet Samsung Snapdragons ain't cheap. We've got a Samsung logo on screen, guys. Oh. Don't ask me why, I do not know. And we've got, please wait while update device firmware. Oh, it's doing a device firmware update now. I know it's upside down, but I'm not going to move it. It wasn't saying that before. It was not saying that before. Backlight still ain't working, I will stress, as we can gather. Light's coming back on now. I am going to let that do it, which could explain, what did I say, reason why fans come on full speed. I can. I will definitely do that for you, Arnold. But I might do that tomorrow, because I'm not going to stream tomorrow because I've got so much on tomorrow, and a lot of it is I've got a couple of data recoveries and cloning jobs, and I clone on my main PC, and I can't stream because I use cloning software, and I boot into a different OS when I go into there. So I will do that. Right, this is still stuck on the BIOS screen, so I'm not going to touch it because what I don't want to do. I'm trying to read what it says. Oh, guys. I'm going to ask one question. I am going to ask one question. And I need you to answer it for me. What do we have? What do we have? We have picture! Oh my God. Who on earth, I'm reaching out to Samsung because I know you watch me. Who on earth at Samsung thought it were a good idea to turn backlight off when you were doing a BIOS update? Who on earth thought that were a good idea? To disable the backlight circuit? Could be. Says Lucky. Do you know what I'm going to do though? Before we go any further, just to satisfy a couple of things, we are pulling 1 point some amps as well. Can we see? We're pulling 1.7 amps. I'm going to measure that backlight because we spent quite a bit of time around there, didn't we? Thank you. I can't really say I took a lot of credit, but yeah. No, 14 volts now on the, you know, the same caps we were registering 16 volts on before. We've got 14 volts on that test pin. It is climbing, but it was there virtually instantly before. Pin 22, 20, oh crikey, I'll need my microscope for that. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I've got my focal point because I've got it on a... Right. I can't really open the screen any more than that. Right. I think they were somewhere around here. I can't... I'm going to point to where I think they are. I think they were somewhere around here. Yeah, these here. Let me just get a ground. 1 point. I've got my pros backwards, but so ignore that. Still 0 on them, James. And I think there's one right underneath. Still 0 for whatever reason. Which means I'm going to have to see if I can get this speaker done. But all the terminal is absolutely chewed. It's gone in this time. Just to prove me wrong. I think it put Wi-Fi cables, what did it? The good thing is the fan's not spinning. Oh, wait there. Let me just put the customer's password in. I'm just going to put him on face cam so you can't see it. Because obviously it's got customer data on here. We've still got a picture, by the way. And we've got desktop. Battery is 4% plugged in. Let me get my diagnostic memory stick and just run battery charge info, see if what it's doing. It was taking a rest. Yeah, it could be non-standard, standard on there, James. It's just taking a rest. Oh, that's what I need to say to customers. Brilliant news, I fixed it. It was just taking a rest, but it's fixed now. Yeah. Charging. Right, so let me see if I can zoom down to this. We now have... What we should get is HDMI as well. I don't want to plug HDMI in because there is quite a bit of customer information on here. But we have got charging. I just want to see that trick up from 4 to 5 because we are pulling some amperage. Yeah, that's fine. I've got enough. We're at 1.8 amps. Right, 5% now. So it is taking charge. Battery health is at 102.6%. Brilliant. Better than new. Better than factory. Look at this. Better than new. 102% battery health. I've gone and fixed it. I was able to wake it up. My screen was only lightning. Very interesting seeing the Snapdragon was the firmware update finishing, bringing the screen back like that. Yeah, Edinburgh. I just cannot understand for the life of me, unless it's because they've updated something which controls it. I don't know. But do you know what? If we ever come across that again, that we can see it down there, every day's a school day, isn't it? Yeah. Now, customer did say that it was working sometimes and not others. I know. I think it's just that I mean this is just free software that I use just to give me an indication. So I think it's I don't know how it does calculation, but it's obviously reading it wrong on that one. Maybe Windows downloaded. Yeah, maybe. Customer information that is useless to anyone. I know, but it's GDPR. We have to adhere to in the United Kingdom. Yeah, never too good here at Edinburgh. The question is, what was the version of something sometimes and updating then as well? Yeah. Right, that's gone to 6%. So I am confident that that is that. My dog has come to see me. You going to come and say hello? Up. There we go. Oh, you've just knocked that computer, right? Did that scare you? Up. Come, stand up. Yeah, stand up. She says, no, I'm not performing. You know me. I don't like performing. She needs an haircut desperately. Might get one next week. Yes. Yes. Okay, so let me... I'm going to shut it down and just see if we can get a reboot, and then I'll leave it on charge. We're at 6%. I still can't figure out why we're only pulling 100 milliamps. Why the heck we're only pulling 100 milliamps? Yeah. Well, I've just shut it down now. And I don't even know when it's gone off because power light's gone off on it. Or keyboard illumination's gone off. But that's it. So we've gone up to 2.5 amp current draw. Wow, that's drinking some juice down, isn't it now? Look at that, 3 amps. Oh, just bear me 1 second, gentlemen. Hello. I have, yes, I'll just grab it, you.
PCDD, you little shit.
Oh. Have you got any ID? That one's yours.
I think they're both mine.
Yeah, they're both yours. Yeah,
Thanks.
it's all right. I've had some stuff delivered. That's all. I'll worry it with mine. See you later. My next door neighbour just come to pick a parcel.
PCDD, you little shit.
Oh, it's only my next door neighbour. You want to call me out with that one? It's certainly hungry. It's having a right feast. 3 amps. I wonder why it weren't charging that 60 watt. Yeah, 59.17 watts. It's charging at. Give it a little bit more. It's probably a 20 volt supply actually to do that. Oh, didn't catch me out because it went next door neighbour, James. Next door neighbour. That was a good result. It's only took us 8 hours to get to that point. What more could we want, guys? What more could we want? I'm just going to refresh my YouTube page because we are still running a little bit behind. If there's anybody sat in chat who would like to contribute and subscribe or like, it is wonderful to like and subscribe. Thank you, guys. And I'm going to try a reboot now. So let's just press that. Did we all see current drop? Right, we've got a Samsung screen. That current's really weird. Look how it's peaking up and down during post-process. And I'm just going to check the battery's gone up because it should have gone up with all that. 10%. 10%. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do is plug it into my USB-C charger, which is sitting up there, which is a 140 watt USB-C charger. We'll get the back on it, and I'll put this on further testing to see what's what. I am relieved that that is sorted. I am relieved. I don't like the length of time it takes to shut down. That is one thing I'm not that keen on. But anyway, while that's doing that, we'll get this whatchamacallit to put that together. And we were going to write this one off and move on. Who suggested that? Who suggested let's move on to something else? How dare you? Was it me? It could have been me. I still don't think it's a viable job for me for today, but the benefit is it looks like the customer has a working laptop. So whether it's not really been a viable, profitable job for me, the benefit is that. So that's good. Got one more anchor point. Now this cover, from memory when I was just doing it, slides up and over. So these big silver things here are actually, they're actually like rings like that, and they're kind of double ringed, so something can slide in between gap to hook it on, which is the cover. And that is all the screws in. Can't see any more, got 3 screws in there. Didn't take any of those out. That's screen there lined up. A couple in the battery. Got one more screw there for the battery. And we are ready to rock and roll. Battery's getting a little bit warm. Let's get this on. That is so flimsy. I cannot express. I've never felt a bottom cover as flimsy as that. This laptop is screwed now. It certainly is. It certainly is. So let's. I just don't like how flimsy that is, and it's so ugh to go on. This is going to be. Do you know what? This back cover, with the way it came off, is going to be more problematic to try and get on, I think, than the repair. I say, and it's all on. Should have 4 screws in the legs. Oh no. 2, 3, 4. Oh no, 2, 3, 4. Is it? Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2. I don't know. I don't do languages. I should have asked that guy who came up the day. He spoke 4 languages. One foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4, 5 foot, 6 foot, 7 foot more. Ojalá. Right, so we'll bang this on charge up there, and then we'll get onto something else. I'm going to leave my little power meter in it, so I can see that it's charging. Oh, bloody hell. Ooh. And we'll bang this in the 140 watt. We are pulling 20 volts at 521, that's it. Oh, 21 volts. No, it's back down to 20 volts. I think negotiated for 21 volts, which was a bit strange for PD. 20 volts, 3.3 amp, 66 watts. There we go. Oh. We are streaming a long time today. I've got so much more work to do. More. Oh, we're doing Sesame Street. I missed that bit. Edge cares away. No, it's Fraggle Rock, that. Worries for another day, let the music play. Down a Fraggle Rock, down a Fraggle Rock, down a Fraggle Rock. Yes, he's left me a 1-star review on Google. Answer to your question, TFN. Left me a 1-star review on Google. More or less saying that I was trying to scam him out of money. Which is crazy. As anybody who knows me knows that isn't me. And I'm aware that there are a couple of people on here who knows what my other businesses, and because I don't publicise that and I don't want it publicising, that's completely separate to my YouTube. But I'm sure that other people have seen the reviews. I know James knows who I am, and I think Mookie does as well. And I would like to think that they would vouch me as well and say a 1-star review does not reflect every single other hundreds of reviews I have got across multiple platforms. If you ain't paid, shouldn't be allowed to leave a review. No. I don't know what nationality it was, Cows. Yeah. I'll email Google. Feeding the urge somehow to post a contra comment. Yeah, I never do that. Not that I've only had it a couple of times in the past, but I've never, I never see the need, because I think if you start arguing with bad reviews, you bring yourself down to their level. Everyone is due an opinion. It's whether that opinion is right, wrong, or not. So, anyway, we're going to move on to this. Ouch, this one. Right, this was the young lady that dropped off this morning. I'm going to put this one here on charge because he's, ouch, bloody hell. I need to stop jarring my knee. Put that one up there. If we get through these, we've still got the water damage one, what we started this morning, which I think will still, I'll tell you what we might do. Since we've got Arnold here, we might do that BIOS on the Toughbook. Can we send him 26 pieces? Pay on delivery. Exclamation Maddish is hiding down there, feeling, and all about $60. Some people, yeah. He didn't even pay it either. I've had it removed before, but yeah, let's just see. Can't do out about it. I'm not going to lose too much sleep about it. It just annoys more than anything else that they just seem that they think they can get away with everything in life. But yeah, enough's enough. Let's not waste our attention or breath on such minuscule humans. Right, I'm going to back off this straight away because I think full well I'm going to need to get into the back of this. So I will swap my screwdriver over. So this one has got a vibrating issue. I'll see if I can show you on camera what I looked at this morning. Oh, an Audi 5, the last chance to do that. Don't do that. They've been delivered, that one, that. Tell me what you think about, don't you just get lots and lots of sorry. I'm just looking for no. Right, I'm looking for the video that I videoed earlier. Right, here we go. Is this it? Yes. I'm going to put this on mute because the lady was speaking and I don't want to obviously play the audio. So I will try and show you this on screen. I'll get that back to there and just put this on here and I'll try and zoom down. I'm going to turn the lights off so we can get a better view and hopefully it won't overexpose. So this is the laptop we're going to be looking at now. Can you see that? So it doesn't do this all the time, it works perfectly, and then it'll do this, and it stops. And that's the actual icons vibrating. But this one, it's shutdown process. But she says it does it after a few minutes being switched on, no matter what she's doing, the same thing happens. Where is PCDD? I'm hiding. Oh, BIOS. Life goes on. Sorry, brother. No, don't worry about it, TFN. Don't worry about it at all. This sounded odd. Bad LCD, doubt it's GPU, screen issue. It looks like Half-Life scene. I was thinking it was RAM. Because to me, it looked like data wasn't getting processed. So I was thinking it was RAM. So I was going to take this off anyway, because if I'm taking screen off, I've got to disconnect battery. If I'm checking RAM, I've got to do that. Plus, I want to take the drive out so we can boot into my test OS rather than anything else. So that was my thought process why we would take the back off. Just so we're not going to fall foul of anything, like any data being shown or anything else. We get the bark off here, like so. And we have mold. No, it's not mold, just dust. There was kind of black mold on there. I thought it had been liquid or something. We've got some soldered on RAM, which we all know and love. I'm going to try that as well. The external monitor. Good shout, Mookie. Yeah, shifting it. Yeah, I can take screen out. I've got screens anyway. But yeah, we've got soldered on RAM here. And we've got a sticker RAM. So what I am going to do is just take the drive out, because then at least we can boot into my operating system rather than exposing anything off that. So I'm going to just pop the battery out for 2 ticks. The key, that's another thing. I've just noticed that. This keyboard connector is not in correctly. See how it's running away? I doubt whether that's the problem, but mass-produced stuff, innit? Me as a repair technician, you left it like that and the customer wouldn't be happy, but we buy things every day a week substandard because we accept that that's what it is. Yeah, I'm going to take that out first, and I'm going to take the drive out, and I'm going to put a temporary drive in. I did one the other day, didn't I? With Windows on. Windows 10. Here we go, go. So we'll try it on an external monitor. And I'm going to try it on an external monitor first. Actually, I'm going to try an internal monitor first because I want to replicate it with my drive, because we've changed one thing, so I'm going to replicate it with my drive to start with. Now, it didn't hold charge, so I'm going to have to use my power supply in here, which isn't a problem. Just need to get it out of my box again. Plug that back in, We are at 19 volts. If you're not sure what this is, what I'm using, gents, this is a Jabra UD1700, ideal for Lenovo's, HP and Dell, and this is a Lenovo. So we simply select Lenovo on the side, and we'll select the size of the charger we want, which I'm going to say is probably maybe 135. So we'll select that. This will now emulate the Sense pin. So in essence, it will let us charge the battery and work the laptop. It'll think it's plugged into a Lenovo charger. And the good thing is we can see it on screen. So we are going to not going to plug that in because that one is the wrong cable for it. My other cable down. Ouch. Okay. Ooh. See what pin it is. Looks like a yellow. No. No, not a black. Is it that yellow? Yeah, it's that yellow. I thought it was going to be yellow. So we've got 19.5 volts on screen. We'll plug it in now. And we'll power it up. Power. So I'm going to try and replicate the same fault on screen. Now it didn't come up instantly. It came up after it had booted and gone into Windows and come back down. I'm going to knock one of the lights off just to give it a bit better contrast so we can see it a little bit easier. Just like that post and boot. Just remember, if you are on YouTube, just have a go at refreshing the page because you might not be necessarily on the livest of videos. So, touchpad don't work. Wonderful. Oh. And computer's now gone off. My power supply is on. Oh, coming back on now. Why did that just switch off? Let me get a mouse whilst we start twiddling his thumbs. Now she did say she thought a power socket was a bit dodgy. I would agree with it. I think it's a little bit dodgy as well, because that's just turning off. So I'm going to try and keep it as still as I possibly can and get it booted into Windows again. So we've got power light. Yeah, I'll get the RAM out. It's just not doing anything at the moment. It's stuck on silly current. 19. Ah, it's gone off. Oh, it's rebooting. Why? Could also be GPU. I have something similar on my Lenovo. Well, Lenovo's are notoriously problematic, aren't they? For is it the MOSFET driver for GPU side if it's separate GPU? The laptop is angry. It is very angry now. Fans have come on, but we're on constant current there. Yeah, it should be 65 watt. That's not doing anything, is it? I'm disconnect the battery. Oh, battery's disconnected, isn't it? Why don't I ever seem to just get the ones where you go, oh yeah, dead easy that. Needs a battery. Didn't a second ago. It booted without battery connected. It went into Windows. But let's plug it in because I can't remember whether that was with or without. So we will plug that back in just to be double sure. Right, we have battery back in. Right, let's put charger back in. So we've got some pre-charge. I'm presuming that's charge current. Yeah, so LDO sat there. I've disconnected the box because it's not a centre pin, so it doesn't need it. They're only for centre pins, so there's no sense pin on here. We do have charge light down here. I just want to be really careful because we do have a charge light sat down here, but the DC port is not healthy at all. So I do think it needs a DC port. So we've got, I want to see that charge current start to go up, ideally. Right, it is now on. It's putting some nice amperage. Doesn't seem to be doing a great deal though. Fan isn't on. Oh, its fan's just come on. CPU is getting a little bit warm. So board should be coming live. Just keep an eye out for picture. Doesn't seem to be alternating with any type of current. So I'm going to do a BIOS reset on this, I think. 'Cause we've got a BIOS battery. I wonder if BIOS battery's flat. Yeah, it's not connecting very well at all. It's a snug fit. It just doesn't want to play ball, really. I don't think that's changing. So let's power down. We know it's responding to power button. Yeah, it's static current. Yeah, there's worms. I'm going to disconnect that and I'm going to pull that battery out. And I'm going to pull BIOS battery out as well. Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. All right, let's see if we can just do a hardware reset, just so even get its post, because it posted and then just went off, didn't it? Let's check the voltage in the BIOS battery. Yeah. 3 volts, so I'm happy that that BIOS battery is still alive. So we'll get the, even though it's hanging about is the BIOS battery, we'll get the internal battery plugged in. Right, it's the internal one clipped back in something like. I don't want to sit right with that cable. I'm going to stick one screw in there just to hold it because I don't want it falling out every 2 seconds when I move. So I'll get one screw in that hole there. And that'll just stop it falling out. Yeah, let the battery pick up some charge for a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'll get that back in. Right, that's battery plugs back in. Let's just check voltage on battery whilst that's doing its business. I'm going to try and steer away from that. Up there, so I get a ground down here. Fan's just spun and gone off. She did say it didn't work all the way on battery, so battery could be foolbard anyway. 8.7 volts battery. It's pulling an amp, but laptop's coming on because BIOS got reset. So I don't think battery is actually working. It says it only charges to 85% and stays on a couple of seconds. Fan's still spinning. That's still getting wham. Battery light, charge light is still on. Just a case of waiting to see what it does. I had weird issue with bad Lenovo battery and chargers. Yeah, I'm thinking this might be a... Well, the screen issue, I honestly don't know. Don't know at all. Because we're not even investigated that yet. That's just static current. It's doing nothing, is it? That looks to me like it's sat in a screen somewhere. I wonder if it is a dodgy screen. That screen's just gone, I've had enough, I'll just give up now. Yeah. Just plug an HDMI in and just see if that changes any of this state. Ooh, if we get anything, it'll be bottom right hand corner. Yeah, if you apply manual voltage. We've got voltage at the battery. We've got 8 point something volts, and it's a 7.65 volt battery. So charging current is there, should I say? It's 7.6 volt battery, and we have a decent enough, because power light's on laptop as well. Yeah, good enough contact on a ground. It's got 8.6 volts on the battery, and it's a 7.6 volt battery. So charging current is there. Yeah, it's now, I know that's static current, but it's like it's stuck in a, let's see if I can shut it down with power button. All right, so it's responding to power button. $430 milliamps. Fans off. I haven't tried any more RAM yet, no. I'm going to see if I can get a picture in the bottom right hand corner on HDMI. Next thing will be RAM. Yeah, that's not doing anything. We've got no picture on HDMI, and we've got no picture on that. So let's set the battery out again. Take the RAM out. This has got onboard RAM as well, which we all know is amazing stuff. We all want onboard RAM, don't we? All want that. So let's drain the board. DDR4 by the looks of it. At least we're not selling a kidney to buy some. And it's a 4 GB piece of DDR4. Something Let's see if I've got anything which will fit into that socket a bit tighter. It should be a yellow, an Asus yellow, which is what I'm using, but just I might have just have a slightly less worn one, which might just feel a little bit tighter in the hole. Yeah, I have. So that's good. I thought I had. So a bit of a tighter fit, this one. Right, we're getting no charge light on the side anymore, even with the new. Right, so we'll see if it powers. Are we powering? Not got the RAM in anymore. At least the, ooh, what was that? Trying to come on an HDMI. There we go, we've got a picture. This should boot into my version of Windows. Hopefully we'll get a picture in bottom right. If we do, we can do it. Maybe it's the onboard RAM. Yeah, maybe. Going to do automatic recovery. Bingo. Well, no, because it was posting before. It was posting before. Let's see if we can get into that. And it was freezing. It was causing the vibration. I want to get into Windows and see if I can replicate the issue. But what I'm going to do is shut it down and then try and get into Windows, because I need to open the screen a bit. And right, the mouse still isn't working, the mouse pad, which I don't know why, because I've not touched the mouse at all. So let me use my mouse pad, which is down here, and shut this down, and then I'll see if we can get a better, because clearly it's not giving us an HDMI signal. And we're going to need an HDMI signal. So once that's shut down, which it has, I'm going to try and open this up so we can at least get to maybe a little bit more of the screen in case we can't see what we are doing. There you go. Alright, so I'm trying to do best of both worlds here. We've got a picture here. If we get an HDMI, it might come up in the bottom right hand corner. I can't see why it shouldn't. Yeah, it's not saying that it can recognise the monitor. No idea why. Display settings. Yeah, it thinks it's only got one. Thinks it's only got one display plugged in. Why would you think that? Let's just flip that back over. Yeah, it's not. I think it's only got one display. Check slot. Check the ends of the ribbon cables on the mouse. Yeah, I'll give that a clean. I'm sure it will work in mouse when she was here earlier, but obviously I've got my driving, so it might just not have the drivers in. And I've probably not got. Yeah, so let me run Snappy. I keep Snappy on here for that exact reason, to be able to do that. So we'll just run Snappy. Tell it to yes, allow access. Install, no idea. Dynamic tuning generic participant, no idea what that is, but it's installing it, whatever that does, which is always good, isn't it? Because I'm missing a dynamic tuning generic participant. Yeah, go away. Right, so them two are corrupted. I'm just going to get rid of these corrupted two because they're not working. And that one's not working, so we'll get rid of that. And install. There we go. So we'll get some it's AI partner. How is that what it is? So after this one, this had crashed on her before now. So I'm going to install all drivers just in case it's a driver issue. Because it could be a driver issue. I doubt it could be a driver issue. I'll install them on my... because hers... Tell you what hers is as well. Windows 11. Hers is Windows 11. So it could be one of those stupid things with Windows 11 because they've had loads of GUI problems, haven't we, on Windows 11 with graphics integration. So that could be something. I've certainly seen some weird graphics issues with that. Could be it's not OEM drivers. Yeah, I mean, it could need a BIOS update as well, because some people install Windows 11 and don't do the BIOS updates. That's one way of putting it, Ronnie. That's one way of putting it. Good thing is mouse pads now come back to life. I'm hoping when it installs the graphics drivers, we get a picture on the bottom right hand corner. If we do, we can go on big screen. Battery is still not detected, so still can't do anything on battery, but we can't do anything until, oh, here we go, we have picture, so at least we can go full screen. Flick that over to full screen. We did have picture. Come on, picture, where you gone, picture? It's disappeared off laptop screen as well. Come on, let's get a count. 5 4 3 2 1. There you go. We have picture. So let's snappy do its thing. We've got a handful of drivers left to go. Mouse is working on touchpad, which is good. Sound's working because I can hear sound, and I would imagine Wi-Fi is working, so that's good. Battery isn't charging, but we're not using any current really. 380 milliamps. Don't seem like a great deal, that. Let's have a look what spec the computer is. Oh, it's the 10th gen 8-core chip, 4 gig of RAM because we've disconnected 4 obviously, and it's already installed graphics card drives as we know. So this is my test, it's not the customer's disk anyway. So we will have to do some testing under her hard drive as well. My worry is that it's if this is several years old and it's one of the single chip drives, whether that's suffered with any detrimental heat and things like that. Enter BIOS F2 to see version info. Yeah, can I do it off here? If I do MS info. The BIOS version here is 23rd of December 2020. Yeah, it's an old laptop though, isn't it? It's not exactly a newish one. I think we might be on BIOS update time. I think you might be quite correct on there. I think to get Windows 11 successfully working, I would say a BIOS update might be more prevalent. I'll let the drivers install, then I will quickly check to see if there's a BIOS update. Lenovo V15-2L. I will have a look at what's on here. It is... It's good they haven't put it on. It is... No idea, they wrote it in Chinese. Oh, it says FM15 LL, so it's that one there. Let me get a Ethernet. Have we got an Ethernet port on here? We don't. Let me get my USB to Ethernet cable, which is that one sat just there. And we need, not that, we need that one there. Ooh, reach over. I'll tell you what, them painkillers are kicking in. Ooh, feeling good. There is another one, is there? My word, it's 7 p.m. here already. Time flew today. It is 5:45 p.m. here. So yes, it has flown. It has flown. Oh, Ethernet hasn't kicked in yet, so we must still be waiting Ethernet controller to do. Oh, there's a device firmware down here. I doubt whether that is. Doubt whether that's that. So let me oh, there's another device firmware right down at the bottom as well. Oh, there's still quite a few. Still quite a few. So let these install before we go any further. No, it's for other firmware. Oh, okay. You have 51, need 55. Okay. Well, I think what we do is update the firmware, update the BIOS, sorry, and put her drive back in and see if that solves the problem. Because it might just solve the problem, because it was still doing it under shutdown. So it could be a drive unloading which is causing it to trigger, or something silly like that. Don't know. But we've got 3 hours to figure it out. Tap on mem later, see if it gets funny. Pins of RAM onboard RAM USB mem test. But yes, Intel had a bad driver caused shifting. Yeah. Can you remember that when they did it on one of their graphics cards? And for some reason it kept writing temp files to the root of C into the Intel folder. And it would just fill your hard drive up and fill it up and fill it up and fill it up and fill it up. And until your hard drive just got so full it just couldn't operate and then crash. I had several with that, and it was a graphics card issue. And once I figured out what it was easy. You just had to go in and remove graphics card manually and install the new update, but it wouldn't even let you do the update. It was just totally and utterly foobarred. Was the graphics driver what they did. I can't speed this section up, unfortunately. We've still not got a battery showing. So it's running at its overclocked speed anyway, because it's only a 1 gigahertz processor. We all love them Intel graphics. We do love the Intel graphics. Such super things. Look at this. I mean, what you're going to do in today's world with 2 gigabytes of RAM? What the heck are you going to do with 2 gigabytes of onboard graphics RAM? You open 3 tabs of Chrome and you're done with that, aren't you? It's not even like it's yeah. But yeah, I can't do anything on here until this is. So whilst that's doing that, we might as well look on here. I'm going to have, for my tea tonight, actually, guys, I've been pondering. I'm going to have a jacket potato with some cottage cheese, I think, because apparently to build muscle in my knee, I need to eat coffee. Oh, that sounds like a brilliant idea. Sounds like a brilliant idea. I might put kettle on. I've got to eat more protein. So I'm trying my best to eat lots of protein. Oh dear me. Wonderful.
And when
Wonderful.
the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very graphic.
Oh dear me. There we go. And oh dear. uh, Oh, no,
PCDD, little shit.
So I was just reading one of the reviews there, and it was the same one as from earlier. Oh, Chill! Hello, Chill. I ended up getting mine from Asda the other day. I went to Tesco's for some, I know it's a boring subject, but went to Tesco's for some cottage cheese, and they wanted like £2.99 or something for a tub. Went to Asda, 89p. I'm like, what? Yeah. And I can't spell. Protein! Yeah, I need more protein for my knee muscles, apparently, to do that. Cottage cheese belongs in the bin. Joseph, I completely agree with you. I do not like it at all. But at the moment, it is a necessarily evil, because I'm aiming to eat about 150 grams of protein a day, and I don't want to drink protein powders. So it is things like eggs, cottage cheese, normal cheese, but not too much of that, and then white meats, pork and chicken, and I've got some high protein corn, and what's the other stuff I've got as well? Not lentils. I can't remember. There's something else and I can't remember what it was. Asda is 6 mile bike ride from me here. Oh crikey. I bet it's, well, I've run it, so it's less than 4k to my local Asda from here. But yeah, I'm not a lover of cottage cheese. And that stuff with pineapple in as well. Oh, we use British English in my country, but the people here found perfect ways to screw up the Queen's language. Which country is it? Is it? Could get a protein shake. I could get protein shakes. I've had them in the past when I was in recovery before from an operation. So I have had them in the past. So I went to buy the same stuff as I was using before, and it used to be about 20 quid for the 1 kilo thing, for the 1 kilo. That same brand, 5 years later, which about it is, has gone up to £55 for a kilo. And I thought, wow, that's a lot. So I started doing some research on others, and mine's usually beans in there, moki, usually beans, South Africa, all right. So I thought I'll look around for some others. So I did quite a bit of research on Amazon and whatnot, and I sent some to my nutritional expert, and she said yes, they are okay, but they've got quite a lot of sugar in them. So I started then doing some other research, and some people were saying, yeah, this is amazing, but they've changed the recipe in November, December, and it's now dreadful. And I saw that on so many from different brands that everybody from November, December was saying they've changed the recipe, it's awful. So they must have one supplier who bag it up for a lot of different companies, because they're all kind of coming back at the same sort of time frame. And you just start thinking, if I'm spending 20 or 25 quid, you can't send it back. So you're kind of screwed. And they're all saying it's absolutely dreadful, because all it is milk powder, isn't it, with flavourings in. But yeah, I do need to get probably some protein powder for what I need. I loved cooked ham slices, the cheapest I can find, 400 grams, £2.50 a pack. All prices are way up. Yeah, they are. Yes, whey powder. Whey powder. It's basically milk whey powder, isn't it? Is what's in it. I've been buying joints of ham and cooking them because it's cheaper than buying pre-packed ham and things like that. That's what I found, and probably a bit higher protein content. But I'm not. I get bored with eating meat and whatnot. I like carbs, unfortunately. So I know I'm having jacket potato tonight. Doing myself jacket potato, maybe we, like I say, cottage cheese and whatnot to get some protein in, and whatnot. But I want a bit of a break. I want a bit of a break. 80s protein powder was awful. Had to be mixed with milk, vanilla, strawberry, chocolate. Yeah, I going back to what I used to have. I tried a lot of different flavors. I used to like the mint choc chip mixed with water and ice. Certainly in the summer, because you drink it like a thick shake. It was really nice. I remember thinking I'll get some protein powder and put it in soup and have it in soup, not realizing that the protein somebody else bought me it. The protein powder what they bought me were vanilla flavour, so I put it in the soup, tomato soup. It was dreadful. I asked them to get me plain. They got me vanilla flavour. Not realised I would drink it. I'd put vanilla powder in the thing. It tasted nice on its own, just not in soup. Just not in soup. Not in soup at all. Right, that is doing that. I'm just going to fill my coffee cup up while that's doing that. I can't speed this process up, so I'm just going to grab a drink and hobble through here because the knee is painful. Ouch.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me!
PCDD, you little shit.
Oh, I am a little ship. I know that because it says so on my mug. Oh, definitely am Joseph. It's a struggle. Struggle standing up. Power. Pitco, hello, Pitco. Scrobby-dabby-doo. Are you a little ship? Do you float, mate? Joking apart, I used to weigh a lot more than I weigh now. I've lost 86 kilos. Do a calculation if you want. I lost 86 kilos. And before, I used to float. I mean, I'm more like a floating iceberg, I must say. If you hit me, you went down. But now, I don't float, I sink. So if I'm in swimming or anything like that, if I want to float on my back, I've actually got to take a deep breath and hold my breath. And then that floats me, like a flotation device. Where before I used to have natural buoyancy. Don't have that now. Yeah, so definitely not. I was more like, do you know them inflatable things you used to get in a swimming pool? I was like one of them. I used to float before. Where's the best place? Dead Sea. I wouldn't say a swimming pool. Got a bias also to do. Ooh, I'm 80. I lost you, Mookie. I lost you. Yeah, I got down to 87. That was my lowest, 87 or 88, I can't remember. I think it was 87 I got down to. So yeah, literally halved my body weight. I do have a BIOS to do, yes. We have, and I've not been avoiding it, I have been avoiding it because I'm not looking forward to it on that. We looked at it last week on stream, and power light's coming on, it's doing nothing else, and I think we said it's probably BIOS. So I have spoken to the customer and he went, look, if it takes you so long. Thank you for that, Ronnie. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. I will be doing other videos for my members, by the way. I've got so many tools up there to review from AliExpress that I need to get them done. But yeah, just going back to this. I think we said on the stream at the time it was going to be a BIOS issue, but we all know how difficult they are. So I spoke to the customer, who I know, and he said, look, if you can't get it working, it's going to go in bin. So he's basically said, if you can't get it working, don't bother rebuilding it, because we all know how hard these are to rebuild and strip down. He did say to me, he said, look, he says, I know it's going to cost me more. If I double your diagnostic fee, would that be all right? I went, yeah, that's fine. So he's actually going to pay me double what I would normally charge for diagnostics because of the amount of work which is going in there, which is very admirable of him. I don't think I'll end up charging him that, but that is a BIOS we've got to do. And I've been putting it off. I need to do it in fairness because I've had it over a week now. It's, yeah, not good. So I might do that one soon as I've done this one. And this one's nearly coming to the point of I'm nearly done. Get model and backup and I find your match. Okie dokie, I will do that. I hate those tough books. Yeah, they're horrid. It's old 4th gen. Yeah, it's worthwhile to fix. I've never heard of a tough book. Is it a version of a Chromebook? It's not, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. I will try and show you what these are. These are just, they are, you can drop them, you can, they're like, if you can imagine a kid's Tonka toy, I mean, if you don't know what one is, that's me trying to break it. They're just so rugged and solid. They're like armour plated. You could take them into a war zone. There'll be cockroaches in these left after a nuclear blast. You can bath them, you can jet wash them, you can run over them in car, but what you can't do is install Windows 11. But yeah, they are really good. Touchscreen as well, but I think it's with a pen. Yeah, it is. You get a little pen holder kicking around somewhere. You get a little pen on it, so it's touchscreen. So I don't like them because they are built so... Yeah, they are built like a brick lavatory. Yeah, they're the kind of words that I was going for.
I can't believe this.
Pitco, thank you so much. I didn't have to do that, but thank you so much, Pitco. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, I always get some when somebody tips me. Thank you, Pitco. Thank you very much. Yeah, mechanics use them too. It throws me a little bit when people tip. I never know what to say, but Pitco, thank you very much. Yeah, so you could literally drive over it with your car. They are that rugged. You can drop them from a building and do all sorts with them. I mean, I'm not going to show you, but that's what you can do. But the upshot is, it doesn't work. It is I will, just while this is doing that, I will show you this and that. That one. Oops, not that button there, that button there. I'm trying to find a model. So you can have a look. I do probably need a BIOS on here. Yeah, it's got an SSD in it. I've already replaced this with an SSD a couple of years ago. We will, once I've done this one we're working on now, which we think is a BIOS issue as well, we will work on this Toughbook. And I think that'll probably see us out for day because I can't see this being a 2-minute job, this Toughbook, at all. but they're just so awkward to actually repair and do anything on. They're just not nice at all. Yep, CF31AA. Oh wait, no, CF31. I don't know where the AA bit is. There's another model number there, a bit longer. ATAA XPE. Yeah, got it. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Arnold. So yeah, that's the one where we're going to be doing. As I say, not one I am looking forward to doing at all. Oh. They're no different to doing others. There's just lots of screws.
I'm a lead farmer.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronit. And oh god, that tea's up. And Arnold, thank you so much. Right, what I would say is this. I mean, we're just installing Wi-Fi driver now. This has not crashed once. And the only things what we've changed hard drive and we've changed RAM. And this hasn't glitched once. So, and obviously operating system. I am leaning towards an operating system. I check screenshot and see. I can put that back up. It's fine. Oh gosh, it's so heavy. They're just not a lightweight. It's like lifting my leg.
I can't believe this.
Pitco, thank you. Have a biscuit with. Oh, thank you, Pitco. Do you know what? That'll go to Maddie's biscuits. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I honestly, guys, it really does. I used to watch Joey, you know, Joey JDT, when he used to get the tips and whatnot, and he used to stand up and walk around the table and lost for words. I'm exactly the same. And I used to watch it time thinking, oh, it's all right, you know, it's a nice gesture. But I think until you receive it, because you don't expect it, it's, yeah, because it's just out of the blue. So thank you so much, Pitco. Thank you very much. So, oh, I can't lift that anymore. It's there. These must weigh, I don't know, 1.5 kilos, something like that. There was a car pulling up. I am going to try and get this back on show. So we are going. Oh gosh, we are going to do that one next. Ouch. I have got a couple. Well, I've got probably about 3 or 4 to do tomorrow, but I'm not going to stream for that because the cloning software that I use on my PC down here for data recovery is the one I stream from, but I boot into it off USB memory sticks. It's in its own environment. It just works fast that way, I find, and it works more reliable that way as well. Because I don't know, I just find it does. So I've got to do that. So I can't do for that. Plus, that one's just a Windows 11 install upgrade, and the black one on there is a Windows 11 install upgrade as well, by the looks of it. So they're not mega exciting ones. So I'd like to get this one done today, which is the Toughbook one. So we will stick it out and do that. Got a couple of hours to do that and see where it is. Ooh, it reminds me of a sandwich toast. How much? Do you know when I've just gone and made my cup of tea? When I made my big cup of tea. Did someone said Maddie wants a biscuit? Pitco, thank you so much. Let me. Do you know what? She can thank yourself. We'll get her in. Thank you very much, Pitco. Please, you don't have to, but thank you so much. Ouch. Let me just go grab her. Come and say thank you. Oh, say thank you. Up, stand up. Right, we need to speak and say thank you. So now, come here, stay, speak. What's this? Speak. Ruff, 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 ruff. Good girl. That was, thank you very much for my biscuit. I will enjoy it later. Thank you, Pitco. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. She says thank you very much as well. You're a good girl, aren't you? She says, Dad just stroked me. Thank you. You're welcome, Maddie. He said thank you to you, Maddie. He said thank you. Right, go and lay back down. Go. Oh, gosh, my knee. When are you going to get your streaming back up and running, Pitco? Put my little power thing to one side down here. This wireless adapter is taking its time. Why is that taking so long? It's not the hard drive, it's not the CPU. Ah, there you go. As soon as I say that, it goes through. Oh, anti-spyware. So basically what it is, it's Windows Defender going, I'm not too sure. You know these drives you're installing? You know these drivers? I know they're WHCQ certified drivers, but what I'm going to be is a bit awkward with you. And just scan everything. Just scan everything as it comes through. Love the dog. Hi, of Danes. Oh, yes. Bronson just parked as well. Well, Bronson will join in as well, Mick. He wanted a biscuit too. I have 5 MSI motherboards to repair still today. Oh my gosh. You're in South Africa, did you say though, Ronnie? So what time is it over there? Did you say South Africa? I think you did. Do you stream, Ronnie? Are you a streamer as well? You have to excuse me for being ignorant if that's the case. Oh boy, trust me, I've been trying to get time, wanted to do some this week, it's just been mad work, everything. I get called to a job, 8 PM, all right, so you're a couple of hours in front of us. I know what it's like, Pitco, I know what it's like. I'm playing catch up a bit this week because of 2 days off, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that's one of the reasons I'm working, I'm going to do certainly a 12-hour stream today, and I'll probably work after that. The only reason I won't do over 12 hours, it just doesn't save it as a VOD. So it will be cut off at 11 hours and 50 minutes or so. So I stay below the 12 hours. I'm not like Chill and Relax who does does long streams, but I will continue probably to work after that. I will probably it's a is that a Mark 1 as well? I'll probably continue to work after that, but I'll put my jacket potatoes and everything in and grab something to eat and then continue to work probably until, I don't know, maybe around 1ish, 2ish in the morning, just to try and get ahead and get through some stuff, and then at least tomorrow I'm not up against it. I don't stream, other people do. Well, more the merrier. More the merrier. Somebody messaged me the other day and said, I'd love to get into streaming electronics like you do. I just checked that they messaged the right person, and they had. But they're a gamer. They're a gaming streamer. And I just went, just give it a go. I mean, they're obviously, if they've got everything set up for gaming streaming, they've got, I think, 100 and odd videos on the channel already. So they know how to stream. Just give it a go. It don't have to be good, don't have to be bad. Just give it a try. And chat's amazing. Community's awesome. Absolutely awesome. I'm not a seasoned pro by any stretch of imagination. I've been doing this 3 months. And we are on, let me see where we are with subs. We are on 703 subscriptions, which is awesome. Absolutely awesome. That's about just over 100 subs in 7 days. Or 6 days. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's a Mark 1, so it's an original as well, Arnold. Ooh. Is a fear of what's that say? Thalassophobia. I think he only puts these in because I can't spell and read. Thalassophobia is the fear of what? I have no idea. Thalas. Is that the fear of a Marvel baddie? A thalassophobia. I also got to time it around next door as they are dance studio. Oh my gosh, you can't even do that because it copyright. Oh my lord, that gets even worse, doesn't it? Part 1. A is 1. Oh, so it's a very, very old. I like watching streams and making comments while I fix stuff myself. It helps to sharpen my skills. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you're doing watching me then. I don't think I've got any skills to sharpen for anybody. I stream and repair because I repair more if I stream. That's my viewpoint on it. So we're all doing the community a service on that one. What I will do whilst this is doing this, we'll have a look, see if I've got 4 gigabytes of PC4 3200 in my box. Just in case, well, we do need to swap it. 32 gigabytes of PC4. Oh, DDR5. Right. 8 gigabytes, now it's 30, and what's some 3200. 8 gigabytes, 3200 there. After a 4 gigabyte piece, you might have to have an upgrade, which would be nice for her as well if we need it. 3200, 4 gigabytes, 3200. 26. PC3, that's definitely wrong stuff. 3. DDR5. DDR5. Got more DDR5 than I have DDR4, I think. Oh, got some Apple memory there. 8 gigabytes, 2400. PC3. 26. Look at this, me can't find the stuff that I need. 8500. 26. 32. Right, so we've got a few sticks there to choose from, so we'll leave them 3 sticks out just in case. We'll get my magic pen right on here so I don't lose hers. I've lost my pen, but I haven't lost it. And we'll just put a letter C on there for customer. Oh, damn. I like watching streams, making comments. Oh, so answer. The fear of the sea. Being on the ocean. I wonder why was that a Greek god of the sea, Thalys? Brainstorm repair stream, yes. Sometimes it gets you thinking. RAM is gold now. It certainly is. The RAM price is ridiculous right now. Where is it coming from? Serbia. It's killing. It's AI killing RAM. It is. It is. Which is really annoying. I mean, I've just said to my other customer, if you were here with me earlier, who's got 8 gigabytes in his system, but Windows is only recognising 6 gigabytes of it. And it's recognising both slots at 2400, but it's only recognising 6 gig out of the 8, which struck me as being a bit strange. It struck me as being very strange because it weren't even shared RAM. And that were in Task Manager. But it were Windows 11, so it might just different thing. But his drive's down to 60% health, his hard drive. But he's had the computer 2 years and it's worked really hard. So that's the one I'm cloning tomorrow. But I've just said I'll have a look at your RAM as well, because if you need RAM, we might as well put you some in. But he's only running, if it's 8 gigabytes on Windows 11, it's probably like that anyway with 8 gigabytes. So we might actually need a little bit more. Right, we're installing the Intel PCI Express root port. No idea what that is, but it's installing it. So we are nearly at the end. What's the link for the mugs, PCDD? It is in, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. I thought it was just in my, is it in my things? I don't know. Is it in my shop? Store. I will show you them. You've got mugs out as well, haven't you? Paste. There you go. It is there. It is raw. I've ordered them all. Now. I have got them all. If anybody wants to have a look at them. Oh, we have. I've got them all. We've got that one. That's the 11 ounce. I use the 20 ounce. just to give you a size comparison. The 20 ounce is quite a bit bigger. I know it really doesn't show on there, but it is wider and everything. But that's the PCDD, which is a white cup with black logo. The standard logo is blue and whatnot. The little shit one is that. And we've ordered the Maddie one today because my daughter wanted that, so I've ordered the Maddie one. But they do a black one as well, a black mug. And I've done it as a stealth mug because it's black, and it's basically that PCDD logo, which is kind of black and grey on a black mug, so it's kind of stealthy looks, so you can just see the grey coming through. I thought I'd ordered one of them, so I do need to check. But there's some amazing mugs out. Hot Cows is one. He's brilliant. And Chillin' Relax's colours. I think he's got a black mug with an orange insert, but his logo on it is brilliant. But honestly, there's so many. I've got one of James's kicking around as well, what he gave me. But yeah, there's so many good ones. MK's got a nice one with holding a sausage, and I think it's on his mug as well. Right, sorry, I'm VTML Iomio feature. Don't know what that is. Velox rotophobia. Rotophobia is a fear of what? Rotophobia. Is that of turning or rotating or something like that? Rotophobia, I would say. When I started repair, hard drives were 512 megabytes. I remember them. Oh, megabytes. Yeah. I would say I can't remember what size the first hard drive was. It must be about that, because I remember pre-hard drives as such. And I remember upgrading to my first hard drive, and you just did everything off in RAM, didn't you, with floppies? So yeah, I must remember that. Fear of rotation. Oh, get it right. Fear of rotation. Think up and down. Answer: fear of roller coasters. Oh no, that would lead farmer. Fear of rotation. Think up and down. Fear of roller coasters. Oh, is that what it is? Roller coasters. Are we nearly done on this? Come on. Right, I'm going to skip some of this because this is on my drive, obviously. So I'm going to shut this down and say, are you sure? Yes, I want to interrupt. Damn right, I want to interrupt. I'm going to put her RAM back in. See if we can replicate the issue. I was proud of a 2.5 IBM 1GB laptop drive in 2001. Back then, you had 1 megabyte of RAM and you're doing good, yeah. My first hard drive was an Atari ST, probably 60 megabytes, yeah. I just Googled the answers. Shh, don't tell anybody that. You don't tell anybody that at all. You just Google the answers. Right, I'm going to put her RAM back in, just to see if we can replicate the fault of what she was having. So we are back on here. Get this HDMI plugged in and get that plugged in to that. We have fan spin. We have fan spin. We have power light. Let's see if we get picture. My first hard. Oh, I done that one. I don't know them. I just Google the answers. That's cheating. Oh, come on. Why are we not working? 0.8, 74. I feel like an American football. 0.8. Go on, 800. It takes his time to post this. I think the Commodore Amiga 8 1200 accelerator I fitted was 40 accelerator with 4 megabyte. It cost 400 quid too. Lazy to Google, saving my energy. Veophobia is the fear of what? Velux Windows. Who was saying earlier, was it Milky or Ozzy or somebody, was saying that in 1974 it was $495 for 16 megabytes of RAM for a hard drive or something, And if you went for a 1 terabyte now at the same price, it would be £500 million or something like that. Now that's scary. Right, with her ramming, fear of driving. I've got some fear of drivers, but not fear of driving. Her RAM gone in the computer. Computer says no. So to validate what we are doing, we'll get that popped out. We'll take her RAM out, discharge the board discharge, and we will see if it'll post without that. HDMI back in. On. Right, see if it comes back on this time. That's her RAM back out. See if we get a picture. Let's check that other. Oh, Snapdragon. It is still charging at 0.4 of an amp at 21 volts. It has got 21 volts, that. Charging on the charger. Let me just turn that one on. Just checking the, you know, the Chromebook we did earlier, the Samsung. Just checking that off screen. That's booted straight away. Which is all nice, secured by Knox, whatever Knox is. So we've got, actually the Lenovo laptop's booted heck of a lot quicker than this thing. I'm going to pop his password in. And we have a battery state at 99%. So that needs to go just for some stress testing now. But that Samsung one we did earlier, if you recall, I think, barring the stress testing, which I'll have to do tomorrow, is probably as good as working as we could say. So I'm just going to put this through here, and then we'll come back onto that Lenovo one. So I'm happy with, oh, that is a bit toasty. My beautiful hot 140 watt mechanic USB charger is extremely hot. That's probably about 70 degrees, that. Wow, that is incredibly hot. Shouldn't be getting that hot. Ouch. They did say it got hot, but I didn't realise it got that. So it looks like it's her RAM which has failed. You've just ordered them. Oh, thank you, Pitco. Thank you very much for that, Pitco. I will keep an eye out for that coming through. For some reason, it doesn't actually, it doesn't actually show me on here. Oh, Michael's made a comment, so well, congrats. Oh, that was on me 700 subs. Thank you, Pitco. Which one did you order by matter of fact? Did you order the little ship one? Because I think that's the one which is proving. I've tried to drop that right down on cost because I thought that might be the most popular one. On there. And you've ordered a Hot Cow. The Hot Cows one looks really good, I must say. Looks really, really good on there. Oh gosh, my knee. Black with the look. Oh, so you've ordered standard one. Yeah. Standard one. So I am thinking now we will pop her hard drive back in. I just want to give it one more post, and then we're going to pop her hard drive back in, see if it's still causing the same issue. So it's now posted. We'll see in top right hand corner, up there. Keep on looking up, and wait for a picture to come on, and we've got picture posting straight away, and it's not causing issue. So I think that was RAM. And I think whoever said RAM was darn right. So we'll flip it over. We will put her hard drive in. I'm going to see if it does it with her hard drives. I'll take a cheese and ham toast if you're making PCDD. Ham and cheese. Did I mention that? Did I mention ham and cheese toasty? Mr. T and George Peppard didn't get on. No, they didn't. They did record the scenes. I don't think Mr. T got on with a few people, did he? It was a bit controversial. If you are watching on YouTube, please ensure you click refresh from time to time on the actual channel because it's lagging. I can't tell you enough, it's lagging. I keep refreshing mine because mine lags every as well. So yeah, I don't know why it lags, but it lags.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very graphic.
Fish fingers, sarnies, toast bread, Marmite. Marmite, oh, I love Marmite. I don't know whether I'd have it with fish fingers though. I tell you what, I used to have Marmite on fried egg sandwiches. I don't eat fried egg sandwiches anymore, but used to put Marmite on instead of butter. I've been an hour behind. Oh, it's Tommy Gibbon. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. 2 more mugs for my collection. You mentioned something being toast. Oh, something being toasted. Is that what it was? Oh yes, I think I was going to. Ouch! I was going to do a review on this as well, but I've never got round to it. I've got one of these. These are, I must say, guys, these are really good. Just before the display disappears off, and it's a big USB-C charger, but it'll go right up to. And I've just charged that laptop on 140 watts, so I was pushing it to maximum. And I was charging an iPad on it as well, and my fans. So everything we're cooking on here. But it'll track, it'll graph, it'll do all sorts on here. But yeah, that, and it's wireless as well. So that top up there for wireless was a little bit warmer than it should have been. But I had the laptop sat on it as well. Just need to plug my iPad back in because if not, my iPad will go flat. And it's not that one. Because all USB-C ports look the same. It's a skinny thin one. It's that one there then. Let's trickle it onto 65. Yeah, found it. Oh, flip. So we've got hers back in. I just want to see if it can replicate that. I normally get through Marmite. I love Marmite. Do you know what? I've never had Vegemite. Never had. Yeah, never had Vegemite. I do fancy it though. Discord's going crazy. Marmite is the best. I normally get through 150 grams of Jacob's Twiglets per day. Are they the Marmite ones, Vegemite ones? Black pudding and fried egg sarnie. Black pudding. I think it's underrated, is black pudding. I do like that. My favourite meals are first fried spaghetti, second fried spaghetti. Vegemite is like Marmite but stronger. Yeah, it's a byproduct, isn't it, at brewing industry. I need to go back to that fried spaghetti though. that's got me now. Fried spaghetti. I know I've just said it twice. And I'm just trying to understand, do you boil the spaghetti then fry it? Or do you just fry the spaghetti? I'm a bit unsure on that. I need to just put this one down because there is a password on for the young lady. So I'm going to put this on my face cam. We do have picture, by the way, gents. We do have Lenovo, so we have got it booting. Do we have Pop-Tarts in the UK? We do. We do have Pop-Tarts in the UK. Fried noodles, yeah, but spaghetti. So what you do, you basically boil the spaghetti up. Oh, whether I did this with her. I continue to Windows 11. How much better it does it, and it's Windows 11 issue. Cat needs feeding, no problem, Arnold. Fried rice, fried pasta. UK Pop-Tarts have less colourings. At concerts. Is that what you get at concerts? Fried spaghetti, black pudding and fried egg sarnies. Right, I am into her desktop now. It is just posting because it had to go through automatic repair. I think I've had a Pop-Tart years ago when they first came out. It's been out a long time now. Been out a long time. So we are into the customer's hard drive. I'm just going to test the hard drive with this bit of crystal disc, and we're into there. Close that and open that. Got a beautiful background on there. Oh, thank you, TFN. Thank you. 202 each. Yeah, it's been crazy. I don't even know what make that is, so I'll take a photo of that. It's been absolutely crazy for subs. I mean, I don't know what other people have experienced. I would imagine there's some people a lot faster and some people a lot slower. But 2 weeks ago, 500 subs. Today, 703 I'm on now. I don't mind. I've had some days off as well. I've had some days off, but just gone absolutely crazy. I think a few things have tipped into it at the right time. But yeah, it's been absolutely spectacular. 252 days this has done. Right, take that. So yeah, it has been pretty good, and everything else. So thank you very much for the congratulations on there. Still got the giveaway. Nobody has seen the giveaway. I did a collab stream with. The reason why I'm not showing you a laptop is because it's got a customer data on, guys. I did a collab stream with Joey Does Tech, JDT, and JFix was here as well. Bit of a disjointed video because I had to record it over 3 or 4 days because I lost some footage and whatnot. But the essence of it is all there. Managed to get it working. So because it was kindly given to me by Joey, it's going to go back to the community. So if you're in the UK, you just need to find the VOD. It's about two or three VODs back. Find the VOD and hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed, you've got to subscribe as well, because I'm picking it from subscribers and the people who comment. And just drop a comment in there as well, saying you want to own it or whatever. You don't even have to put you want to own it. Just leave a comment saying, you know, how amazing PC DD is. And Joey keeps calling me that because I repair his computers. Just because I was thinking of Joey. PC DD is, and just leave me a comment in there. And you can put whatever you want. You can put "you're a pile of poo," which somebody did, and the little ship also comes up quite often as well. So guys, you can leave that in there, but you could win it, and I'm going to post it out free of charge to anybody who wins in the UK. I can't post internationally because, unfortunately, postage is astronomical. I did try and send something to Sweden, and they were charging me something like £27 import duty on it, and plus the postage. So I think it were about a £5 gift I was sending to Carthor, one of the people before Christmas this, and for the sake of £5, I think I ended up spending about 40 quid. It was just lunacy. So unfortunately, with the tariffs being like they are, it is limited to that. Right, this is now not faulting even with the customer's drive. So I'm going to flip over, put her some RAM in, and not the customer one, because her customer RAM is there. So should we be nice and put 8 gigabytes in? Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. I know Chill and Relax was going to send something to Sweden as well, and I think he got stung with the same thing. And because that was a prize I was sending to Carthor. Because the other prize that I gave away, which is a mini PC, you know, the small form factor PCs, gave one of them, and Worms got that one. And he's obviously in the UK, so that weren't too bad. And then Carthor got his, and I'm like, all right, I'll get it sent out to you. And I packaged it, sent it, and everything else, and then got stung with the import tax. So I just said to Carthor, look, don't collect it. They sent it all the way back to me, so it's what it is. So we are putting a piece of Lenovo memory in here, if you are wondering, which is sat here, and it is a Lenovo memory. So I've put an 8 gigabyte PC. She's got 4 on board already, which we all reserve judgment, and we're back on the customer's drive as well. I'm going to check that keyboard connects because it doesn't quite look straight. I'm going to regret doing this because that feels awfully tight. Probably. My little prodder out. What's he there? I couldn't say I would know what you meant on that, Arian. He's UK based too. Holy snake. Who's UK based too? Joey. Joey's UK based, yeah, if you were referring to him. I don't know what bit we're referring to on there. That's better, that's gone in. Yeah, Joey's not too far. I wouldn't want to walk it, but Joey is UK based. So we've got the, I've realised that I think the keyboard connector looks like it's out because it's bent. I don't think it's a very good fitment. I think whoever's worked on it in the past, taking motherboard out, probably might not put it in right. To get that in there. Anyway, let's flip this over and we'll repeat the test with a further 8 gigs. She's got 12 gigabytes now, so it's a nice upgrade for on here. Better. All right, let's just post that again. I'm just going to go to Facecam. I'm all right, let's see if this posts on here. Oh my gosh, I'm getting like multiple messages off same person now. Right. Now that's interesting. We've got the same problem. I'll just see light on but no picture. I wonder if it's a problem with that RAM slot. Oh, chill, yeah, chill and relax. Mick is. He's further south than I am though. He's down in the sunny part of the country. This isn't posting. We've got fixed current again. You see it? Yeah, I'll take it out and give it a clean. I think that's probably where we are with it. We'll have a look under microscope. I mean, that's saying that RAM piece is good, what I've put in. But let's just take that out and put it under microscope and just have a look at her RAM slot. Just in case. We have a blob of something on there. I don't know, blob of plastic. Oh yeah, one at either side. At least it's uniform. That RAM which I put in it was that. So it is actually a bit newer, but it's the same speed as what came out, just 8 gigabytes rather than that. So we'll give this a clean with a brush. We'll use a brush what James kindly donated, which is a soft brush, and I will put microscope on instead of screen. Let's keep everyone enlightened. There we go. Got there in the end, didn't we? Black screen, check the RAM slot. Yeah, sorry about that, TFN. This little brush JFits gave me when he came down the other week, which is obviously, don't know where my toothbrush is. Oh, there it is. Dope. If we compare it to a toothbrush compared to that, you can just see the difference completely. Toothbrushes are good, but these are just a little bit more gentle. It tends to polish clean rather than anything else. So we'll see how that goes. Just get my blower to dry that off a little. Standing up and it hurts. Yeah, the reason why we get a black screen sometimes when I change is because I've got a HDMI splitter on. I don't know if you can just see it, probably not. This is a HDMI splitter here, so this one goes to the microscope, and when I do anything on laptops or desktops, I plug it into this HDMI port here with I've got a grey cable, but then I've got to remember to press the splitter button, which is just here. So sometimes when I flick over to microscope on my Stream Deck, which is down here, I flick over with that button to microscope and I forget to do the splitter. So yeah, that's completely down to me. Completely down to me. Right, that should have done that, clean that. Turn that off. We're not deafening anyone. I'm going to put a 4GB piece in just for the sake of keeping like for like. That's 4GB, 3200. And we will clean that before we put it in. There's a pin on the right hand side that looks weird. Okay, we'll get that under the microscope and have a look. Clean that. Didn't see it, but as you'll gather earlier, I think it was Psychic who spotted that writing on that screen, and I definitely did not. So we think there's a pin on here. There is a little bit of tarnish in there. So let me zoom down. And we'll carefully inspect the pins. So zoom out a bit, we'll get all the pins in one go. And get my tweezers, which is that one, just in case we see anything. Move the stuff. There's a pin on the right. Okay. Ranidophobia. Ranidophobia. Ooh. Alex has just gone live. Alex Gillen. Thursday. That pin slightly out of alignment just there. No, I think it's just shadow. Can't see anything on there. 30 from the right. Oh my gosh, 30 from the right. Are they broken up into 10s? I presume they are. Oh, they're broken up into 5s. Let me just count one section, then I'll know. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this one here, meaning that one there? There is a bit of broken plastic there. Feels like that plastic has melted actually. Yeah, it is. Look how it's chipping away. That plastic's melted. I wonder if that's an issue when white ram's gone, or yeah, because oh no, plastic is pretty brittle. But I mean, I'm not giving it any force. I'm just kind of teasing my tweezers up it. Let's give that wee a bit of a firmer brush. Bit more left. Okay, I presume then you're meaning that one just there. these are high RAM slots. So this base here is about 1/4 centimetre to here. So they're vertical pins here until they go to the base. Can't really see on there, but I can obviously see through that. That's a piece of fluff or something like that. Yeah. Yep, that one exactly. Yeah, I think that one's now cleaned off. I'll see if I can angle it so we can see down the pins, because I think I can see something else on there. So if I stand the board up like so, see what I mean now, the vertical pins. I think this is just kind of maybe a bit of okay, but to the naked eye there is an issue with one about here, which is around here. I can just see something a bit dark up to the naked eye, but I can't see it on the microscope, so it's probably just me looking too much. Barring a bit of gunk on them, they look absolutely fine. We get into the ones now where, is that something? Yep, whatever that is. Get rid of that. I think that's just a hair off my chinny chin chin. Got you. Yeah, those chipped ones there are fine. And they seem to have cleaned up now. So we can see in this way. These are internal sides now where the actual RAM connects. Oh, again, they're looking pretty much okie dokie. Can't see anything what looks like it's got a cracked solder joint on or anything else. A little bit gunkified in there, but we'll give it a spray out as well. I think that's some type of sealant or something. It's hard. But we'll give it a spray. I've got some really good cleaner with high performance and high pressure, so we'll give it a quick spray. We'll give it a blow. Put this on number 2 this time. I'll move this away because it'll be noisy. And we'll just put a bit of hot air just to evaporate it off. A fear of frogs. Oh, I didn't see that one. Maddie is one. A dog. A dog. Sorry, I can't see chat when I've got my microscope in front of my face because it literally sits between you and the thing. Yeah, it could do. Sounds a bit more like muted jet engine. Yeah, I'm just going to give that a dry. It's not failing. It's not failing at all with... I think I've got this. No, definitely not that. Thank you. Just put a bit of hot air just to evaporate that. It's not failing at all with just onboard RAM, Arnold. It's just refusing to even post with her RAM in and my other piece of RAM. So I'm just going to try a third piece of RAM just in case that piece I put in was not wanting to play ball. So we've got a third piece in here. We'll stick the power connector in and we'll do that. So we'll just see if this posts after we've cleaned the RAM sockets out. Yeah, well, it will play. It will play with without any RAM in those slots. It'll just work straight away. So we will try a BIOS reset on there with battery out. This looks more interesting with power draw because yeah, it's working now. Ingazar Gringia 79. Welcome. Hello. We will. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. I cannot show you this bit because obviously it's customer data, but I will see if it's doing what it said it was doing before. I think it's probably that RAM slot and maybe that other piece of RAM. It didn't like that 8 GB of RAM. But we're going to have to do a BIOS update on this, aren't we? Because it had the wrong age of BIOS. From memory, we had the wrong age. Right, so all I did before to get it to do the problem, and I can't show you this bit under customer hard drive, but I think we've sorted this. So I'm going to shut it down now. I'm going to check Task Manager to make sure we have got 8 GB showing. Then we can get it. Yeah, 8 GB is now alive and kicking, and everything else is working. We'll get this shut down, and then we're going to do the BIOS update because I'm still not convinced that it's got the right BIOS. Official Alex86. We have done 10 hours. Just ticked 10 hours. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I've been live for 10 hours. Wow. Yeah. I will cap it at just below 12 hours because YouTube doesn't allow them to be backed up. So yeah, but I'll probably then work. It's UK time, just coming to 7 p.m. UK time. So I'll cap it to probably about 8:45 UK time, which will give me about another hour and 45 minutes. We have got a BIOS one to do next because I think this one's probably sorted itself out. And then once I've gone off air, I'm gonna get some. So yeah, nice to see you as well. You must not be UK based then, if you don't catch me very often. But always nice to see see people coming in and out of chat. This is posted incredibly quick. Going to shut this one down again. I normally do a long stream on a Wednesday, but I was indisposed Tuesday and Wednesday this week, so I couldn't. So Trinidad, I was going to say very nice. It must be nice and warm over there. A lot warmer than the UK, but welcome. It does still astound me when we get people from all four corners of the globe. Really does astound me for it. So yeah, welcome in. So we've got customer drive, we've got replacement RAM. We're going to just take her drive out. No, we're going to post into my brain and put the whatchamacallit in. Hot like fire every day. 95. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what that is in centigrade, but it sounds hot in Fahrenheit. What's that, about 30 something? I'm off to watch a paranormal. No problem, Ariane. We know you like those and you are the mod on one. So thank you very much for calling in and have a good evening. Spooky. 35 maybe. Wow. What's the humidity like at that? Is it quite humid? Because I know some places do suffer higher humidity areas than others, but yeah. Because we get 20 odd degrees in the UK and we're like, oh, it's too hot. Just too hot. Need to cool down. But we do get quite a bit of you've got quite a bit of humidity. Yeah, that's the thing which would do it for me is the amount of humidity on that. Right, I'm just going to put her battery back in, and we'll do a BIOS update because I don't want to do a BIOS update without that. And then we'll drop into BIOS. I'll download it onto a USB memory stick on my other machine once we've seen which one we need. And we'll do a BIOS update. And then we can get onto the Toughbook. Do not want to do the Toughbook. Arnold, it's all your fault. UK is grim. I don't recommend it. No, I would definitely not recommend it. We'll just 1 point. Right, we're pulling amperage. Come on, you're pulling 1.2 amps. Mem test prior to, yeah, I'll get that done. They said you can find a good, obedient woman in all four corners of the world, so God went and made the world round. If RAM bad, BIOS corrupts, update. We don't know that. Trinidad is worse, trust me. What CPU is in this? It was a i5 10th gen. We are dead. It's not working. Are we thinking it's the onboard RAM? It's not replicated her fault though. The young lady who brought this in had quite a specific fault with the vibrating text on screen, and it isn't replicating that. It's now posting and booting as it should. I mean, not now I've done the battery, but we're not getting so much static current draw. We're getting 1.1. If we're talking to watts, 22 watts, that's pretty darn static. Yeah, could be a loose BGA. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the RAM back out I've put in. Because screen's illuminating. Ghost in the shell. It's something. Do you know what? This reminds me of that one we did earlier, which just suddenly came to life because of a BIOS update. That got me, that one. It's still haunting me, is that one. Arian needs to take it to his channel with him. Right, so we've took the RAM out, we've took the battery out. We'll see if we can post. Fan is spinning. RAM reflow, bad idea. Yeah, first try RAM. I ain't gonna reflow the RAM. Remember the one we did last week where we had to move the resistors to disable the onboard RAM? That were about 2 AM in the morning trying to get me to remove resistors. Right. So the BIOS is quite an old one. Right, I'm going to just take a picture of this so I know which one we are looking at on there. Memory stick. Where's my memory stick? My memory stick is here. Is it F12, F10? I can't never remember. One of these. I'll just keep on punching them until they come through. There we go. We'll boot into that. We'll install the key. I wonder if I can get a picture on my whatchamacallit. Because that'd be nicer, wouldn't it? So we all can see. Let me see. Let there be light. If it appears bottom right hand corner, Bentoy, and enroll this key, continue, yes, reboot, and we'll see if we can go back into the same. F12 on Lenovo. I know it was one of them. Right, so we will see if we can get into here. Sergio Streliak, this should enable us to get into the BIOS screen. You know, the not BIOS screen. Oh, what's it called? That's 10 hours of streaming for you. I've lost a subscriber. OBS screen. Oh. Do I do mainboard repairs? I have got some mainboard. God. Desktops, you mean? I've got them in. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, okay. I don't think I'll be able to download it. Aren't I limited, Arnold? I thought it was on here. If I'm being honest, that's why I booted into Ventoy into. Oh gosh. Yeah. That's why I was thinking on here. MEM. How to diagnose memory. Oh, I mean, even this tells me how to do it. I think you want right. So let me get this for what Arnold has sent me in Discordo. Oh, he sent me two. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that you can continue to download. I'm restricted on these sites. Oh, it's downloaded already. Let me bang this in my memory test thing, my ISO, and then we can boot straight to this shutdown. I can put this straight in and copy it straight into the memory. This is where I think it's wonderful how the internet works, in the fact that it takes me longer to actually reach under my desk with a dodgy knee. Dag Kurzam, thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you. Copy and Ventoy. Ventoy is that one. Bang it in here. Paste. I've already got that. I've got the same one. Oh no, it's a lie. I've not got the same one. Right, I need to update that and eject it. Get that out of there and eject, and then we can get back onto the correct screen. Why? Oh, stupid thing running continually. It is safe to remove. Right, so this is where internet works really well and where this community works well. So I have literally just had this sent by Lead Farmer, who's in America. We're not going to hold it against him. He's in America. And he sent me, I've downloaded it on Discord, I've put it on a memory stick, and I'm now using the tool that he has sent to me. Just how brilliant is that? And we can see. We can see how wonderful it is. Thank you very much, Arnold. Oh, crikey, let me catch up on some of these. Mem test, I sent you one. And this is running, by the way, so I'm just going to let that run for a couple of ticks whilst we are talking. My first PC had a 33.6 modem with no drivers. Someone emailed me them to me and was happy. Thank you very much, Dagan. I'm not even going to assume 6144. Thank you very much. I'm not even pronouncing your name too much. So boot from, yeah, boot to that. Click, yeah. I'm a Bad Bunny older version. If no errors within 4 minutes, not worth waiting 12. While my first modem was a 2400 board, and I also ran EBS, and my phone bill was £600 a quarter. Oh my, that were a lot. Well, it is a lot of money now. I mean, a quarter, I know it's every 3 months, but that's £200 a month. I'd be devastated if I were paying £200 a month. I mean, back in 1912, when we were doing that as well. That's a lot. That's a lot. We're just going to see if this is going to fail. Here's the question I'm going to pose to you. If this passes and doesn't show any errors in a few minutes, and we put RAM in the slot, I'll try a third piece of RAM, because I've tried two. I've tried an 8 gig and a 4 gig. I'll try a third piece of 4 in the slot. If it then fails, are we thinking it's a slot issue? My first modem was an acoustic coupler on my C64. Wow. I've never had 1999, so that's 27 years ago. Slot or BJ to the CPU, loose on the CPU. Yeah, I would say I'm not going to obviously reflow the CPU. Never going to get into that at this moment in time. Not with a working computer. I don't believe that is worth the risk I would take when I can say to her, your computer's now working. I think that's would be a better scenario, a working computer than that. Behave, Nick. Reflow for science. I don't think it's reflow for science. I think it's reflow for watching me sweat. I think that's what it'll be. Yeah, reflow for that. I'll make you a deal, Nick. You come and reflow it for me. Come and show me how it's done. Because I sneakily suspect that Nick can do this. He's a dab hand with reflow. And then once we've done, we'll fly over to the States and get Arnold to program BIOS for us. Yeah, we'll go with private jet. Always do a car thought and give it 60 volts. Power! Yeah, RAM seems to be fine with this. I would conquer. What I will do, I'm going to put the other stick of RAM in. Because I've got a third stick. So like this, I can't post into customer screen for obvious reasons. So we've tried the 8, we've tried the 4. We're going to try another 4 gigabytes, 3200 PC4 again. Yeah. Well, he can do that remotely, but you can't reflow remotely. So yeah, he did one the other night, if you remember, remotely. Yes, Arnold, the BIOS coming up. Yes, you're more than welcome to do it remotely if you can do it remotely, Arnold. I'm happy for you to dial in and get that done. Right, I'm just going to stick the other RAM in. This is the third piece of RAM now, and I want to see if it fails. So we've got third piece of RAM in. I'm just going to do that. I'm not going to bother with HDMI at this point because it generally doesn't get that far. And from the looks of the power draw, it's not going to get that far again. We've got constant current as soon as we put any RAM in. Use the force. 30, well, that I don't know the answer to, in fairness. All I can tell you is, sorry, Archnoid, not Archnoid, what's the speed of the onboard RAM? TFN, I don't know. All I can say is, that's what came out of it. This piece on the floor. That's the piece what came out, which is 3200. So I've tried 3 sticks of 3200, 2 4s and an 8. It's failing with hers in, and it's failing with my replacement 3 sticks now in. It's just not doing anything. It's going to constant current, as you can see. It just sits at constant current up here. As soon as I plug RAM in there. Yeah. PCDD of you are his hands, etc. Then you could guide. Yes. Yeah. Bootis falling RAM test. I finally remember that there was an incompatible with a series of Intel CPUs and certain microcode revisions. So BIOS update may fix it. Yeah, it might do. I'm happy to let you do it, Arnold, if you want to do it through like we did before. If you, I can put my drive in there and do that. Is it something you can do under Windows, or would you need it on a memory stick and do it like that? Because obviously you can't dial in them. Yeah. Yeah, I'll boot into my OS and we'll get, because I think we'd like to see that, because guys, Arnold is amazing. Absolutely awesome. It's mind-blowing how, I know there's a lot of talented people, but I say it with all sincerity, it blew my mind when I watched how quick and good he is with getting this done. I will just take that out so I can put my Windows drive in. Even my dog's come through to see how it's done. She's just come in the back to lay down. I bet you would, in more ways than one. If I show you my other boxes, you might want those as well. I know I've said this before, but that is an absolute fraction of the RAM that I have disposed of in the past. And do you know what? If I'd have known you 12 months ago, Pitco, it would have been well worth you making at least one, if not two trips up to me. Because I know when James came for the first time, I had got rid of most of my stock or old stuff, and I still managed to give him so much stuff. I had a double garage full of stuff. I had at one point, you know, your racked servers, I must have had 60 of those in my garage, and they are heavy. I must have easily had probably close to 1,000 hard disks in stock as well, in the garage, waiting for destruction. And when I moved, I had to put them in a vise and hit them all with a hammer, because I needed to destroy them, obviously. So I bent them double. So we should now be able to see this on OBS. So this is my drive, what I've put in, not customer drive, because obviously we don't want to be showing customer information on here. LF, the BIOS master. For adult content, it needs ID uploading. Oh, is that for the whatchamacallit, for Discord? That's okay, PCDD. Just build it up, and I'll come and get it. Yeah, I am looking up the CF31 Mark 1 download. Yeah, well, that's the other one, isn't it? That's the other one. This has now failed, so we need to take her RAM out, which I forgot to do a second ago. So I'm going to disconnect that and disconnect the. See if I can just shut it down. Right. And put that back in and just power that back up. Right, it's failing with any RAM in those slots. Wow. I probably had a ton. When I was doing it. Right, so we'll go on here. Yes. Ooh, and we'll download. I don't think any. Have I got any desk on here? I do. And right, in Discord, Arnold, you will have a message very shortly with a photograph on of my AnyDesk number. Okay, I'll get AnyDesk up and running in a second. Oh, just download the bio. Oh, right, okay. We will get back onto here. Oh yes, probably done a Windows update. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Windows Update. It's probably the first time it's been used, actually. Complete setup. Don't want to do that. I accept. Google, yeah. Bear in mind, it's the first time we have used. Oh, go away. The E. We've used this drive on the internet. I like Edge. I do like Edge. I use it all the time. Why? I like instant. I go away. Don't want that. I'm happy with the United States. Yeah, weren't it 1-1L? Sorry. Is it? Ah, there you go. That'll be me. That'll be me. Left side drivers, yeah. And manual. And BIOS. 22nd of July. That one there. Double click that. Let's update the BIOS. Next. Install. Installation complete. Now it's doing its job. Restarting. Woohoo. That was a positive. Oh, I am not looking forward, and I've said this, to the one next after this. This will be a good result if we get this done. Be very nice for the young lady. Let's hope it posts. I've gone onto there just because we don't want to be looking at a black screen, because we can't see anything because it's in BIOS. So what we are looking at is the BIOS update. There you go. That's about the best I can get it until. I'll try that in a minute, TFN. Now, what did somebody put earlier? It was having a rest. We'll make it have a long rest. So we are moving from so moving from DKCN51WW to Delta Kilo Charlie November 55 Whiskey. So moving up 4 full revisions there as well. I know it's really tricky to see, but that's what it is. People unplug PCs in the middle of a BIOS update, cause it to. They have done certain things, haven't they? They're saying that depending what stage you unplug it at in a BIOS update, whether it actually causes an issue. And it's certainly better than it ever has been. Update progress complete. Writing EC-ROM, and it's now verifying. Programming. Oh, erasing, sorry. Verifying and now programming. Oh, and we'll see how far we get down here. Looking good. I was amazed with a BIOS update when you get a black screen. But the good thing is power light's still on, and I'm not going to touch it, and we are drawing it over an amp. And yeah, I remember one person in my old job, let's call her Karen. I put a piece of paper on the screen and the PC, don't unplug BIOS update, a PC will dead if unplugged. Oh, it takes 1 to 3 minutes. What did Karen do? Rip the power cord out. Yeah. I've had people go, why? And then they turn it off just to see why. Well, I didn't think it applied to me. Why didn't it apply to you? You just think, oh my gosh, should you really be owning a computer? We are now on version, come on, work. I don't think BIOS version on that screen. It's certainly certainly newer. I was just looking for version 55, but I don't think it tells me on here. But yeah, that's certainly newer. It's the latest one on here. It was her PC. Oh, BIOS version date 55 is right. Okay, wonderful. I thought it might have been. So that is the BIOS now updated. So I'm going to shut this down and I'll put the RAM in my hard drive. So fully working, we're just going to stick RAM in my hard drive. And we're going to stick 4 gigabytes in of RAM. In there, in there. Okay, let's see if it'll post. So pulling an amp, turn it on.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, here's... Just going to check the connections are all in correctly. Just doesn't like that actual, you know, when you put the other RAM stick in, it's just not liking that at all. Which is annoying, to say the least. So we'll get this put back in and we'll see if we get a picture. So power on, power. We've got power light. Will we get picture? Static current draw again. As soon as I put any RAM in there, static current draw. I don't think it'll boot. I don't honestly think I'll get to it. It's not bringing any type of even BIOS screen up on there. It's obviously, yeah. I'm not. I'll be quite honest. I'm not going to reflow. It's the additional RAM. It's the RAM stick. As soon as I put a RAM stick in it, it just doesn't want to play. As soon as I take the RAM stick out, so we've got onboard RAM. There you go, posted straight away. Well, we can see how quick it does. I will just shut it down. Yeah, I will shut it down. I will give it a good, I think I give it a good couple of minutes last time. But let's just shut it down completely. I'll wait for the current draw to drop. We'll stick the... Right, we're down to 0. Might be. It could be. We're not going to stick hers in because we believe hers might be at fault anyway. I'll stick one of my good ones in. And we'll leave that posting in there. So it's going in now. Keep an eye on current draw. Power on button. No, because it'll post with, it'll boot without battery in. It'll boot without battery. And without a stick of RAM. The only commonality is, well, this is actually a different fault to what it was originally, because it was originally working with the RAM in, but it was glitching and freezing on screen. It now won't even post with the second stick of RAM in, but it'll work fine. I don't think that's memory training because it is absolutely constant current. Yeah, smells Lenovo BGA. I can't see anything flashing. Reset CMOS. Give it a shot. Right, we're off completely. CMOS battery is disconnected. Power button for a good 10 to 15 seconds. There's nothing at all in this board. I'm going to leave CMOS battery. Should we leave CMOS battery out to force it to do it? Yeah, HDMI. Right. I'm going to leave CMOS battery out and I'm just going to see if we... so just power basically. Power. So fan spinning instantly. So I can tell it's gone into that mode. Fan is spinning. Yeah, flex on the case is horrendous. It's a lot worse in person, TFN, believe me. A lot worse. Straight to that 75. Yeah. I don't honestly think that is RAM training, because if we were RAM training, we would get within 15 to 20 seconds, we'd get some type of current change. We're getting 14.82 watts static current. And that was, yeah, the flex is absolutely murderous. You can only imagine the damage that these cheap boards get from flexing like this. It's just so bad. So I've put it back in and it's powered straight away, because obviously the battery was disconnected, the BIOS battery. It's gone to the same current draw and it's sticking there generally when I've got RAM in. I haven't got RAM in now and it's passing that point, and as we can see it's fluctuating up and down. Yeah, it's not training. CPU, I would have thought. I don't think it's one of RAM onboard RAM chips, because all onboard RAM chips are working, because we'd get that. Yeah, it didn't fail. Under CPU is common, sometimes EC or onboard RAM. Yeah, I mean EC chip, I can see EC chip, and I can't. It's not obviously not BGA, that one. It's legged. So the only BGA one really on here is the CPU, and there's that many under CPU. That. So I'm going to pop her drive back in with no additional RAM, and just make sure we are no additional RAM and the battery, and then back on this one, and we can see if we can get onto, oh god, we've got an hour to do that. Yeah. Well, the customer where we fitted the hard drive and installed Windows early, where we speed ran it to to get him all up and running within that 20 minutes or whatever it was, hasn't come back to me. So I can only imagine that it's absolutely fine. Battery, no RAM. Got to put battery back in because it's structural on these. Probably holds everything together and tight. Put the heatsink back on the drive. Can't forget that, can we? Shall I be optimistic and just rest the back on? That's my drive. Right, so we've got charging light. We've got power. We've got current draw. It's not static. It's moving up and down, and we have picture. I'm going to see if we get good picture. Put that in there. Customer RAM is the one with the letter C on the back, so we'll keep that to one side. I'll just put my RAM back. Whoopsie daisy. Right, we have picture of that. Just put it on face cam. We've got a nice little beep, and I can test it, but even if it fails, we've put good RAM in her board, so I know it would prove whether it was that RAM stick, but I very much doubt the other three pieces have all failed as well in exactly the same manner on that one. But yeah, it would show us that. So this seems to be fine. I'm just going to check, see if there's any outstanding drivers, because if she has upgraded to Windows 11, it might not have installed all drivers. No, she seems to have all drivers installed on there. So where it was failing before was on the shutdown, and it was doing the vibrating thing. And let's see if it shuts down altogether. Yeah, shut down all the way. Just make sure it's got. Let's just see if it goes on to charge current. We do have an orange light. Battery must be quite full. Yeah, battery must be quite full. Yeah, but it's either. I think that's right. I mean, they screw heatsink down, don't they, tight to try and make it less flexible. But I think it does appear to be that. So I will put the young lady's contact details back on there, and we'll put screws in it. And screw it back together. Yeah, 4 GB of RAM on Windows 11 is working. So I think if we look at it in a different manner is, do we have a working laptop or not? Well, we've got a working laptop, so that's obviously good news for her. Would she prefer one with better performance? Maybe, but this isn't going to be the laptop. I mean, it's an oldish laptop anyway. I probably wouldn't have upgraded this to Windows 11 if it was mine. I'd have left it on 10. But even if it was a brand new laptop, I probably wouldn't put Windows 11 because I don't like Windows 11. Got a couple of screws missing out of this, so we'll see if we've got any longer screws in my magic box. I'm going to get into the really one I don't want to do. Have I mentioned that I don't want to do it? I think I might have mentioned I don't want to do it. Can we guess what we're not going to do? I don't know why I'm going to punish myself with doing this one. There weren't any screws in these holes anyway, so I'm just seeing if I've got any to put in it. I don't think I've got any long enough, because they're quite a long screw which go in here. And oh wait, there, that's one. If I can pull it out, yeah, there's one there. Yeah, and no, that's not long enough, I don't think. Give it a sharper. No, it's not long enough. Aha, there's another one just there. We've got 2 screws which will fit. That doesn't fit because I think that hole is broke, so we're not even, no point putting anything in there because there's no threading it. Okay. Oh. One last time, now we've just screwed it together just to make sure everything is okay. All cases on. Shove that in the hole and turn it on. Battery 89%, which is always good. Turn it on. Hi, another farmer. Glue. At least he doesn't use nail gun. Forgot it was air drive. My OCD will kill me if I own that pot. Too many different screws. Country farmer. I know. I tend to just put stuff in there and think, oh, that'll come in useful one day. I don't like throwing screws away. And they probably do, but you just get to a point where you just put every screw in there, so the useful ones become less and less, and the unuseful ones become more and more. I had a box at one point, about 4 times the size of that, with, do you know the screws when you take the off an AMD motherboard? You get 4 screws which hold the plastic clippy eat thing effort down. I had a box just full of them, and I'm like, don't need them, never use them again in my life. Right, I'll stick this one through here. Ouch. We'll call that one done. Oh. Right, we're gonna have a choice here. I've got 3 laptops left to do, and I've got an hour and a couple of minutes spare. We have a white Dell laptop, which needs work. I'm not too sure what, but I think that just needs Windows 11. Almost positive that's just an upgrade to Windows 11. And we have another one. That is definitely Windows 11 because I can tell what I've written. And I think that one's Windows 11. So we've got 2 laptops for Windows 11. We've got the Toughbook, which is a full strip down the BIOS, but I've only got an hour. I have only got an hour. So let's do, I know what we're going to say. We'll put 1 in chat for Toughbook. We'll put 2 in chat for the other 2. So 1 for Toughbook, which is going to be a nightmare and a BIOS update. We'll put 2 in chat for the others. So 1 for Toughbook, 2 for the others. And I'm just going to take my cup in and put my I need to put my jacket potatoes in the oven. Just one sec. Okay, so I'm hoping you voted number 2. I suspect you've probably voted number 1. But I'm hoping you voted number 2. Let's have a look. Where's my mouse? There it is. Number 1. Oh, at least we've got some. Thank you, accolades. At least we've got number 2. 2 times 2, both at once. Yeah, that would be really good. Actually, I could probably do that. No taking my teachers out of the room. Number 4. Thank you, Archnoid. Got many more of these stories. Hot glue fixes everything. I need more than easy pizzas right now. Home office laptop liquid damage. Weird smell coming out. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, tell you what we'll do. The liquid damage one we started this morning. Should we do that? Actually, that might please everybody. Because I know people want number 1. I would prefer number 2. But these are going to be tricky to do, mainly because I can't really show customer data. So when we're installing, I've got to back up. So they're probably not the best ones on there. But I'm thinking, yeah, maybe 2.1. We're going to do water damage. Just make sure you refresh your YouTube stream because you might be delayed on. I've just noticed mine's about 15-minute delayed. Don't ask me why. No idea why. It is so far behind. It's unbelievable. So we're going to do the liquid damage one. You know the one we started this morning? I went, we will come back to that. So we'll do that. That's a good shout. I'm glad I think things like this. Can he remember where we got up to with this? But we have a liquid damage laptop. Can't remember in the slightest. I was just here for the stream in the band. Oh, thank you, Clunge. Thank you, Clunge. We'll just shift some of this garbage out of the way. The garbage, then my expensive tool. Ooh, my expensive tools. So we spent a couple hours on it this morning. We spent a bit of time on it last week as well. Last week? I think it was last week. Yeah, clocking back on that one. Do you know what's remarkable? Anybody who joined me this morning for an hour and been to work or done whatever will join me now and go, he's working on the same laptop again. He's working on what? The same laptop? How dare he? Still working on that. He's a right shoddy workman. Yep, you know it. Okay. Can we remember where we got to this morning? Apart from I packed it all up into, because there were so many bits. Let me just take the screws back off. I don't want to mix these up because I had got these separated into their own little sections. Not that I can remember where they go. I had got them separated into their own sections. Right, that's them. Done. Right, we've done that, we've done this, we've done that. This is the one where we've reflowed the EC chip, if you remember. And it still wasn't working. That one there. And chip's seen better days. Can't watch while you work. Oh no. Yes, went out. I built a house and a bridge to get there. And you're still on it. I'm still on it, Arch. No. Back to 5 volts after chip resoldered. Yeah, remove the bad looking cap. Don't. Oh, there we go. Edinburgh's just been away. He's summed it all up in a matter of seconds. He summed up with what I was doing. I'm glad you summed it up. I forgot. So we need that off there, and I need my USB one back through. If I can remember where I put my USB cable for it. My USB cable was up here. I've been plugging that other charger with it. And unplug that one. That one in here, that one in there. 19.5 volts. Yes, so this one was, even with the battery plugged in, we're still only pulling 5 volts on here, if you remember. Missing cap now isn't there. Yeah. Pins don't look good under left middle. I know they don't. I know. They are all connected. Chip just above it. Where's my zoom in? Right. Turn a bit of brightness up so we can see. So this is the we did inspect them earlier, and they did. They were all. Where's my brush? And my IPA. Let's give this a quick tootle down. See if we can get this to a right angle. Yeah, they don't look amazing, but they were all. There you go. It's probably the best view we're going to get. They are all fixed. They do look bridged, but they're not. I think it's just because they're dirt and a bit of IPA. Yeah, I don't think it is. Let me get my air blower and I'll see if I can blow it off whilst I'm at, because I'm resting this on my knee and this is going to be noisy, so I do apologise. They tweezers. I'm happy to give this a reflow. I think it's just dirt, if I'm being honest, gents. Should we give this a reflow? It's not working, so let's give it a reflow. Which has got to be better than the reflow I did this morning on it, because that wasn't the best reflow I'd ever done in my life. So that is the chip we are working on. Yeah, chip is slightly off. Okay, it is, yeah, I would concur with that. It does look slightly off. It does look slightly off. So let's just bang the temp up, because we've got it at 100 degrees, because I were watching my quality and stuff today, drying stuff off, and let's bring the temp down. Let's hope my steady hand is better than it was this morning, because it wasn't that steady this morning. The light turned down a bit. Add flux. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look at the pads first to make sure we have got. some of these pads at the bottom don't look brilliant. Because if you remember, it just didn't sit right this morning. So I'm going to just re-tin them with a bit of leaded solder, because I've got my other iron on now. And we're going to attempt to re-tin them anyway. We all know that soldering isn't my strongest suit. Flux or hazel flux. Get this nicely liquidy. Doing it at 300 is no good, is it? This tip is absolutely... I'm going to change tips. This tip is shocking. Couldn't use it this morning, can't use it now. Let that get up to temperature. I stuck that blob out up middle. A little bit too much on there still, so I'm just going to suck a little bit more away. Looks good to me. Give that a clean, and we'll have a look at the whatchamacallit at the same time. The chip. I'm zoomed into my maximum magnification here. A little bit of a clean. Yeah, flux. Left third from bottom looks dull. Yeah, that one. That one there doesn't look. Doesn't look amazing, does it? It looks terrible, if I'm being honest. It's just dirtying up. I'm just concerned it's going to rip the pads off because there was so much damage to this area anyway with it getting so dirty. If you remember when I started it the other day, it was so bad. That one up there, the top one was a bad one earlier. I think it's just not clean. I'm only using solder sucker because I find it easier to suck some of the solder off rather than wicking it off in such a small area. If you're wondering why I'm doing that. pen slightly too hot. I've knocked it down to 400. Yeah, I can do the wick. It's just my wick. I'm not as precise as some other people are with the wick, and I find it difficult just to get into the centre without sucking all the pads off. Look at the size of my wick compared to the pads. So that was my only concern, and then I end up taking too much off and like that. I'm going to put a tiny little blob back on. There you go. Put a tiny little blob back on and just flooded it. I must just get that side off. Right. Yeah, it's a thick tip. It is. I'm going to give that a clean, but with a bit of rag, a bit of Kim wipe. Start a 45-minute countdown timer. Right. Don't think them pads are amazing, but there was a lot of damage on this board, certainly around that area up there. Let's have a quick look at the chip. I did do this chip this morning. I don't think the chip looks too bad for what it is. That looks all right. What are you saying? Wait, pen slightly. What good trap have you got it out of? Did I miss that one, TFN? I think I might have done. Alright, pin 1 is obviously top right as we're looking at it. I just need to orientate this chip, which is not that way. Which is that way, pin 1 to pin 1. So I'm going to put a bit of heat in the board and then put a tiny little bit of flux on just to wet it down. I'm at 400 degrees, 30% area. So we'll just put a smudge on that. I don't want much on. And I know you're saying I've done it in wrong order. I know I've done it in wrong order. Well, it's just... I'm going to just try and warm it up just to reflow it down. I know it's not stuck yet, but... Let me get it somewhere near, and then I'll put some flux on to flow it down. That touched like a donkey. I can put a bit of flux on there just to see if it'll. I'll go for a swim. Yeah, just a little bit of flux, obviously. Don't want to put too much on, do I? Because that'd be just stupid if I put too much on. So that bond, and then I'll push it down. They go bad a lot. Right, I'm going to try and hold it down with my tweezers, and this is what I did earlier and pushed it off the pads. All those were nice and silver. That looks better than it did before. Side pins clean up, then refloat. Aye. I've not put any IPA on brush, it is just yeah, they're all bridged, I think. Let's just change my tip to my other tip. And we'll see if we can just maybe whatchamacallit it, clean it up with a bit of soldering iron. Looks good. G to G, see you guys. See you later, TFN. Thank you very much. Oh no, I've missed somebody else. Side pin with a lot of flux at 3. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, 390. I'm just going to do these bottom ones because these bottom ones don't look amazing. They are looking so much better now. Flip the board around so I've got a better angle. So these were ones which you were noting. And these are final set which I've not touched yet. Rosin flux would be better. I have got some rosin here. I've got some rosin. Let me give that a clean and just see. Just trying to get as much as I can off whilst it's warm. I still don't think it'll work because the amount of damage on here, I do feel that the chip is too far gone. And the board is absolutely not good. Right. And we'll have a go at inspecting the joints under here. Right. Certainly looking a lot cleaner than it did. A lot cleaner. So we'll see if we can get this off edge at desk and inspect those. Yeah, they're not lined up, are they? Blinking heck. Needs pushing up a bit. Yeah, it's much better, but they need pushing up. It's not in the right position. Here I can see that with one eye shut. Find out where I am. Yeah, it needs heating up and just sliding up a bit. Yeah. Let's give it a bit of heat, a little bit of flux, a little bit of a push. And where's my tweezers? Too far. From one way to other. Ouch. Oh. Yeah. I'm hoping that that's got them. It certainly looks more square. I know it looks a bit, but I think that's angled because I've got it under a slight angle from here. So let's just while the board's hot, give it a quick wipe over, and I'll see if I can inspect them joints straight away. Right, board's hot. Get off the edge. Ouch. The board is definitely hot. Ouch. Definitely hot. Ouch. That board is really hot. It's hotter than cows. Right, they look okay to me. At least they're all lined up. That one there. Can't say M pin looks amazing, but we can come back to that if needed. They all look joined, even though they are slightly off, but they are joined. And I think they did reflow with iron, because I think the first three don't look like they're on. Don't look like it's on, so I'm just going to give that a quick tickle with my iron. Just them top ones. I think it's the angle I'm holding the board at which doesn't make it look like it's centered, but I do think they are centered. It's the angle of the board compared to the angle of the whatchamacallit. So I'm just going to give those a warm up while the board is hot. There you go. Was it that one down there as well? Yeah, that's. I bought some new tips because these tips have had it. So I have bought some new tips. I want to do a review on them rather than just open them on stream. I want to do an unboxing video, so I'm trying not to need to open them, if you know what I mean. That's why I'm still persevering with the old tips, because the old tips are kerfuddled. So the issue what we were having earlier, we're getting no current draw, no negotiation from 5 volt. It was just sitting at 5 volt, weren't it? And I think, did we bring the schematic up earlier as well? I think James had found was it this one we found the schematic on? I can't honestly remember, because today's been a bit of a blur. Let's see if we can tune the focal into that one. Not that way. Beavis. That one there. That a bridge? Don't know if it were a bridge, but it's got rid of it, whatever it was. Probably a bit of gunk. I don't think that's a bridge either. I think that's tissue or something. Oh, come on, soldering, please don't do this to me. Certainly not bridge now. Them pins and pads down there look horrendous. Certainly that one there. But it looks like it's soldered, so I'm not gonna push my luck with it. But I'm gonna try and clear whatever that is out over there. Yeah, there's white stuff around that. Don't even know what it is. Oh, right, so that is now soldered on, and it looks to be soldered on. Certainly better than it was, and it's clean. So we're going to turn the power supply back on, which is here. We're going to knock the ampage right down, because we're only 5 amps. And we are seeing where it's going to go. Turn that off, stick my USB in, sticking to this side, and we stand a good chance of seeing what it says. So let's zoom down. So we're looking at this meter on here. So 3, 2, 1 will turn on. 5 volts. No, not at all. Not at all. I was only at 400 degrees. And that's why it was taking a bit longer to do that. But no, not at all. Back again, sometimes just gets a hot air sitting in my work table. Aha. No, it doesn't look to be, but this is what it was doing earlier. It was doing that. So we'll connect the keyboard up, which is where the power switch is. And we'll see if it is coming on with keyboard. If anybody does remember the damage on this board, it was a lot. Certainly around this connector, and also the fingerprint connector, which I know is not as major, but also the power for the CPU. I'm trying to remember what that was called. Power for the CPU. Got my post-it notes. Put my phone there to insulate it. There you go. And we'll stick this back in. Stick that in. So we're still sitting at 5. Power. No, nothing at all. We'll see if it reacts to battery, because that was something what somebody else said. And if you recall, this is the worst install of the battery. Try them. I will try them on the other side of the board. I'm just going to get the battery plugged in. The battery on these are horrendous. You know, I was saying earlier that other board was terrible. This is even worse. It is. They've put a metal cover over the top of the battery, so you can't actually see where. You can't see where the battery connectors are going. So it's just an absolute faff to try and get it in. Battery, it is powered down at the moment. I've got power supply off, so don't worry. Right, so we are back in there. We've got the keyboard connected. We'll see if it changes with that. It's on. I'm still pulling 5 volts. It tries to trigger something to 1/100th of a milliamp. So 10 milliamps it tries to pull. It does nothing else then. I wonder if this will register the power button with the... Actually, do you know what I'm just thinking? There is a keyboard, a fingerprint sensor on this that is badly damaged. And I'm just wondering whether that is the on and off button rather than the keyboard, because yeah, I think it is. This is what we've been using as the on and off button, but the keyboard sensor under here, and I'm just wondering whether that is the on and off button as well as that. Yeah, I've just done it. I've just took it off and put it back on. I'm just going to clean the whatchamacallit. Yeah, what do they call it? Fingerprint sensor. That's the words I'm looking for, which is this one just here. I can see something. See gunk on this here, but yeah, the fingerprint sensor, if we look that way, it's quite badly. So I'm wondering whether it's the. I haven't had this plugged back in. So if I give this a quick scrub and clean, which is easier said than done because it don't want to clean off at all. Let me try that in the little fingerprint sensor on the board. I didn't try, James, if I'm being perfectly honest. Did not try. I will do. I'll give it a try because it's easier to take off than it is to put back on. Trust me when I say that. But I'll probably only get one more shot at putting it back on because the tracks are quite badly damaged from the actual liquid damage when it burnt through and burnt the board. On there. Just lift this off the board a little. So we're not going to short anything. Just going to plug the USB-C in, turn that on, and I'm at 5 volts. I'm just going to try the on and off button. No. So I've got the keyboard and the fingerprint sensor plugged in. And nothing. I'm going to connect the battery in. Because it was said this morning that we might not get anything unless the battery was in. Because it just might be one of those, we all know. And we're going back to the world's worst design of battery connector I have experienced. There's just no logic behind how this battery connector goes in. You can't locate it, you can't see it. That's it. No, it's not. That's it. So now it's in. On. 5.16 volts and keyboard. No, keyboard not doing anything. So are you saying let's try the install chip off? All right, yeah, I have tried that as well. Arch tried. Even with, I mean, battery is connected now. It's not triggering up to anything other than 5 volts. That install chip is for the battery charge, like we said this morning. It should still boot to Windows login page. I have 11 Dell laptops. I have to replace the BQ chips. I've ordered some new ones. Oh no. Sony PDP controllers, not BQ. Oh my gosh. So let's unplug the battery. So are you suggesting that I take the intersil chip back off? Is that what we're saying? I've got 15 minutes to take it off, so that Should be able to get it off in time. In the morning, yours was intimately getting 19 trigger after resoldering still. It's only 5. Yeah. Yeah, we were getting 90. It was triggering from 5 to 19.3. So James is right on that. So we might have put the instill on now. It's connecting and the instill has failed. So let's get that taken off. Just as I did an amazing job at getting it on. But we all know they're a lot easier to take off than to put on. Oh, wait, microscope. Check the one cap to the top left. There's a lot. There was no shorts, I must say. Didn't get any shorts around this at all. We did take a cap off here because it was horrendously. We took this cap off here. Because it was, well, it looked like a resistor with that black. But you can see all of this was, yeah, crusty and water damage and everything else. It had done all sorts of things to it. Right, let's see if we're getting anything on power meter now. Flick that off. And turn it on at the wall. No, not a thing. But we also had quite a lot of water damage around here. You can see it started to do that. The fingerprint sensor had quite a lot around it as well. As you can see, it had burnt the cable and damaged the cable on there. And there was some on the back of the board as well. Was this somewhere else as well? We did this Monday. Actually, we did it last week. I'm sure there was somewhere on the back of the board as well. But we have cleaned it all off. But after soldering the charger, management chip behaviour has changed. Yeah, reflow PD controller, don't take it off. I would lean towards PD controller. Did you confirm there are still no power rails? Yeah, I couldn't see any. I think I tried them this morning again. Let me just see on here. I'm starting to get tired now, gents, so more mistakes will happen. Or more forgetful words will happen, should I say, because mistakes is the wrong word. There you go, but more forgetful words. So we'll just see if we've got any shorter power rails. That's fine, that's fine. 25 ohms on there, 25 ohms on there, 36 ohms on there, 36 ohms there. Something charging up, and open line on there, and open on there. So just try those in resistance mode. So that one's got 26 ohms. Those are in parallel. That one has got 37 ohms. 37 ohms seems like a wrong, a funny. Yeah. 37 ohms just seems like a bit of a wrong resistance. Yeah, I did it earlier today. Well, we started this last Wednesday. We had to wait for the customer to come back to us. They came back to us Friday, so I did a bit Monday and basically left it on the bench because I was away Tuesday, Wednesday. Came back to it this morning, spent a couple of hours on it this morning, and then obviously picked it up tonight because we've got about 10 minutes now until I need to shoot. So we certainly haven't got any longevity to maybe repair now. That's mega ohms on that one. And there was nothing on the back. So I haven't got any power rails shorted or anything as such. Well, it were coffee. It were coffee, if you remember, on this. Not so much water damage. It was incredibly crusty and brown and sticky. There's still some remnants on here, but I think I cleaned most of it off. Where it was on. It was the one where she thought she had spilt wine, and the other one did have wine damage, if you recall. And this one was water. There was some on this keyboard connector board as well, thinking about it down here. And it was under the fans. The fans are still quite sticky under there, where even though I cleaned it off, there was some here, which was where the power connector for the CPU is, or the power rails for the CPU are. Still residue of it down here, so it is all over. So there's a strong possibility that the keyboard could be dead anyway. So me trying to plug a something in to turn it on, and again the fingerprint reader, which is the power and off button, which is that one there. And then that was corroded on the board as well. That was it is quite badly tarnished and burnt. So that's the power light up there. I just saw another ribbon cable shooting up there, but that looks like a power light up there. But we've got it all in the vents coming at the back as well, all the liquid, and all around it. It's got everywhere, and it's got into places you don't really want it. There's no current draw. I've only got 5 volts, and I've got nothing on any of the all right, so back onto there. It's just got a voltage mode. Voltage DC, put them out the right way, but just make us look a bit easier. I know we can all transverse it, but it's fine. So that onto there. We've got nothing on there, nothing on there, nothing on there. I think when we checked this the other day, we had nothing on any of the things, and nothing on that one. Nothing. Nothing, and nothing. We had nothing on any of the whatchamacallit. I've got no current draw at all. It's zero current draw, even at 5 amps. You can see on the power meter in top right. Okay, let's try that. So this should automatically come on and see if we've got any voltages. Is that what the thought process is? I don't even know how much the battery's got in it. So I'll connect the battery up and we'll measure the battery voltage. Oh, such a silly connector, this. I don't know who designed, probably the same person designed this who thought we'd make a blank screen for a BIOS update on Samsungs. He got sacked from Samsung for doing that. Went to Dell to design a battery connector. And then went to Microsoft to write their security. So, we've got that. We'll see if we can... Got nothing there. We've got... yeah, nothing there. Nothing. Nope. 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 Got nothing. Yeah, it goes right to the main. Check if you have main power out. That's what I was just going to look for now. Yes. Just zoom out a bit. Something really close. So I'm presuming that's the current sensor resistor for the battery. Nothing there. I'm again assuming that that inductor microscope. Sorry. That inductor's got 0.5 volt on it. This is only on battery, but I don't know how much the battery's got on it. So the battery could be completely flat. I can't measure battery. Do you think that's battery voltage because battery's flat? Yeah. I think that if I'm being honest, I think the battery is probably flat, because this wasn't done recently. This spill, she said she put it in a cupboard when it wouldn't work. Yeah, battery's dead, I would say, and there's no way I'm going to be able to. I could try injecting a bit of voltage into the battery to see if I can put a bit of battery charge into it. But you can see from this stupid connector, that I can't even get into the battery. It's just a really poor connector. I don't think it's out. I think it's just a poor connector. Poor design of a connector. But battery does appear to be completely and utterly dead as a donut. Yeah, I'm getting no voltage there at all on yeah. Oh, try to charge a battery. It's not taking any charge from USB-C. Nothing. Did that earlier. Some laptop batteries give no power until a good from the power jack. Let's plug that in. So we've got 5.17 volts there. So let me go back to here. Battery connector. I'm presuming that's in, but I'm thinking this is my current sense resistor for the battery. Not even half a volt there. Dell, since we're making things complicated for no reason. You are darn right. I would say that's ground side, and this one's going to be positive side. And I would have thought at least 2 of them, if not 3. Can't really see on there. Thing would be voltage. So, I mean, I could manually try and push some current into there. But I think with the damage, we haven't got that battery charge on there anyway. So we've took the chip off, haven't we? The in-cell chip, which is the battery charge chip. So that's probably why I won't be charging that anyway, because we've took the in-cell chip off on there. Ugh. So this is going to be another one where it sits down. It sits on my desk. Darn annoying, darn annoying. Oh, dear me. If there's anybody sat in chat, if you would like to hit the like and subscribe button, it is very, very much appreciated. Just hit this 700. We're on 704 subscribers. Wow. Wow. I'm not going to stream tomorrow, guys. I'm going to call it for today. We're coming up to 12 hours stream. I don't want to go over 12 hours because YouTube won't store it. So I certainly won't go over the 12 hours. And I'm probably at an impasse with this one as well with it. Would do that. Russ, going for the record today. I'm not Russ. I'm going because you've come in. No, it's 11 hours and 53 minutes. It's just coming up to. So I'm going to call it a day anyway. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for the support. 704 subscribers. Just simply amazing. Simply amazing. 704. Never thought I'd get any higher than 4, let alone 704. So that is amazing. Thank you to everybody who's helped today. Thank you everybody who's sat in the chat, listened in the chat, been in the chat, or whatever it has been. Thank you so much. Yeah, it won't touch hard. It's locked. So if you don't know who Russ is, please go check him out. Russ Repairs. What an amazing streamer, like so many people are who are in chat. I'm not going to stream tomorrow because I've got a lot on data recovery stuff and whatnot. So I'm going to work over there. So I can't really stream it because of my data. But we've had a couple of good results today. This one, we know about this one. We've done that one over there. I think we've done another 2 or 3 today as well. We're still avoiding this one. We're still avoiding that one, and I'm going to have to face the nemesis of the Toughbook probably tomorrow. But I've got several tomorrow to do and see where it goes. So thanks a lot, guys. Have a super evening. Thank you to everyone, and I will catch you, if not on somebody's chat, I'll probably catch you maybe Monday next week. I might stream, and we'll get some bits and bobs done. See you later, guys. Thanks a lot again. Bye bye. Off end stream.